Delegates, if you could please make your way to the main convention center. The Premier's address will be getting underway in about 15 minutes or so. Again, that's the main convention center. Premier's address in 15 minutes.
Just the other night, at a hometown football game, my wife and I ran into my old high school flame. And as I introduced them, the past came back to me, and I couldn't help but think the way things used to be. She was the one that I'd wanted for all times, and each night I'd spend praying that God would make her mine. And if He'd only grant me this wish I wish back then, I'd never ask for anything again. Sometimes I thank God for unanswered prayers.
Hello everyone. For those of you just wandering in the back, I don't want to rush you. You can grab that cup of coffee, but this is your 10-minute warning. 10-minute warning. We're starting on time at 9 o'clock. So whatever else you need, get it done here in the next 10 minutes and make your way to your seat. Thank you. All right, here's your 2-minute warning. 2-minute warning to get to your seats. If you're standing, I'll call you out. So 2 minutes to get into your seats. Thank you.
I'm just going to leave my.
Yep, no, that's
okay?
fine. Yep. I'll be taking my stuff down.
Great up here, isn't it? It's
Yeah.
really great.
But the nice thing is you can't see the cameras when you're coming back.
You can't get down stage right.
This would be a good time for me to go on labor, right?
Oh, what a show.
It'd be like iconic.
What a show that would be.
Be a great show. All right, good morning. Hello, everyone. Welcome. For those of you just making your way to your seats, I'm not going to hustle you yet unless you're standing around chatting. You need to get to your seats. Good morning and welcome. My name is Rusty Dean. Thanks for joining us again today.
And good morning. My name is Cody Glyden from 620 CKRM.
Now, a couple of quick reminders this morning as you work on that cup of coffee. If you haven't downloaded the SARM app, do so. That is your schedule. That shows all of the dialogue session rooms. That'll keep you on track throughout the day. Our friends in the back who gave us a wave over there with STARS, our 50/50 continues to grow to support STARS Air Ambulance. We're over $3,000. So I want to remind you to grab one of those today. We'll do the draw coming up tomorrow.
Also want to acknowledge the fraternal delegates from the Provincial Territorial Association. Representing the Association of Manitoba Municipalities, Brad Saluk, Vice President, as well as Merv Starzik, Western District Director. Representing the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, Taneen Ruddick, President. Rural Municipalities of Alberta, Paul McLaughlin, President. Gerald Rhodes, Executive Director. Representing the Saskatchewan Urban Municipalities Association, Gerald Galbers, Vice President of Cities, Randy Donhauer, Executive Member for Saskatoon and Regina, and Rennie Harper, Vice President of Towns. And before we welcome the Premier on stage, we are going to welcome Brandon from DOTS. He's going to pop up here onto the stage and do a quick test of our voting devices here today that you're going to need a little bit later on. And as Brandon comes to the stage, please get those devices ready, have them handy. Let's welcome Brandon.
All right. Hello, everybody. My name is Brandon with Data on the Spot. I'm just going to go overview of how to use these clickers if you got one. They're very simple. Once we get into some voting, we're going to do a couple of test questions. Once you hear the timer start, that is your opportunity to vote. All you need to do is hit your response option, whether it be A, B, C, whatever it is. This powers on your device. There's no on or off switch on there. We'll note that the last response that you select is the response that's submitted. So if you want to change your answer at any point, feel free to do so. And just if you're wondering if your vote was sent in or not, you should see a green light pop up. If it's sending the vote, you'll see like a pulsing orange light, but if you do see a green light, you should be good to go. So yeah, we'll get into the test questions. Thank you.
Okay, so you need a voting device right now in your hand because we're going to do a test question. So we need to make sure these work. So you should have one at your table. One of the delegates should have the voting device. So let's try it out. We need the question to come on the screen before you can vote. I don't know where it is, but I promise you when we do voting, it'll be a little slicker than this.
And if you don't think your registration clicker is working or your voting clicker is working, you can head to registration and get a new one if you'd like.
Okay, here's the question. Get ready. Which of the following would be your top choice to pair with more wind and solar generation? A, use battery energy storage or other storage. B, build small modular reactors that use nuclear power. Use natural gas generation. D, import power from outside the province. So, vote now.
I'll love you differently. I'll give you electricity, give it to you. And even if I could, I wouldn't turn on you. And I would stop the world for you. You know I wanna let you know I'll never let this feeling go. This love has no.
Okay, so just like that, there'll be a timer that'll run some awesome tunes, and then you place your vote in that 30 seconds, and then we should have an answer that'll pop up. I'm gonna look at our AV people. Oh no, we're going again.
Give you electricity, give it to you. And even if I could, I wouldn't turn on you. And I would stop the world for you. You know I wanna let you know I'll never let this feeling go. This love has no ceiling. I cannot deny. Even if I could, I wouldn't turn on you. And I would stop the world for you and I.
Okay, just like this, it worked now. So the highest vote was B at 58%, build small modular reactors that use nuclear power. Clearly, SaskPower has sponsored these questions. Okay, we're gonna try one more time because I'm actually nervous about this. So we'll do one more round of questions. Which of the following should be SaskPower's top priority when planning our power future? A, keep power rates as affordable as possible for residents and businesses. B, reduce greenhouse gas emissions as fast as possible. C, maximize opportunities for economic benefits, local and provincial. Okay, let's start. You have 30 seconds to place your vote.
Snap attack, front to back, in this thing called rap. Feeling like a double rhyme, double on a heavenly level. Bang the bass, turn up the treble. Radical mind, day and night all the time. 714, flies the line. Maniac, radiac, winning the game. I'm the lyrical Jesse J.
All right, a resounding answer for A. Keep power rates as affordable as possible for residents and businesses. Thank you to SaskPower for our questions and sponsoring our voting devices. If your voting device was flashing red, it doesn't work. If it was flashing orange, it doesn't work. So you need to take your voting device before we have all of our resolutions, before we get to all of that, you need to take it back to registration to get it fixed up. Thank you for your time.
And this morning, I'd like to welcome President of SARM, Ray Orb, to welcome the Premier of Saskatchewan.
Good morning, delegates and special guests. My pleasure today to kick off the proceedings by introducing the Premier of Saskatchewan, Scott Moe. Scott Moe was first elected to the Saskatchewan Legislature in the 2011 provincial election in the constituency of Rossler and Shellbrook. He was re-elected in 2016, and he was elected leader of the party on January 27th, 2018, and sworn in as Premier of Saskatchewan on February 2nd, 2018. Premier Moe was born and raised on a grain farm, between Shellbrook and Parkside. He and his wife, Krista, currently reside nearby in Shellbrook, and he was educated at the University of Saskatchewan, where he received his Bachelor of Science in Agriculture. He has previously served as Minister of Environment, Minister of Advanced Education, Minister responsible for Saskatchewan Water Corporation, and Minister responsible for Saskatchewan Water Security Agency. Premier Mo's priorities include a focus on increasing Saskatchewan's exports to create opportunities for people and to further grow Saskatchewan's economy. And to this end, he created the Ministry of Trade and Export Development with a mandate to sustain and develop relationships with Saskatchewan's current export customers and placed an increased emphasis on diversification of our markets worldwide. He has made it a priority to engage with current and prospective trading partners around the world to advocate for Saskatchewan's export industries. Saskatchewan supplies much-needed goods and commodities such as food, fuel, and fertilizer to over 100 countries around the world. Premier Mo is also committed to advancing the economic interests of Saskatchewan through strengthening Saskatchewan's high-quality agricultural, mining, manufacturing, and energy industries that meet the needs of growing markets around the globe with world-leading efficiency and sustainability. Please join me in welcoming Premier Scott Moe. Premier Moe, do you need water? Yeah. Okay.
Hey, well, thank you so very much, Ray. And look, I got a voting thing here, so I can participate in the voting here in a few minutes as well. Thank you, Ray. Welcome to all the delegates that have joined us here today, all the members of the SARM executive, our legislative colleagues that have joined us as well here today. Welcome this morning. It's a true honor for me to be back at the Saskatchewan Association of Rural Municipalities Convention to renew a long-standing partnership that I think is critical to the well-being not only of our government, but most certainly critical to the well-being of our province. It's also an opportunity for many of us to catch up with old friends and make some new acquaintances as well. And to say there is no challenge greater than, or no honor, but also no challenge greater than being in the public service, I think is an understatement. So thank you to everyone that works on the front lines, whether you be an elected member of a RM across this province, whether you be in administration in those offices across the province, or whether you be any of the staff members in our rural municipalities across the province. Thank you for what you do each and every day. And I think last fall there was a number of elections in the even number jurisdictions, and I wanted to say welcome to any new Reeves, any new councillors that are joining us here today, possibly for their first annual SARM convention. Delegates, all of our cabinet is here this morning. They're eager to participate in the Bear Pit, and I think we approach the Bear Pit and that discussion that we have in the spirit of collaboration, but we also approach it with a certain degree of humility. And I would say even Dave Merritt and Jim Ryder will carry that humility through to the Bear Pit, who are, as we know, Boston Bruins fans, and Boston Bruins fans never have much humility, and in particular, this year they don't have very much humility, despite a devastating loss to the Edmonton Oilers just last week. And Jim and Dave love that. More seriously, though, the Bear Pit is an opportunity. I hope it's an opportunity for you to ask and voice questions that are priority, are top of mind with the folks that you represent in your area of the province. We'll endeavor to answer those questions, and if we aren't able to, we do have to go down to Regina for more questions this afternoon in question period, but you have a Saskatchewan Party MLA. If you live in a rural area of Saskatchewan, you have a Saskatchewan Party MLA, and I would ask you to, if you don't get an answer here today that's satisfactory, to talk to your MLA, to liaise with the relevant minister to open up that dialogue, because there are answers in this room. Not all of them are going to be on this stage, and that's the collaborative effort that we bring to the Bear Pit each and every year. Ladies and gentlemen, this morning I want to tell you why I think this is Saskatchewan's moment to shine, why we are on the threshold of continued unprecedented growth in this province, growth that already is unlocking the true potential that we have in Saskatchewan and we have in our beautiful, vibrant province. In the swirl of global uncertainty that we see out there today, it's become very clear that many are able to count on Saskatchewan as a reliable trading partner. Nations are very much reassessing their trade relationships today. The world continues to be concerned with, and I would say is even more concerned today than they were 5 and 10 years ago. They are continuing to be concerned with energy security and food security. And when you look at what Saskatchewan provides, we are an indispensable supplier of food, fuel, and fertilizer, among a number of other things. And I would say now more than ever, the world needs what we produce right here in this province. The world needs what you produce, and what you produce so sustainably and efficiently in our communities from corner to corner in Saskatchewan. So ladies and gentlemen, now is our time. In this province, our time most certainly has arrived. We have a great story to tell in Saskatchewan. I would say that you have a great story to tell the world. And so what are we doing to bring that story to those around the world? Well, before we get there, I want to do something a little bit unorthodox this morning, and there's a video that we show when we go on trade missions. And I want to show that video to you right now, and just let me know what you think, if we could bring it up.
There's a huge opportunity to do something really big in Saskatchewan.
Saskatchewan gives us a competitive advantage to better integrate our businesses by being located right in the heart of where our supply is.
The whole plant-based ingredient sector is booming right now. The demand is there. In terms of capacity, we're about to double, and I'm very excited about the future.
If you want to be international, you want to be an agri-value, Saskatchewan is the place to be.
I think Saskatchewan today is kind of like a technology gold rush. It's the new frontier where people can go and invest and set up tech companies.
We're interested in stable fiscal regimes with strong resource potential and a strong and skilled workforce, and that's what we've got in Saskatchewan.
Our dealings with the Saskatchewan government has been very constructive. There are very clear guidelines set out on how to move a project from exploration through feasibility to production.
I look at the opportunities here and they're endless.
This is a good jurisdiction to be in.
That's the story that we bring to the world when we meet with folks in India, when we meet with folks in countries all around the world. I've seen that video at least a dozen times, and it most certainly makes me proud to be from this province, proud of what you do each and every day. You watch it and you understand why this is a special place, why this is a special moment in this province's history. And so the first question is, where are we telling this story? Well, as I said, I was just in India a couple of weeks ago. I was joined by our former Prime Minister, Stephen Harper, who helps us with our global strategy. That mission included about 40 meetings, over 40 meetings, including meetings with the very senior ministers in Prime Minister Modi's cabinet. Dave Merritt, our agriculture minister, was just in the United Arab Emirates promoting pulse crops that the folks that you represent grow across this province. Jeremy Harrison, our Minister of Trade and Export Development, was in Japan and South Korea last week with an entire delegation from Saskatchewan. And so right now, we are also in the process of opening up our 9th Trade and Export Development Office. That office is going to be in Germany to serve some of the needs in the Eastern European area, and we know the unrest that is occurring in that area of the world right now. And so if we want our province to grow, then we do need to be out there. We need to be out there as industries. We need to be out there as a government, meeting with our existing customers to ensure that we are protecting that current market share that we have. And we need to be meeting with new customers so that we're able to expand that market share and move that market into higher value markets. We had a Saskatchewan commentator, a Saskatchewan economist, Paul Martin, has said, not the Prime Minister Paul Martin, but the Saskatchewan economist Paul Martin. He said last year, and I quote him, "As the most trade-dependent economy in the country, the greater mistake for us would not be traveling to meet our customers face-to-face, to ensure that we are protecting those markets." So what is the Saskatchewan story that we are telling? We're telling them that this province has absolutely everything to offer. We play a crucial role in global trade as a supplier of commodities, as a supplier of manufactured goods and technology, and that importance is reflected in the economic indicators that are being released week by week across this nation. And our province is forecast to lead all provinces in growth out this next year and into the year after that. Our population today in Saskatchewan is growing faster than it has in over a century. On December 2nd, we hit 1.2 million people in Saskatchewan. Today, we're at an all-time high of 1.21 million people. That means that we've had 10,000 people that have moved to Saskatchewan in the last 3 months. That means we've added 2 Meadow Lakes to the province in the last 3 months. People are coming to Saskatchewan because there's opportunity here. There's opportunity in your community. We're seeing major projects that we have talked about for years that are today coming on stream, and actual construction is occurring. We all know of BHP's Jansen mine. That's the largest single investment ever in the province's history. In fact, it's the largest project in the history of the largest mining company in the world. And we know that's under construction just east of Saskatoon. You add to that the continued investment of our existing potash producers as they expand their production of that valuable fertilizer, nutrient, Mosaic, K+S, all investing in their mines. We have activity in our energy sector that is picking up with much stronger prices the last number of months. Last year, we saw about $2.8 billion of capital investment in oil and gas production in Saskatchewan. This year, that's forecast to go to $3.4 billion. Near Regina, we see Cargill building a new canola crush plant. Cargill is also investing in their plant at Clavet, just outside the city of Saskatoon. North of Regina, we see Viterra is going to build a plant. East of Regina, we see AGT and FCL. They're in a partnership on yet another plant. And at Yorkton, we see Richardson, who is doubling the capacity of their canola crush plant there. Billions of dollars are being invested as we add value to canola that is grown in your communities. In the north, our forestry industry is poised for tremendous growth. The expansion of the sawmill at Carrot River is underway, with much more investment to come directly into the Prince Albert area. As you move further north in this province, we see Cameco reopening their MacArthur River mine and their Key Lake Mill. My friends, there are so many other strong economic indicators as well. In February, we added 9,400 jobs year over year in this province. Our unemployment rate in Saskatchewan sits at 4.3%. That's down from 4.6% a year ago, and it's under the national average of 5%. In fact, it's the second lowest unemployment rate in the nation of Canada. And all of those exciting investments that I just mentioned and many more, they mean more jobs. And they mean more opportunities for people that are moving here, and just as importantly, or more importantly, our youth. Last week, the export numbers were released. We're going to have to update our video. Saskatchewan's exports were up 56% year over year this past year. That builds on the year previous when our exports increased 41%. World-leading, nation-leading numbers, most certainly. And in this province, we know, and in rural Saskatchewan, we know this all too well. We export over 70% of what we produce to over 150 countries around the world. And we're exporting not only more products, but we're exporting higher value products, canola oil instead of canola seed. And last year, for the third consecutive year, we set a record for agri-food exports with shipments totaling $18.4 billion. In this province, we live and die by trade with the world. The things that we do, the things that you do in rural Saskatchewan, they matter. They matter to the world. And my friends, in addition to telling our story around the world, like we are with that video, like we are on the missions that we participate in, we also need to tell it across Canada to our fellow Canadians. Now, some of you have quite likely spent some time in an airport over the course of the last few months, and maybe in some cases, unfortunately, you've spent more time than you anticipated in an airport over the last few months. But if you did, there's a good chance that you came across one of these signs. This sign is part of our new Sustainable Saskatchewan marketing campaign, a campaign that is designed to tell a story about our province and that has been, I would say, underreported by many in the mainstream media, and I would say undervalued and underappreciated by our federal government. This is your story. The story of a province that is a steady and reliable supplier to more than 150 countries around the world, supplying the food, the fertilizer, and supplying the fuel. And the overarching message of this campaign in Saskatchewan is we should not only be proud of what we are producing and providing to the world, but we should also be proud of how we are producing it. And we would invite all Canadians to equally be proud of how we're producing these products in Saskatchewan. We are producing some of the most sustainable products that you can find on earth, right here in your community. The food, the energy, the fertilizer, and the manufactured goods that millions of people depend on each and every day. We have potash, for example, on a per ton basis, 50% of the greenhouse gas emissions of their competitor compared to their competitors around the world. The carbon footprint for canola, wheat, and field peas grown in our province is far lower than our competitors. The carbon footprint, for example, of canola is 64% lower than our 7 largest competitors around the world. When it comes to wheat, 65% lower, and when it comes to field peas, 95% lower carbon footprint on Saskatchewan-produced field peas than the next 7 largest competitors around the world. And that makes sense to us here. Think about what we've done here in agriculture in the last number of decades. The massive decrease in summer fallow acres, the expansion of no-till farming, the rise of pulse crops, the advancement of precision farming. Think of the engines that are in your combine today relative to 25 years ago. The adoption of rotational grazing in our communities. When you factor in all of these initiatives, alongside the hundreds of millions of tons that are stored, of CO2 that are stored in the natural grasslands and the forage lands that our agricultural producers are managing in this province, you have another 22 to 86 tons that's being sequestered each and every year. We can say with confidence in this province that Saskatchewan most certainly is carbon neutral. We can say that to the federal government. We can say it to the world. Folks, that's the Sustainable Saskatchewan campaign, and that's part of the Saskatchewan story. We're telling that story to our international customers, yes, but we're also telling that story to our fellow Canadians so that they can be equally as proud of not only what we produce in this province, but as Canadians, we should all be proud of how we produce it. And so what does that story mean for us? Ultimately, at the end of the day, what's the benefit of telling that story for us at home in this province? Well, our economy is strong, and we're seeing that economy continue to strengthen. And it does mean, yes, our our government is in a stronger financial position today than we were 2 and 3 years ago. Our provincial budget is going to be released next week. The Finance Minister and Deputy Premier is here. See if you can get some of the information out of her, because the rest of Cabinet certainly hasn't been able to. But in that budget, you're going to see an increase in municipal revenue sharing. I did get this out of her. It's going to go up to $298 million this year. That's up $36 million from last year. It's about a 13% increase, and that now brings us to about $4 billion invested alongside our municipalities through municipal revenue sharing since 2007. How that That is only available due to the strength of a resource-based economy. And that growing economy means, yes, higher PST revenues. That means that we are able to share those revenues with our municipalities. The large increase in this year's budget builds on what was already a 106% increase since that program was introduced. And the funding in municipal revenue sharing has over doubled since this government introduced it years ago. Our revenue sharing program, I want to speak about it just a little bit because it's very unique in the nation of Canada. It's a no strings attached program, and it's a no strings attached program for a reason. You decide what to do with the funding, not us, and the reason is that you're closer to the ground. You know the priorities of your community much better than this provincial government, or quite frankly any provincial government ever will know. This budget coming next week will also include a substantial increase in funding for crop insurance. You saw that announcement last month, and I think in fairness, there's some questions yesterday. It's true, the premiums are up, yes, but that's a reflection of what commodity prices are doing in this space. But there will be record coverage, you can be assured of that. There will be an increase in the maximum coverage for unceded acreage, and there's going to be changes to make the program more flexible and responsive to you, the producer, with individual premiums that better reflect what each producer is doing in their specific instance in their farm. In this budget next week, there's going to be a significant and targeted investment in healthcare, something of high priority to all of us in this room, I'm sure, and I know. The fact is, more than 40% of our provincial budget each and every year goes into healthcare, and that's necessary. And it's necessary to continue that investment because there are pressures in the system. Ladies and gentlemen, there's a shortage of healthcare professionals, not just in Saskatchewan, but across this nation. In every province, unfortunately, that shortage is most felt in our rural communities. And I hear you when you say there needs to be more done. Our cabinet hears you, our caucus most certainly hears you, and we know we have more work to do in this space. And in this budget, you're going to see more resources. More resources, for example, to address surgical wait times. There's going to be more surgeries performed in our hospitals. There's going to be more publicly funded surgeries that are delivered in privately operated facilities as well. There's going to be more diagnostics, more MRIs, more CT scans, and we're going to continue to invest in infrastructure. Infrastructure like new hospitals in Prince Albert and Weyburn, and continuing with planning and construction of long-term care centers in Grenfell, La Ronge, and among a number of other communities. And we are going to remain relentless in our focus on our 4-point Health Human Resource Action Plan. This is the plan to bring more people to our front lines in our facilities across the province. We're hiring and training more healthcare professionals today than we ever have. We've had some success in recruiting physicians and nurses and a number of other healthcare professionals that we need into communities like Southie and Esterhazy and Radville, Assiniboia, Biggar, Kamsack, among many more. We've added 700 training seats this year in the healthcare professions. Among them are 150 nurse training seats specifically. We've undertaken international outreach to recruit healthcare professionals from abroad, and I would say that's working. There's 185 job offers that have been made to continuing care assistants, to laboratory technicians, to registered nurses for the most part, but even beyond that, recruits from the Philippines are landing in this province as we speak and entering into our healthcare facilities as we speak to provide much needed support to our frontline healthcare workers that are there. We've landed folks from the Philippines are now working in Moose Jaw, they're working in Kinnersley, Swift Current, East End, Strasbourg, Regina, among a number of other communities. Many more are on the way in the weeks and months ahead. And we've enriched incentives for our new graduates from healthcare programs to stay here in Saskatchewan, and more specifically incentivize them to work in rural communities in Saskatchewan. And that's why today I'm very pleased to announce that we're increasing the Rural Physician Incentive Program to $200,000 for a 5-year return for service. This is going to help us attract doctors into our rural communities across the province. That incentive today is at $47,000, and we're going to increase it to $200,000 for a 5-year return of service in your community. That will be one of the most ambitious and aggressive rural physician incentive programs that you will find in the nation of Canada. A couple of words on education, which also is important to our communities, most certainly. We're going to be funding the new Saskatchewan Distance Learning Centre, or what's known as the Saskatchewan DLC. And that corporation is going to oversee centralization of online learning beginning this fall, in September, at the start of the new school year. And so what this means is no matter where you live in this province, no matter the size of your school in your community, you're going to have access to programming online that you have never had access to before. You're going to have access to high-quality programming, flexible learning opportunities, and over 180 courses that are offered by that Sask Distant Learning Centre from kindergarten to grade 12, to ag tech programs, for example, introductory ag tech programs. There's going to be IT programs that are available online that have never been available in a school in a community the size where I live, and most certainly are going to be available this fall. In this upcoming budget, I said that the Minister of Finance never told us anything about the budget, and now I'm going through everything that's in the budget. So. But in this upcoming budget next week, you're going to see continued investment in infrastructure. Again, important to communities across the province. As we improve more than 1,000, as we as your provincial government improve more than 1,000 kilometers of highways yet again this next fiscal year. This will be our 4th in our 10-year projection, our 10-year target to do 10,000 kilometers by the year 2030. We're going to achieve about 4,600 kilometers at the end of this year. We're definitely on pace to achieve that 10,000 kilometers and do it far before we hit the 2030 timeline. And as we know, our highways investment is of utmost importance to the export-based industries that we have, but our families travel on those same highways, and so they need to continue to be safe. In the coming year, we're also investing in internet services. I talked about the Saskatchewan Distance Learning Centre. It isn't that good without a proper internet service. And so last week, Minister Morgan with SaskTel announced that he's going to bring Infinet service to yet another 48 communities. And this is part of our $200 million rural fiber initiative commitment that we had made a number of years ago. It's to improve rural broadband service, and then we know how important that is to your communities. It's critical for businesses to operate and want to expand, and make no mistake, this is an ongoing and continued priority for this government. Folks, I would say that despite the tremendous growth and potential that we see today and on the horizon, we're still facing challenges in Saskatchewan. I've talked about the challenges that we have in healthcare and how we are working to address them, but we have a number of challenges in areas of this province and across the province when it comes to property crime, and in particular, property crime in rural areas of Saskatchewan. It's a problem, and I think we're all quite aware of that. And if we're going to be honest with ourselves, we should call it what it is. What we're facing is property crime that is often fueled by drug addiction. Our government has a two-track approach when it comes to how we are going to approach this. Right now, we're in the process of adding 150 addictions treatment and detox spaces across the province. We're investing in rehabilitation and treatment of mental health and drug addictions. In Regina and Saskatoon, you've heard we're building urgent care centers. Yes, those will help alleviate some of the pressures we have in our emergency rooms, but there is also going to be an entry point, an intake for people that may be experiencing a mental health crisis, or for those that may have entered a life of addictions. That's the first track of the two tracks that we are going to approach this with, is to help people access treatment and make sure that treatment is available in the province. The second track is enforcement. As a province, we're unable to change the Criminal Code of Canada. We're a provincial government, not a federal government. But as a province, we can ensure that the Criminal Code of Canada is most certainly enforced in our communities. That's why we're providing and continue to provide funding to our RCMP and our municipal police forces for crime reduction teams, for the Saskatchewan Trafficking Response Team, for the warrant enforcement and suppression teams that are operating today. In fact, in the last decade or so, we've provided funding for about 273 additional RCMP officers and 85 municipal police officers, and I would endeavor that we need to invest in even more officers in the years ahead. Very shortly, we will be adding to those numbers 70 Saskatchewan marshals to help keep our communities safe. And I want to be clear with this. The marshals are there to complement. The marshals are there to support, not replace, but to support the work that our RCMP are doing in our communities and to support the work that our municipal police forces are doing in our communities as well. Alongside this, we're going to continue to invest in mental health and addictions alongside investing in law enforcement, because everyone in Saskatchewan, and I repeat, everyone, your family, my family, they deserve to feel safe in the community that they call home. I also know that one of the challenges that we're facing is the cost of living, or the affordability challenge, and we're facing that in our home environment, and we're facing it in the business environment as well. And that's why this past fall we announced an affordability plan to help address the cost of living here in the province. That plan, as we know, included a $500 tax credit payment, an extension of the small business tax rate reduction, about a $93 million extension, putting dollars in our small businesses in communities across Saskatchewan, and it included the retirement of $1 billion in provincial debt, the operating debt that we have. We were able to pay it down $1 billion. This was a significant package for us. It's only available again due to the strength of our resource-based economy that all of you participate in. And I would say that this is an economy that most certainly deserves to be protected. So with that in mind, we will continue our efforts to inform, yes, the federal government about Saskatchewan and our many contributions to this nation. This is a long-standing campaign that dates back to about 2015, and contrary to what you may think, I don't actually get up in the morning and the first thing I think about is how can I disagree with the Prime Minister and our federal government. That's not the first thought that pops through my head. The first thought that does pop through my head is what can we do that is in the best interest of Saskatchewan people and the opportunity that lies before us. So when the federal government is willing to work with us, we're going to do what's best for you. We're going to work with the federal government. We're more than happy to do that on occasion. But sometimes, as we all know, doing what's best for Saskatchewan means defending our people, defending the industries that are creating wealth in our communities from harmful federal intrusion. Abraham Lincoln, he once said, "Be sure that you put your feet in the right place, and once they're there, stand firm." That's good advice. And on the recent federal attempt to confiscate firearms, we joined with thousands of law-abiding gun owners. We put our feet in the right place, and we stood firm. We appointed a new firearms officer. We introduced legislation providing him with the powers to protect Saskatchewan gun owners. Our feet are in the right place on this issue, and we continue to stand firm on this particular issue. And we will defend Saskatchewan's interests because, quite frankly, it's the right thing to do. It's what we're going to do in other areas as well. When the federal government tries to intrude in areas of provincial jurisdiction, we are going to put our feet in the right place, and then we are going to stand firm. And that's why we introduced the Saskatchewan First Act, to protect Saskatchewan's economic growth and prosperity from blatant federal overreach. In areas like, for example, control of our natural resources, electrical generation, it's time for us on many of these topics to draw a line and then ultimately defend that line. It's time for us to assert our right to build a strong Saskatchewan within the nation of Canada. Friends, there's one last piece of the Saskatchewan story that I want to tell, and I would say that this is the part that I most certainly personally am most proud of. Saskatchewan people, they know what the right thing to do is. The right thing to do in our communities, in our neighborhoods, on our streets. And for the people of Saskatchewan, it isn't always even a choice, it's just an instinct for them to do this. It's a reflex. And we've seen that most certainly in the response to the crisis in Europe. After Russia invaded Ukraine, the consequences became quite clear. Folks in this province, they got busy, and they got busy in a hurry. They knew people would need help. Weren't sure how yet, but they knew people were going to need help, so people in Saskatchewan mobilized. For example, in Eston, a young woman by the name of Janelle McLean, she reached out to a number of Ukrainian families in her community, and she just simply asked them, said, "What do you need?" And it turned out they needed everything. They needed bedding, they needed utensils, they needed school supplies, and these folks were literally starting in a new community halfway around the world and starting from scratch. So Janelle and her friends began to collect what they needed. And they put out a call for help to individuals and businesses, and the response has been nothing short of phenomenal. And here's what Janelle said when she looks back on what happened and the outpouring of generosity and compassion that came from the community. She said, and I quote, "You can never underestimate the power of small towns." Well, ladies and gentlemen, that most certainly is true, and it's true in spades in this province. Just as we should never underestimate the power of small towns, we should never, ever underestimate the power that this province possesses. Never underestimate the power of Saskatchewan, because we have most certainly a bright and promising future. We have a great story to tell. This is the place. It's your place. Now is the time for us to tell it. Thank you so much for having us here today. We look forward to the Bear Pit, and we wish you the very best in your convention this year.
Thank you, Premier Moe. Well, this is something that I think, as a delegate, I looked forward to most of all during the convention was the Bear Pit session. So I'm gonna ask the cabinet to come forward and take their seats right now. I'd also like to thank the Walker Projects for sponsoring our timer. Timer for the session, and I'll just wait a minute until all the cabinet ministers get up here. Okay. I think we're getting settled in here. So I just want to lay out the rules a bit for this morning. If you'd like to ask a question during the Bear Pit session, please line up at one of the numbered microphones on the convention floor, and I will indicate when it's your turn to ask the question. You must be a member of council or administrator with permission of council to ask a question. And you need to identify yourself, your RM number, and your position with the RM. And I want you to keep your questions short and concise, and we have a 90-second time limit for the posing of questions. So there'll be a timer on the screen, so please be aware of how much time you have remaining. And it also I'll give you a warning when you're getting towards the end of your question timing. The cabinet ministers, it may be something new, Premier Moe, but they have 3 minutes to answer, so 3 minutes. So it's going to be a tough one. Close, okay. Now I'm going to ask the Premier to introduce the cabinet. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Ray. And as I said, we really do look forward as a cabinet to this interaction that we have. It gives us great insight in the course of a condensed time period of the priorities in your community and the priorities collectively across the province. So a quick introduction of the folks that I have the honor of serving with each and every day. And what I do is next to me is our Minister of Justice, is the Honourable Bronwyn Eyre. Next to Bronwyn is Laurie Carr, our Minister of Sask Builds. Our Minister of Rural and Remote Health, Minister of Mental Health and Addictions is Everett Hindley. We have Paul Merriman, our Minister of Health, next to Everett. And down at the end is Jeremy Cockrell from the Battlefords, is our Minister of Highways and Infrastructure. Coming back the other way, we have not everyone in our cabinet is a Hall of Famer, but this gentleman is, Gene Makowski, our Minister of Social Services, threatening to go back to the offensive line of the Saskatchewan Roughriders next year at the age of slightly over 30. Dana Skorpat, our Minister of Environment, all the way from Armed River. Don Morgan, Minister of Crown Investments, so all of the crowns that we have. Dustin Duncan is our Minister of Education. And your Minister, Don McMorris, Minister of Government Relations. Over on this side, we have Laura Ross, our Minister of Parks, Culture and Sport. Chris Tell, our Minister of Corrections and Policing. Jeremy Harrison is our Minister of Trade and Export Development. It's his office, his ministry that is behind the video that we showed earlier. Behind Jeremy is the Minister of Energy and Resources, also a fellow Brown Jacketer in Jim Ryder. Next to him, another fellow SARM alumni in Dave Merritt, our Minister of Agriculture. And last, but certainly not least, is the Deputy Premier in the Government of Saskatchewan, our Minister of Finance, and a true guiding light for this government is the Honourable Donna Harpower.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Premier. So I'm going to start in order. Let's start at mic number 1. Please identify yourself.
Norm Hall, RM of Elfrost. Scott, sorry, Mr. Premier.
Scott's good.
I've got a few questions. First of all, if Donna could give us some insight on the province's plan to form an SRA, Saskatchewan Revenue Agency. Secondly, the distance learning. That's only going to work in certain communities where they have good connectivity. And I know you're aware of this, so I hope there's something that can be said about improvements there. And
if you don't mind, just 2 questions at the most, because we need to move on to other mics, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
Well, then a comment.
Okay.
I saw the airport sign back in November, and that 21.8 billion, it should say per year of tonnage, because I know it says later on so many cars per year, but yeah, that tonnage should be specified.
Do you think they're effective?
Oh, very.
Good.
Yeah, and it was great to see it. Although I did only see it in the Regina airport, I didn't see it in the TO airport.
You had more time. You probably had more time to wait in Toronto, so you should have seen it in Toronto. But your time's almost up.
Yeah.
Okay.
And one more thing on the carbon. Are we taking responsibility for that tax sometime in Saskatchewan? Time's up. Thank you.
Donna, on the Revenue Agency?
Okay. Thank you for that question. It's going to be, I'm trying to make a short answer into what is actually a complicated issue, but we're looking at taking control of the corporate income tax in a model very similar to what Alberta has done for years now. And the reason why we started looking at it was there are situations where, because the CRA does our taxes, and any changes that we want to make, we have to get their permission to make them. And we have asked for changes that would be actually an advantage to industry here. And the CRA has said, no, they won't make those changes. And so therefore, we can't have the incentive that we want. And one that comes to mind very quickly is when the federal government made changes to the passive income, we suggested that Saskatchewan did not make those changes. It was actually very harmful, and in particular to a situation that came up was females that were veterinarians that wanted to have the passive income in order to have income to keep their clinic operating while they were on a mat leave, couldn't do so any longer because they wouldn't be able to accumulate that passive income. When we gave the CRA a calculation that could allow Saskatchewan to opt out, they said no, and so that's a bit of a challenge. So that is when we started to look at running our own agency and being able to have our own rules around corporate income tax, and it'll give us the advantage of being able to have incentives that are important to our industry. There will be a cost, however, in talking to Alberta over the long run, they make revenue off of that because right now the CRA keeps the penalties and interest payments, and if you do your own, you get to keep that. So we're exploring it at this point in time. We're setting up a structure to do the deep dive, but I think it would be an advantageous direction for our province.
Don McMorris and maybe Dustin on connectivity in our rural communities and schools. Don Morgan, sorry.
Thanks very much. I think all of us know the importance of connectivity across the province and in the communities and in rural areas. We have and made an additional investment of $200 million to complete phases 5 and 6 of the plan that's there. It's available on the website. But the goal is to get it down to communities that will be in the 300 to 400 range. So it would include Allen, Arcola, Asquith, Avonlea, Bethune, Blaine Lake, Borden, Bruno, Cabri, Central Butte, Clavette, Colonze, Craig, Cupar, Cutknife, Duck Lake, East End, Atonia, Edam, Elrose, Hafford, Hanley, Kenosha, et cetera. It goes on. So check the website, see whether your community is on. There certainly will be some people that will end up using Starlink, which is
Time's up.
Is about a half-price sale on right now. But the goal is to try and get it to everywhere we possibly can, and they're continuing to work to get the fiber out this summer.
Thank you, Norm.
Special exception for time when you're making announcements about funding. Okay, just thought I'd throw that in. Okay, mic number 2.
What? Is this thing working?
Yep.
Okay.
Can hear
John
you.
Wagner, the Arm of Pilepot, the Reeve. Thank you, Premier Moe and Cabinet, for being here today. As you know, we've been working on an incinerator project for a number of years, and we have 33 municipalities that have provided funding for the testing. The group's been working with Keytech in Edmonton, and they are leaders in incineration around the world. The incinerator we're looking at is to be located just southeast or southwest of Fox Valley, and the testing was done in Edmonton with a firm from Vancouver that specializes in that type of test. The Saskatchewan Ministry of Environment was involved and monitored the test, and the cost of that testing was paid for by our group and Keytech. Now, using the standard testing protocols, the incinerator easily passed. The ministry was not satisfied because if you use a modified protocol, there was a point on warm-up where the criteria was not met. And the ministry requested further testing on site, and at that point, Keytech, in frustration, withdrew from the project. When I accused the ministry of moving the goalpost, their claim was that it's about environmental and safety issues. And you can use environmental and safety issues as an excuse to shut down any project in Saskatchewan, be it a pipeline, an incinerator, a road, a building, and the list goes on. I think it's time has come for the province to use the Saskatchewan First to set up criteria for incinerators in this province versus something a group of environmentalists dreamt up probably someplace in Europe after a group hug and a round of kumbaya.
John, you're just running out of time, so do you want a question? Or?
Yeah, I would appreciate it if you could look into this on the off chance so we can get everybody back to the table. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, John. Long conversation there. Dana, any comments on that? Then I might have some.
Sure. Thank you very much. Thank you, John, for the question, and I appreciate you bringing that question forth in the dialogue session. I think we had a good conversation there. I just want to point out through our solid waste management strategy that we rolled out here a couple of years ago, certainly some of the guiding principles of that would be collaboration and innovation. Those are two key parts. Certainly this incineration project, the Southwest Incineration Project, checks off both those boxes quite strongly, as you indicated, 33 RMs, but even more so, I think more communities on top of that, if I'm not mistaken, John. We certainly are, as a ministry, we were in a position this summer, actually, looking at working with Keytech, working with the incinerator group, and looking at some site-specific testing to be done on this project, because quite frankly, I think it certainly holds some promise for a solution to the solid waste management issue that some of our communities are having. But in particular to that, I know that project was paused. Now we are starting some conversations again, and I certainly can commit to you right now that we as the Ministry of Environment are certainly committed to providing some funding to support that testing, to travel down this path with you and see if we can find a solution that you folks are looking for and worked very hard for. And I understand that we're very close on that, John. And as I said, we want to be a partner with you along the way.
Okay, thank you. Mike 3, go ahead.
Gerald Gerlinski, RMRE for 379. My concern is for environmental reasons, our local fire departments are not allowed to burn fully intact buildings. And I believe that in order for them to do training in a very realistic way, that they need to be able to burn buildings that are going to be destroyed anyway, and fight them with their own equipment in their own time, so that when 2 o'clock in the morning they get a phone call and there's people in a building, they are very familiar with their equipment and how to do it. And as far as environmental goes, if we have to take parts of these buildings like example shingles, etc., off of these buildings, they will not burn in the same way as they will as a fully intact building. And I would really like to see, for safety reasons and environmental reasons, it's not free environmentally to haul these buildings away either. I'm just wondering if we can find a solution so that we can burn a fully intact building.
Thank you so much for that question. I just want to back up just a second here. You hit on a really important an issue that I would argue touches most people in this room, and certainly constituencies that we represent here. And something that I've spoken to when I've met with some of the leadership with SARM, we've brought this conversation, and it's around derelict buildings. So I think we've got two issues here. One is, and I also want to begin with just thanking the volunteer firefighters in our communities. As I mentioned yesterday, it's not well paid, but such an important service. So thank you for them, and I know the training is so critical to that. But as far as the derelict buildings, utilizing them, I really believe that there's some merit in what you're saying. I truly do. I know one of the things that we need to look very carefully at, and we talked about this yesterday in the dialogue session, we need to look very carefully at what is actually in that building. Because we certainly don't want to be in a situation where we're fixing one problem and creating another. But to your point, I understand that the dynamics of how those buildings burn is different depending on what substances are in there. I certainly would be willing to, sit down, whether it's yourself or through Ray and some of your folks, and sit down and really collaboratively look at a solution, how we can move forward with this and marrying the two.
This is an annoyance in every community, and I would just say this is one of those points where maybe we'd ask for some input. To your MLA, if you have a thought on how we can address some of the derelict buildings that we have. This is a suggestion that we use them for fire training for our local volunteer fire departments, which I think has some merit. In fact, I think it's been utilized in years gone by, and I'm looking at folks from my community because I think we did this once. But we should look at expanding this in many cases. But if you have another suggestion about how we can manage our way through these derelict buildings, email it to your MLA. They'll be expecting it. They're going to forward it to Dana, and he's going to look over them. This is a way for us to get some good input from the floor over the course of the next number of days and couple of weeks. And for Dana, who I know has had these conversations on this particular issue with SARM, as well as a number of individual municipalities, and it's one that he's truly trying to find a path through. So if you have a suggestion, email it to your MLA, tell them we asked for it at the Bear Pit, and they'll forward it on to the Minister of Environment.
Okay, thank you. Mike number 4, go ahead.
My name is Larry Grant. I'm the Reeve of the RM of Val-Marie. I've got comments and questions for the Minister of Environment and the Premier. The western side of the province has been in drought for a long time, and we haven't grown feed. One thing that has grown is the deer and the elk population. They're decimating feed stocks. In my area, hay, if you can get it, is $200 a bale delivered. The deer are moving in and taking their share first, and what's left, they they urinate on and defecate on and destroy it. We need action now to reduce these populations of elk and deer. And if the minister and his department can't come up with an action plan immediately to address the issue, is the Premier prepared to step in and put people in place that will do it? We don't need to study this situation any longer. It's in dire straits because the livestock industry is dealt with the drought and now feed shortages. And we're not going to have a livestock industry if something isn't done.
Okay.
Thank you.
Dana, you want to comment on that?
Yeah, thank you very much, Larry, for bringing that forth. And certainly that was a topic that we talked quite a bit about, actually, in the first of the dialogue sessions. It's incredibly important, and it's really touching the bulk of the province, whether it be the species you're looking at. Is it mule deer? Is it whitetail? Is it elk? I look at my own area. I'm from just south of Chamberlain. Certainly the white-tailed deer have congregated. They've herded up, causing significant damage. We're looking at whether it be feed, whether it be crop, and that was pointed out yesterday, actually, in the dialogue, is that it isn't just a winter thing. It certainly is occurring throughout the year, with the gentleman referencing, seeding 200 acres of peas and really having to put a claim in for 40 acres. So I definitely hear what your concern is. What we've done is, what we attempt to do is manage wildlife populations in the province through hunting. And so we gather the information. We try and put some science to something that's very difficult to put science to, gathering population numbers. But as to your point, this is certainly an immediate concern for many folks, trying to keep their livestock fed, and then you have a herd of 200 elk come in and do incredible damage. So yes, we certainly encourage people to work through their conservation officers, and there's some solutions that they certainly can provide. But at the end of the day, Larry, really what I want to say to you is that we're right now in the process of setting our allocations for hunting based on our numbers, and quite frankly, in some areas of the province, specifically to your point, we're going to be looking at offering more tags to address the population concerns, and we'll continue to work with, through our various advisories. Wildlife Advisory Committee being certainly an important one, but and SARM sits on that, so we'll continue to work on that.
I would say as well, I think the question, and I think there's some discussion about this yesterday, is around access to something like depredation tags, ultimately to split up some of these herds. And we have this up in our area as well. I've talked to many guys that have way too many elk in their haystack when they go to town for groceries. So in addition to all of the science-based efforts and initiatives that the Ministry of Environment does, I'm going to ask Dana, to answer your question, I'm going to ask our Minister of Environment to engage with Ray and his team on the potential of some depredation tags being made available to SARM to then ultimately be metered out to where they're needed in the province. Whether we'll have some conversations on whether they're elk or whether they're mule deer or what those are, and have some conversations to ensure that you're not in a situation where something's just shot and left to rot. We ultimately want it to be utilized in some way, shape, or form. But Dana, you can have a conversation with SARM on moving forward with a pilot program, if nothing else, on administering some depredation tags to SARM so that they can administer them to hot spots in the area that do move around from year to year.
Perfect. Happy to do that. And thank you again, Larry, for bringing that forth.
Yeah, thanks very much for that discussion. Thank you. Okay, mic number 5.
Good morning, Premier and Cabinet. Jerry Ritz, Reeve of the RM of Mervyn, 499. It's been widely reported that the president of CNRL got a $16 million bonus last year. Good for him. That number is significant for 20 RMs up in the heavy oil area of northwestern Saskatchewan. Your changes in 2021 on taxing the assessment rather than 100% of the assessed value, dropping it to 85, cost these RMs about that same $16 million. Now you've come down with a policy that says we can no longer charge a 9 times the base rate. We have to drop to 7 on that same oil and gas sector, which will cost us, again, about that $16 million. Now, heavy oil is not a zero-sum game. It takes a lot more road maintenance. It takes a lot more fire and police safety. When we pushed back to your departments and to your office, Mr. Premier, we were told we're going to have to raise those taxes on our ag sector, farmers and ranchers. You already know what kind of duress that they're facing. And I'm wondering how you can rationalize and make it reasonable that my farmers and ranchers should be putting up the subsidies and bonuses for these oil patch executives.
Thanks for the question. I will take that as the Minister responsible for government relations. This question came up yesterday twice in the dialogue sessions at 10 o'clock and 11 o'clock, and then I had the opportunity to meet with a number of RMs from the Northwest in the afternoon and certainly heard their concerns around this. When I'm looking at the time here, Mr. President, in the ledge, when we're going to go for a long answer, we have to ask leave. So I'm going to ask leave to answer this question because it's not a yes or a no, it's not a simple question. You referenced the 9-to-1 ratio. What you are referencing there is the mill rate factor. That is a different, and after I answered the questions yesterday, I thought about it a lot after, and what can happen is we're throwing around two terms, the mill rate factor and the effective tax rate, and those are two different things. When you talk about 9-to-1, that is the mill rate factor, and I'm sure everybody in this room knows that. When we talk about 7-to-1, we're talking about the effective tax rate. And the effective tax rate is not only the mill rate, but it's the base tax, it's a minimum tax, all those other taxes that are factored in. And when you factor all those taxes in, the rate was nowhere close to 9-to-1. In fact, there are municipalities that would be at 20-to-1. In other words, oil and gas would be paying 20 times what either ag or residential were paying. That is a huge discrepancy. We understand, and it was made very, very clear, and I couldn't agree more with the RMs in the Northwest, that hauling heavy oil, extracting heavy oil comes with much greater cost on the infrastructure. We agree with that. And that's why we've done a lot of work around the road maintenance agreements. There are other tools that don't go into the effective tax rate, and that would be, as I said, road maintenance agreements. There are other opportunities, such as special levies can be put on by a municipality if they want to construct a certain section of road over a couple years where oil companies have to pay that. So what we're trying to do is make sure that the tax rate is competitive so we attract investment, as well as giving municipalities the tools, whether it's a road maintenance agreement, whether it's special levies, to make sure that the users that are damaging the road are paying their fair share. I understand that the impact is great to those municipalities. It's about 5% of the total municipalities in the province that are being affected by this. We understand that, and that's why we have changed. It comes into effect in the 23-24 fiscal year, but we've been very clear with the municipalities that it can be phased in. We're not going to punish any municipality that are at 18-to-1 to get down to 7-to-1 in the first year. That is unrealistic. They're going to need to work with the companies that are damaging the roads in their area, whether it's a road maintenance agreement or special levies, look at their expenses. There are a number of things that municipalities have at their hands to try and move to 7-to-1. If it's going to take 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, and I guess in one of the sessions I said even 4 years, we want municipalities to come forward and work with the ministry to get that mill rate factor down. Not the mill rate factor, I'm sorry, there I went in interchange, the effective tax rate down to a 7-to-1, because we know, you may say, and I heard it yesterday, well, you're catering to the oil companies. Well, we made this change, and the oil companies aren't happy with us because they lobbied hard to have it 2-to-1. You know, so this isn't to cater to the companies, but it's to have a fair and equitable tax rate that will attract investment continue to attract investment into the province. And I'm sorry, Mr. President, I know I went over, but I did ask for leave.
I'd probably just add a comment or two to that as well. And this isn't unique, I think, to the RM of Mervyn, but it is somewhat unique to a number of municipalities in the Northwest. And that's why we want to work with those impacted municipalities on, first of all, phasing it in. And I think during that phase-in period, let's have those discussions about, is this the right ratio? Does this provide, we don't want the municipality to be underfunded in the road maintenance and road construction costs, which are not going down, quite frankly, and we know that. Jeremy Cockrell knows that in the highways that we're building. That being said, we want to be competitive in attracting not only the energy industry investment, but we have to your point, ensure that we're continuing to be competitive in our effective tax rate to our ag producers as well. And so there is a phase-in period through this. Minister McMorris, I think, will work with individual municipalities or all of those impacted as a group, and let's work through how we achieve that competitiveness for both of those industries without and ensuring that we are providing the municipalities with the proper tools that they need to actually keep the roads in the shape that that we know that they need to. Fair? Yep.
Okay, thanks very much for those answers. Mike 6.
Good morning. My name's Marianne Knaus. I'm Division 6 Counselor for RM 309 Prairie Rose. I have a question, I think, for the Minister of Social Services, but possibly the Minister of Health. I'm concerned about, or we are concerned about people with mental health issues being having residences in small communities with no heads up to the community and put into communities where there are no services for them. There's no mental health services, there's no friends, there's no family, no internet on their phones, and they're using public services like the library or in our instance, the RM office. And I would like to know what can be done, what can we do as a community, and why the communities are not supported when people are living there.
We'll get our Minister of Mental Health and Addictions to comment on this.
Yeah, thanks, and I'll start with that, and I'm not sure Jean might want to jump in here. Just thanks, Marianne, for raising the question. I'm just trying to connect the dots here, but I'm thinking you're meaning like in Sask housing properties, is that what you're referring to? Yeah, okay. Yeah, and I'll talk to Jean about this as well. We want to make sure that, and this is part of what we're trying to do as a provincial government, is making sure that when it comes to mental health supports, that we're providing more of that for people right across this province. We know we've got pressure in our major centres and our regional communities as well, but also in rural parts of Saskatchewan. So that's part of what we're trying to do, is expand access to that service. As an example, we're expanding access to the Family Services Saskatchewan mental health walk-in clinics across the province, now operational in 31 communities, trying to make sure that we're training more mental health counselors, more registered psychiatric nurses, using virtual care more as an option to provide mental health supports. But, and again, I'll maybe hand the microphone over to Minister Mikowski here, but just to speak from the Sask housing side of things, but we would want to make sure that whenever we're doing that and advancing these programs and looking at housing opportunities for people that may be facing some mental health challenges, that we're doing that in consultation with you, with the locally elected leaders of those in the community, so that we can work on some solutions that might be specific to that particular town or rural municipality or village or what have you there. So we want to make sure that we're doing that in consultation with you, so it's not a surprise, so we can work together to come up with these solutions. And maybe Jean, I don't know if you want to comment just on the Sask housing side of this.
Well, just on certainly Sask housing, we have 18,000 units right across the province, and those are generally for affordable housing and social housing. We do partner with third parties to be able to deliver supportive housing for folks with intellectual disabilities, and that does take place. I'm not exactly sure what you were saying in terms of how it melds with what Everett was talking about, sorry, but certainly we're willing to work. I want to know the exact situation you're talking about and see if we can we can make things a little smoother there. But again, we do right across the province, and again, usually with that housing that is needed by those folks who are most vulnerable. So.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mike 1, go ahead.
Morris Karkachuk, RM 277 Emerald, long live free Ukraine. The United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous People, otherwise known as UNDRIP, is a document that's come out recently. I have two questions regarding this. Number one, does your government anticipate any governance issues regarding this document? And secondly, has the committee been set up to address some of the details in this document?
Well, we're not governed by the United Nations, and until the federal government and see, the United Nations is what it is. It has a number of policy statements out there that mean absolutely nothing until some level of government ultimately adopts them. That being said, when it's specific to engagement in our communities and our economy, when it comes to Indigenous engagement, there is nowhere in this nation that is as far down the road, not only with engagement like a K-12 treaty education and engagement on the whole topic of reconciliation and ultimately what I call economic reconciliation than this province right here. And we have a record, I think, and Jeremy, you might expand a little bit on some of this, but a record that we can most certainly be proud of. We have the strongest gaming agreement with Indigenous communities of anywhere in the nation of Canada with our SIGA agreement that we ultimately have. It's just expanded to go to online gaming. When you look at what is happening in the forestry industry up in the part of the world where I live, about 30% of not only the people working in that industry, but 30% of the ownership of the companies in that industry are Indigenous owned and Indigenous employment. That's nation-leading numbers as far as engagement in the forestry industry sector are. When you look at what Cameco is doing in the north and other mining companies are doing in the north with 45 and 50% of their workforce coming from Indigenous and northern communities. There's nowhere else in Canada that has a record of economic reconciliation and I would say economic engagement of Indigenous folks in the economy. Jeremy, I have a couple of comments on what we're doing as we move forward to find a path for everyone to benefit, whether you're in an Indigenous community or whether you're in a non-Indigenous community in this province, as some of the investments are landing in the mining sector, the value-added agriculture sector, the power industry, and so on. So Jeremy, a couple of comments on the Finance Corporation.
Yeah, sure. Thanks so much, Premier, and Premier put it very, very well about the path forward, and really the future is going to be significant Indigenous engagement and involvement in an equity context in the development of power resource projects and others. And there really is, though, a market failure in this space, in that the way that the Constitution is structured, it makes it very, very difficult for First Nations to actually borrow against assets. And there's a long legal reason for that, which I won't get into. But what we did to actually step into that place and address what is a market failure such that First Nations can be directly involved in developing and promoting and working in these spaces is the Indigenous Investment Finance Corporation. And this works to a degree, and it actually was modeled to a degree on the Municipal Finance Corporation, which I think many in the room would be well familiar with, but it will allow Indigenous governments and corporations to access capital in order to be a part of development and resource projects. And we really have seen great success in this space. And the example, one of the examples, there's many, but I know close to home for me in Northwest Saskatchewan is a role that First Nations have played in the development and expansion of the forestry sector. And it really has led to just some very, very positive outcomes. And there's a number of folks here from Meadow here today I think would say the same thing. In developing our local economy and promoting engagement in the labor force for Indigenous people and having opportunities for actual equity and capital growth because of that involvement in the forestry sector. We want to see that expand across the province, and ultimately that's going to mean projects move forward because everybody is going to have a positive stake in the outcome.
At the end of the day in this province, what we're focused on is whether you're an Indigenous person or non-Indigenous person, we're doing everything we can to engage you in what we think is a vibrant and an economy that's full of opportunity for you as individuals, for everyone as individuals, so that you can create your own financial independence, whether you're Indigenous or non-Indigenous, and ultimately have a career in one of the industries that we have. This has nothing to do with any of the conversations that happen at the United Nations level, everything to do with the conversations that happen within your government of Saskatchewan.
Okay, thank you. Mic number 2.
Clay Moorhead, RM 110, Councillor. Thank you, Premier Moe and our Cabinet for being here today. Currently in Canada, our federal constituencies are based on population. This allows the major cities of Vancouver, Greater Toronto, Ottawa, and Montreal with a simple majority to elect a federal government. The prairies and the rest of rural Canada are somewhat irrelevant. I see a similar thing happening in Saskatchewan. The recent restructuring will result in fewer rural MLAs and more representatives in the major urbans. If the current pattern continues, in a few decades, Regina and Saskatoon will elect the provincial government and rural Saskatchewan will have little input. The problem is that the majority of the resources that fund the province are in the rural. There are governments where the rural population is recognized. For example, in the United States, the House of Representatives, where all the spending is initiated, is based on population. However, the United States Senate has 2 representatives from each state, whether you're in California with a population of nearly 40 million or Montana with just over 1 million people. The Senate has the final say, and rural USA is well represented. I'm not suggesting a Senate in Saskatchewan, but we need to look at an area and/or assessment component to the constituencies, not only based on population.
I'm glad you're not suggesting a Senate in Saskatchewan. Quite appreciative of that. You're right. Provincially and federally, every 10 years, there's a redistribution of our ridings that occurs, and it is population-based. There's a coefficient that is set, and then you are able to fluctuate. I think in Saskatchewan, it's plus or minus 5% of that population. In saying that, in this province, we have 2 ridings in the north that are exempt from ultimately that population coefficient because of the sheer size of both of those ridings, and in many cases some remote communities. That being said, for instance, my constituency is about 3.5 hour drive from corner to corner, and so there's quite a vast span there as well. Versus take any urban constituency that you ultimately can't walk. The Minister of Health puts his hand up quickly. That's how you become the Minister of Health. So I appreciate your comments because there is a model, for us in the north where we have made that decision to exclude those 2 constituencies from the boundary change. We were fortunate enough with Jim LeMaig to win the by-election in the Athabasca constituency most recently. But there also is some examples of what's happening in British Columbia as far as the interior versus some of the lower mainland coefficients that are happening. And so it isn't going to happen again, the redistribution, for about another 10 years. So there's going to be some time for that discussion. And that might be some discussion you want to have at these conventions in the next few years.
Okay, thank you for that, the question and the answer. Number 3, Mike, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Pamela Bartlett with RM of Enniskillen, and I'm the CAO, and I have permission of council to speak. Our physician was advised that the SIPR program is currently full until spring or summer of 2024. Why are there not unlimited seats being added to this and making more rural communities SIPA training facilities, which makes a short-term solution to doctor shortage with the hopes they will stay after their term?
Ever to Paul.
Is it on? Okay, here we go. Thanks very much for that, Pam, and we did have a quick opportunity to chat yesterday. What we've done is expand out our medical seats up to 100 seats for the first 4 years of the medicine program, and then 120 seats for the residency, which is their specializing after that. In addition to that, this government brought in and enhanced the nurse practitioners, which we were working on getting them out to rural Saskatchewan. There's some open opportunities there. We've also been able to bring 100 positions from part-time or casual up to full-time positions. We're bringing more people in on nursing. We just had 72 graduates from our post-secondary institutions come in mostly into rural Saskatchewan in our last convocation in December. And this doesn't get publicized that often through the media, but we've been able to recruit almost 165 doctors in the last 17 months. Now, 60 of those have been family physicians. So we're trying to get people to come into Saskatchewan. We prefer they come in on a permanent basis and stay here and settle in the community, set down their roots, have their family, and stay there for a long time. But we do have SIPA programs where there is a little bit of a rotation that is coming through. We don't have a great retention rate. That's why we're trying to recruit our own within Saskatchewan, get them into those communities. We have nursing programs that are remote around the province. We also have our College of Medicine that is now expanded into Regina for their full term. So we're trying to get as many as we can. On top of what Premier mentioned in his speech on recruitment with the Philippines that we're bringing in, we're trying to complement all of these to be able to stabilize rural Saskatchewan healthcare because, as I mentioned yesterday, if rural healthcare is challenged in the smaller communities, then the next stop is the larger communities, then the next stop is the cities, and we've seen where there's been pressures in Regina and Saskatoon, Moose Jaw, lots of pressures to be able to, that we have to deal with. We can't overflow that, so we're trying to stabilize primary care in the rural communities. And just two other things to add on to what Paul said, Pamela, there as well. One, the Premier's announcement this morning of the expansion of the Rural Physician Incentive Program up to $200,000 over 5 years. And we'll be working closely with our rural communities to make sure that we can try to match up people where we can. And further to what Paul said, to try and encourage people to come practice in rural Saskatchewan and stay there long term. That's ultimately what we're trying to get to. Secondly, are there other opportunities to further implement nurse practitioners, which we've done successfully in a number of rural communities right across this province, and we know we need more of them. We're looking right now, going through a consultation phase to look at the potential expansion of scope of practice for nurse practitioners, plus also paramedics and pharmacists as well, but that's all part of the overall healthcare picture. But your point is well taken, and thanks for raising it here this morning.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, mic number 4, go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Jason LeBlanc from the RM of Estevan, number 5 down there in the southeast. I have a comment followed by a question regarding structure at SaskPower and the adoption of wind and solar on farmland. In my RM of Estevan, we are under attack from the federal government constantly about climate change. SaskPower is pushing for the purchase and lease of thousands of acres of good, profitable farmland to be taken out of production and converted to solar or wind. Majority of these projects are to be awarded to grantrepreneurs and are looking to get a 20-year lease from the farmer to build solar and wind. Keep in mind, in our RM, SaskPower and the mines have 47,000 non-taxed acres in our RM alone, and not one panel or not one tower on any of it. So imagine, if you could, approximately 70 quarters of solar panels in one block with no end-of-use agreements after 20 years. Who is responsible for the cleanup? Everyone in here can get on their phone and check out the wreck that just happened in Vulcan, Alberta. So my question, on behalf of every RM in here, who is on the hook when you have a possible 1 million panels out of use? The landowner, the taxpayer, the RM, or the urban centers, the cities? If the grants run out, and so does the grantrepreneurs that built it, the landowner will walk away from the land, the RM will get it through tax enforcement,
Okay, Jason,
and we don't want it.
Sorry, Jason, you're out of time. Yeah, thank you.
That's a good question. Did you use the word grantrepreneur? Is that the word you used? It sounds like rapporteur or something like that. Don, do you want a couple of comments? But then I also want Jim Ryder, Minister of Energy, just to speak a little bit about what we do. We're talking about, end of life for a windmill or a solar panel complex. do we have dollars that are put aside during the lifespan of those projects to ultimately pay for cleaning them up at the end of the day, in particular when they're on private land? We do have that in the oil industry, and it's something I think we should look at replicating in this industry. And Jason, you're absolutely right. Estevan is ground zero when it comes to our discussions with the federal government. Don, a couple of comments?
Thanks very much for the comment and the question. It's actually something that's under consideration and doing some research as to what the cost might be on that. We have had one project with windmills that termed out past the end of its life cycle. The company that provided it came in, took down everything, remediated everything, so it was effectively returned to, and I think we'd want to see the same type of thing happen, whether it's a solar panel, a windmill, or whatever else, and treated the same way that it is with oil field. We were required by the federal government to do away with coal, which, if you're from Estevan, you know full well the availability of coal that is in that area. As we transition away from coal, renewables such as wind and solar have to be part of the path forward, and I think we want to do it in a sustainable way where there's good business sense to it. We know that we are looking carefully at small modular reactors and want to continue to go through that path. It's a complex process. It's something that the federal government dictated. We will work our way through it as reasonably as we will, but we will make sure that the public knows what the federal government is doing and what the costs are being added to for that.
Jim, in a minute or less, can you just speak a little bit to what we do with the Orphan Well Fund in the Ministry of Energy and Resources?
Absolutely. Thanks, Premier. The Premier's right. The Orphan Well Fund, first and foremost, though, the wells, as they're depleted, they're still the responsibility of the company. But in those instances where the company perhaps is out of business, has went bankrupt, whatever the case may be, and you can't get blood from a stone, in those cases, there's an Orphan Well Fund, which is paid for by industry. So in that situation, the end result is the taxpayer's not on the hook for it. The fund pays for it, which has been paid by the industry.
And I think we should look, let's have some discussions. I don't know if it would be in environment or in SAS Power itself on setting up something similar or paralleling that for some of the renewable projects ultimately that we're looking at in the province. I think that's a great idea.
Okay, thank you. Mike 5, go ahead.
Paul Hegland, Councillor, Division 7, Arm of Reno. Good morning, Premier and esteemed Cabinet. Thank you for your dedicated service to the province. These questions are directed to the Ministry of Energy and Resources. We generally think of the Saskatchewan Party leans strongly towards free enterprise, and I think you'd agree. So now we're puzzled by the provincial government's initiative called the Single Window Development System. Were you aware that there are private companies providing this service already, and why is the province competing with these companies?
Sure, I'll be glad to take that question. I think there's a bit of a misunderstanding about that. Where that's being driven, first and foremost, what we want to do is we've heard from industry that there's instances where if they're dealing with several municipalities, some cases, you mentioned some of the municipalities are using private companies that this is working very well for, but they have difficulty getting the information from all the municipalities. What we want is a single window so that as we try to attract investment to the provinces, that they have an opportunity to see what's required in each of the municipalities. If your RM is following legislative requirements, we're not going to ask you to change any rules or regulations that you have in place. As far as your comment about private industry, you're absolutely right. This government is supportive of private industry. That's not going to change. In all likelihood, at the end of the day, we're not going to reinvent the wheel here. At the end of the day, you know, we've heard some good comments about some of the private companies and those services they're providing. They'll probably be part and parcel, part of where we go from here. They'll be part of the solution.
Okay, thank you. Mic number 6.
Kim Lassell, RM of Happy Land number 231. I have actually drawn the short straw and I have to speak. I'm the administrator. Our concern is with SAS Power. Currently in our area, they have single-phase underground lines that they are wanting to put above ground as overhead power lines. And I guess as we all know, farmers don't make real great pole dancers. So from a safety standpoint and a financial standpoint, I guess it's our understanding that the new technology for underground lines would be a better option. So I guess our question is, why isn't SaskPower pursuing this?
Don, I don't know if you have an answer to that specific question, but I would, if you don't, if we could look into it and get back to the RM of Happy Land on that specific issue.
Yeah, I've got Molly here. She's going to find her way over to you, so if you stay near the microphone, she'll get some contact information from you. It's a good question, and I know there are end-of-life issues with some of the existing underground ones that they are moving to overland because of maintenance and cost issues. So we'll get you some specifics on the area. You scared the daylights out of me. I had visions of some of our senior SaskPower officials doing pole dancing, and it scared the daylights out of me. So anyway, good question. Thank you.
I had visions of the minister pole dancing, and I am also somewhat frightened.
But we wish to get reelected, so you will not ever see that.
Okay, well, thanks for the answers on that one. Number one, Mike.
Let's get back on track here, Ray.
Mike 1, go ahead.
Yeah. Hi, my name is Laurence Tachereau. I work for CBC Radio Canada. I guess these are more health-related questions. I get 2 questions, right?
Sorry, what was your, I didn't hear that.
Sorry?
Could you repeat what you just said?
I said I have 2 questions, right?
If it's related to the same thing, you can,
Okay,
but
yeah.
not if it's different topics. So.
Yeah,
I think actually you need to be a delegate to ask the questions. We're going to talk to the meeting
Okay,
after.
the first one is for the Physician Incentive Program.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You have to be a delegate.
You have to be an RM, you have to be a delegate.
Oh, okay.
Or you have to be, if you're media, we'll talk to you later, definitely.
Okay.
We're going to have a scrum later. For sure, we'll have a good conversation. Okay, Mike number 2.
I'm Glenn Clark.
Sorry, I'm sorry about that. I'll go back to Mike 1 if there's somebody waiting. Okay. Nobody? If you want to speak at Mike 1, go ahead.
Yes, my name is Dwayne Katsan, RM 275, Division 4 Counselor. I just wanted to, I was going to compliment Scott and his counterparts, but I never get a compliment in rural municipality, so keep on working and don't worry about the compliments. I wanted to reiterate your, the fellow with the elk problem. I just want to state some other facts. This is a big problem and it's growing. And it's not only the feed and the damage they do, but it's costing the wolves that are moving in, the extra coyotes, the ravens, and the magpies, and they're doing a lot of damage also. And basically, this program is supported by provincially, most of it provincial, but some of it federal. And it's costing every taxpayer in Saskatchewan quite a bit more, but plus all Canadians. And I was a thorn in the Minister of Agriculture side and the Minister of Environment. I've stated my case yesterday, but basically I think this is a problem that has to be addressed. It's been passed as a resolution here at the SARM meetings for several years, and nothing's happening.
You ran out of time. Do you want to ask a question, or is it related?
That is kind of the question if somebody wants to respond.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much for that. And I appreciate the conversation that we had yesterday around that. Also, you spoke to the costs that's incurred as a consequence of the damage, and the incidental damage and the indirect damage that happens as well as a consequence. I've talked a number of times, certainly with folks from SARM. About this, as I indicated earlier, but I've spoken to my colleague, Minister of Agriculture, Dave Merritt, about this and the cost that is incurred through SCIC as a consequence, and I know the numbers are high. It's costly. That's why I really look forward to working collaboratively to come up with some kind of solution on this that addresses a number of issues. And another issue that you did bring as well that we are looking specifically at addressing, that would be the wolves as well and the damage that they do to our livestock. So I really appreciate you bringing that forward, and I don't know if my colleague wants to say anything further on that.
No, he said speak to the Minister of Environment
Yeah,
about any,
you know, he did say that quite a bit
depredation.
yesterday as well, so.
Reach out to Kerry. There's a little more of a specific issue in this area. Will you reach out to Kerry on that?
For sure.
I probably still have his number in my phone.
Yeah, you know what, I'll maybe have someone connect with you here. I'll have, if I could have Kenneth maybe make your way over there and just connect, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Go to mic number 2.
I'm Glenn Clark from the RM of Burkeville, number 426. I have a question about revenue sharing.
If you could just maybe speak up just a little louder, if you don't mind.
Well, I have a question about revenue sharing,
Okay.
and I certainly appreciate the announcement that there is going to be an increase. However, that's not the point of my question. Is how is the revenue sharing grant calculated? If you call in, you cannot find out what it's all about. And I'm going to give you an example. In our RM, we have something like 20 bridges. Bridges are not part of the calculation, from what I understand. Snow removal, we're from northeast Saskatchewan. Snow removal is not part of the calculation. Our access to freight, which has increased considerably over the last 20 years, is not part of the calculation. Rail line abandonment is not part of the calculation. Healthcare access is not part of the calculation. You know, it would be nice if the calculation was about us, for us, but not without us. So I would ask, is there any consideration for changing the calculation?
I'll take a swing at that. You know, I'm not going to go back into kind of the history of where we used to be when there was no revenue sharing under a previous government and where we've come to under revenue sharing under this government. It's calculated, first of all, the amount is calculated off the PST. It's 0.75% of the PST collected by the government 2 years previous. So the almost $300 million that will be going to municipalities throughout the province is from 2 years previous, 0.75% of the PST. How it's calculated to go out to communities is strictly on a per capita basis. It doesn't factor in, it's a very, very simple formula because that's what was asked of us to make it as simple as possible, and it's strictly on a per capita basis. I know there have been concerns from RMs and especially small urbans with the recent census not picking up population. That would have an impact on the revenue sharing. And so we're working with communities to make sure that we get as accurate as information as we can, and it generally comes from Census Canada. So there is some discrepancy there, but it really is strictly a simple formula of so many dollars per person in your RM or urban village, town, or city. The best part about the program, I think, is that there are no strings attached. We have made a few, I shouldn't maybe say that. There are a few strings. There's some basic guidelines that municipalities have to follow, like having audited statements, which is just kind of common business. There's a couple other things, remitting the education portion of property tax in order to be eligible for a per capita payment directly from government relations or the government of Saskatchewan. So it doesn't factor in the various issues that you mentioned, be it healthcare or rail line abandonment. It has those have no bearing on it. It's strictly a per capita calculation that goes to municipalities across the province. And the Minister of Finance has something to say, probably to correct me, I'm not sure.
Now we hear the rest of the story, Don. So when it was first set up, it was distributed by recommendation of the organization SARM and SUMA. So Don is indeed correct. It is population for the urbans. There is other things that are calculated in what is done for the rural. And my recommendation is if you want to see changes to that, by all means, myself and Minister McMorris are more than willing to hear them. But I suggest that you go through your organization that represents all of you and, you know, have that discussion, and then SARM can come forward and say, here's how we would like the allocation designated differently.
Actually, just on that, there is consultation open. It's a time to renegotiate the formula again. And SARM has submitted some ideas about not so much changing the formula, but taking more things into account. But overall, asking for more percentage of the total revenue sharing in the province. And so we're hopeful that we can gain a bit. If we were strictly based on population, probably a lot of our RMs would get a lot less than taking in some of the other factors. But definitely, we always had the argument. Why am I answering the questions, by the way? But our argument has always been, in a lot of cases, it's not about serving people, it's about serving the industry, the agriculture industry, mining and forestry, and all the roads and infrastructure that goes with that. And that's what we continue to lobby for from the province. Okay.
You can come to more cabinet meetings.
Where am I? Mic 3? Microphone number 3.
Kim Custer from the RM of Glenside, 377. I was able to ask this question yesterday, but in our healthcare system, we are hiring travel nurses. These travel nurses work along the nurses that are already employed in Saskatchewan, making from $120 an hour to $150 an hour. Some of them are being provided living accommodations for free for 6 weeks, as well as rental vehicles. That's not good for the morale of our own healthcare workers. When I've asked before, I've been told that they didn't know how much the health travel nurses were making. I do, and I think that we need to correct that. Secondly, I've brought up is our hospitals. Some of them are in such the dirt. They're not cleaned properly. The people that hang around outside the emergencies. We need to do better for Saskatchewan. We need to make it safe to be able to go to the hospital, not be afraid to walk into the emergency if it's late at night. And we certainly need to do better by our health care that we have working in Saskatchewan for Saskatchewan.
Okay.
Thanks very much, Kim. And we did discuss a little bit of this yesterday, and I got some updated information. Yes, we do have some travel contract nurses that we are utilizing in Saskatchewan. It is a very small percentage of the overall nursing complement that we have within our province. This is not something that we particularly want to do. We feel that we have to do to keep the service disruptions that are in rural Saskatchewan to a minimum. There is over 10,000 nurses that are active in our province. In rural Saskatchewan, there's right around 100 contract nurses. Now, when we're bringing in our nurses from Saskatchewan, from our post-secondary institutions, also that were ones that we're bringing in from the Philippines, the more nurses that we can bring in to be able to get into rural Saskatchewan on a permanent basis, the less the contract nurses are. The dollar that we pay is for the overall nurse contract. That's not going into that specific person's pocket. There's a recruiting fee. We want to minimize this. We don't want them there, but if we pull them out, if I pull 100 nurses out of rural Saskatchewan immediately, there's going to be some service disruption. So we want to have them in there as a temporary solution until we can grow from within the 72 nurses that I just identified earlier that convocated in December. We have another group coming through in April. We have lots of incentives, up to $50,000 over a 3-year return to service for some of these nurses to be able to go out to hard-to-recruit areas. So we're making sure that we're securing rural Saskatchewan, but this is not something that we want to do, but right now we can't pull 100 nurses out of the system. So again, it's a very small percentage of overall, and it's something that we're working on reducing while we get nurses in there on a permanent full-time basis and into those communities for the long haul.
Anything else, Everett?
Yeah, the only other thing I would add to what Paul said, and he covered it very well. Thanks for raising it yesterday, Kim, and again here today. In addition to that, the other thing that we're trying to do and that we are doing is as part of the 4-point action plan for healthcare recruitment and retention is the creation and the funding of more permanent full-time positions across Saskatchewan. It's something that we heard when Paul and I were driving across this province this summer, visiting as many rural communities and rural facilities, meeting with local healthcare leaders and frontline healthcare workers. yours whenever we could. And it was a very consistent message that we do have a number of areas across this province where we have people that are interested in, and available and capable of working in these positions, but not at if it's a temporary or a part-time position. So we're doing some work on that. I think we've had in the neighborhood of about 100 of those permanent full-time positions that we have already created that have been filled, and that work continues. We've got senior leadership, the CEO of the SHA, Andrew Will, is here today as well, as well as some of his executive leadership team, and we know this is a priority, and we're going to make the change as quickly as we can.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, mic number 4.
Hi, Scott. Ray Aldeal here from the RM Elise.
Just try to speak a little closer, a little bit louder.
The RM Elise 464. Scott, just like to ask yourself and the cabinet if you've heard that the reduction of fertilizer is coming down on us, on our farms. Is that a truth, or are you standing against that? And also, I guess I would like to mention clubroot. A lot of farmers are saying they don't want to be told that they can grow canola every 4th year or 5th year if they happen to have clubroot on their farm, especially with building all these plants that's going on right now. I think we need to continue with our production.
Well, first on the fertilizer reduction, as the federal government has indicated, it's voluntary. So certainly, I think we have nothing to worry about that. But in case it's not, we have enacted or are in the process of enacting the Saskatchewan First Act. It's winding its way through the legislature right now, and that's precisely an area where we wouldn't be. We certainly would utilize that act to protect our ability to develop our natural resources. One of those natural resources that we have is the land that we grow crops on and ultimately provide food to the world. And so that is precisely one of the reasons behind the Saskatchewan First Act. There's a number of other federal policies that we may use the Saskatchewan First Act to defend our opportunity. Many of them are outlined in the white paper that we had released last fall. With respect to clubroot, that is one of the discussions, and thank you to SARM and your board and executive for communicating closely with the government on the introduction and some of the details with respect to the Trespass Act that was introduced and passed in the legislature and proclaimed this past year. Clubroot was one of the major concerns that Ray and his team had brought to the table as to why we should have that piece of legislation so that we know who is going into our or onto our property, essentially reversing the onus. Because of the challenges that we have, in particular in the Northwest around, the spread of clubroot. There's a number of other reasons, but that was one of the ones that SARM brought to the table. So appreciated, Ray.
Okay, thank you. Mic number 5. Go ahead.
Thanks, Ray. Terry Anthony, RM of Baildon 131. Thank you, Premier and Minister, for being here so we can bend your ear. I've got a comment for the Ag Minister. In regards to the new crop insurance program, I wasn't here yesterday, so I missed any of the discussion, but I was wondering if there was any consideration given to the rainfall insurance. Like in my area there, I'm probably one of the smaller grain farmers, but most of my acres are in tame hay, and the experience discount has been discontinued. But my concern comes in where on either side of me, there's a strip through where I am there that's received very little rain, and my hay insurance will show that. And I'm just wondering if there was any consideration given to forage insurance or the grass insurance when they decided the program.
Thanks for the question. And that was brought up yesterday, too, in the dialogue with the discussion. On the crop insurance piece, we've gone to an individual coverage, and the technical side, I know Jeff Morrow is here from crop insurance. We can hook you up after. But on the rainfall insurance, there was some discussion around that, around the weather stations and the distance to them, and picking your weather station, is really kind of almost like a lottery. So there is challenges around that. I can tell you that we are looking through crop insurance. We're looking at other means on how we can address this with the client, and all I can tell you is that we're looking at different things, whether it's satellite imagery or whatever the case may be. I don't think the answer is more weather stations, because whether you're 30 kilometers from a weather station or 15 kilometers from a weather station, it could be a hit or miss anyway. So I think we have to look at what other avenues we could use on it. That's where we are on that. We did hear it pretty loud and clear yesterday. I've heard it from ranchers in my constituency as well, because we've been dry down there the last few years as well. So that's kind of where we're trying to find out just would be the best way to really get it more off of hit and miss and a more accurate system. But thanks.
I just want to back up to Riel's question just briefly as well. The architect behind the Saskatchewan First Act is sitting here to my right in her lovely red blazer, and I'd like to ask our Minister of Justice just to make a few comments on what that act is and what it's designed to actually achieve.
Thank you very much, Premier. I guess just on the fertilizer side of things too, I mean, a lot of people point out, well, there's always been that kind of cross-referencing, you know, jurisdictionally, constitutionally between the feds and the provinces on ag, and that's true, but not the day-to-day use of farming or day-to-day business of farming and the use of fertilizer. That's just traditionally been in the provincial realm, and so to Premier's point about, is this one of these economic hardship areas which the feds continue to impose on us? Absolutely, it's up for consideration. And that's precisely the reason that we brought in the Sask First Act, because of the continued infringement into these areas which causes harm. And on the trespass side of it, with the nitrates last year and the nitrates testing, we're still waiting for Minister Guilbeault's apology. He called it divisive rhetoric, that we called attention to the fact that there were federal workers going on private land, and then Health Canada admitted they were testing for nitrates. So, you know, we're still waiting, but we were absolutely justified in doing what we were doing, and it's right there in the federal act. You have to ask permission. So I think we're on solid, firm ground, to the Premier's point, and the Sask First Act has got a lot of areas which it can look at when it comes to that.
The price of fertilizer is down a bit. Riel, order it in. Don't let up this year. We got a big one coming.
Okay. All right, thanks for those. Number 6.
Hi, Jay Worth here with Armin McLeod. This is for the Minister of Education, and we're looking for some accountability out of the school divisions. In our area, there's a school that there's been a mass exodus because of the safety issue for the children. The students are leaving, the teachers are leaving, and the school division keeps turning a blind eye to this, which we've just grown accustomed to. Now, these students that are...
Sorry, sir, just try and speak a little louder. Okay. It's a little hard to hear. Yep.
With the exodus happening, the children are trying to come to 2 different schools in our RM, and the division just seems to be trying to restrict the access to these schools. And I'm wondering why the division isn't following its own policies, and even the ministry doesn't seem to be acknowledging the problem. We've gone to the MLA, Travis Kiesik, and we're just not seem to be getting any traction here. It's been in the media, and these children are trying to come to our schools. Why is it such an issue for these kids to come? The division is denying courtesy ridership, and they're ending a courtesy ridership that's been in place for 10 years already.
If you have a straightforward question, you should probably answer it now.
Just looking to shed some light on the issue, and for the education minister. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, thanks for the question. Travis has raised the issue with me. I would say first and foremost, obviously school divisions are locally elected, so there is accountability when it comes to elections. I think that though too often we don't see enough people turn out for elections. So that's the first thing that I would say. In terms of, and I'll maybe follow up with you after, because you made a comment about that the division isn't following their own policy. I want to speak to you after. Certainly, as a ministry, we'd want to make sure that divisions that have the ability and the local authority to put in place their own policies when it comes to things like transportation, certainly we want to make sure that they are following their own policies. So if I could maybe afterwards track you down.
Okay, thank you. I'll go back to number 1.
Good morning. Everett Gray, Reeve of the RM of Emerald. My question is pertaining to health care. It has come to my attention that in the last short while, certain prescription drugs are being changed up to a generic brand, and the prescription one will not be subsidized for the low-income people or the challenged income. And I'm wondering if your people could look into it, because one way or another, I have a situation in my family where it's taken 5 years for the young gentleman to get his health stabilized, and now that prescription drug is being taken away from him unless he wants to pay the big money that he can't afford to pay.
So first of all, I would just say under the entire HIPAA health regulations, if someone has a specific issue of their own with this, please email the health minister's office through your MLA, and they will work through the specific issues. But more general on generics versus name brand, Paul, a couple of comments.
Thanks very much. Yeah, if there's some specifics, we can certainly get some casework started for you. When a new medication is brought onto the market, it's approved by Health Canada. Just give a little history. It's approved by Health Canada, and it comes out under a brand name. And whatever that company is, if it's a Pfizer or whatever it is, they own the rights to that. After a certain amount of time, it does come off, and it can go to a generic brand. Now, a generic brand does have very slight differences, but again, this is up to the doctor and the patient to be able to find out what's specifically best for them. Once it gets to that generic side, it is cheaper for both the end user, the patient, and for the government to purchase that, but there's usually an option. If it's specific to biosimilars and biologics, which is something that we did change over, again, we left that discussion to be able to, with the individual doctor or the prescriber of that and the patient, to have that discussion to be able to understand exactly what is going to work best for them. But it is a significant savings to the government, but we only do this when a brand name prescription comes off of their lease and comes back on. But I can see Derek is just in behind you there. He can get some specific information from you. If you just turn around, the young gentleman will be able to help you out there, and we'll get some specifics and get back to you as soon as possible.
Okay, thank you. I'd just like to remind everyone, this session is going to end in about 10 minutes, so we'll take a few more questions and then we'll have to close it off to keep our convention running on time. So I'll go to mic number 2.
Hello, Larry Lundquist, Eldon 471. I'm one of the 5% in the Northwest, the municipalities that have some issues. Mr. McMorris, you stated yesterday morning in the breakout session and again this morning that some of the tax rates, municipalities were taxing it at 20 to 1 or 25 to 1. I have never talked to any of the municipalities that have taxed at that rate. We taxed, all of us were taxing with the 9 to 1. If that is an issue, why wouldn't you have made the effective tax rate 9 to 1 and just lock it there and take away all those other taxes for the municipalities instead of dropping to 7 to 1 and dumping an additional 12.5%, or I guess in this case 13.5% of our income now has to come from the agricultural ratepayers in our municipality. You've also stated that there was other tax tools available in road use agreements or whatever. There's no legislation in place that blocks those in place. Those companies just laugh at us about trying to put those in place. Would you as a minister please inform us that you would stick to the 9 to 1 and just remove all the other tax tools and not drop it to 7 to 1?
So I won't ask for leave for a longer answer this time, as I did the last time. I went through it as clearly as I possibly could. You know, the road maintenance agreements, there is teeth in those road maintenance agreements. I mean, it can go to the SMB if companies are not complying with them. The rates have been adjusted. We could do some more work on that, and we heard that in the dialogue sessions yesterday, that perhaps some more work needs to be done on those road maintenance agreements. We'd certainly be willing to do that. Again, there is a difference between the 9 to 1, which is the mill rate factor, and 7 to 1, which is when you bring in all the taxes that are put together. And you know, I hate to say it, 18 to 1 is is not the highest that we have in the province currently. There are some jurisdictions that are up over 20 times for an oil company compared to ag land or residential. So, it's a balance. It's a balance between all the tools. Certain RMs will use certain tools. Other RMs use different ones to get to covering their expenses. We've settled on 7-to-1 with a phase-in period. As I said to the groups yesterday that I met with, especially one-on-one, that we'll look at that and we'll revisit it and see what the impacts are. But we would expect over the phase-in period that municipalities will meet the 7-to-1 criteria, and we will certainly view it as we get to that point.
Okay, thank you. Mic number 4.
Cody Jordison, Arm of Lumsden, 189. The healthcare funding increase is appreciated, but you continue to fund an outdated model. We need to train rural RNs to be nurse practitioners. We need advanced care paramedics in our rural ERs, and we need to modernize equipment to connect rural facilities with acute care centers. We're spending an awful lot of money for a doctor to stay here for 5 years when we have the opportunity to recruit nurse practitioners who already live here or want to come home. While the increased funding is great to hear, we need to modernize our view of rural healthcare. That's all.
I agree. Good. You guys agree?
Great. Thanks, Cody. A great question. And that's exactly what we're trying to do. That's why we're working closely with rural municipalities, with SARM, with the people in this room here today. I mentioned in one of my earlier answers about expansion, potential scope expansion for nurse practitioners, making sure that we're utilizing nurse practitioners more in rural Saskatchewan to help support our communities, not just, build upon the healthcare we already have, but also, to enhance that and make sure that people in rural communities have access to healthcare when they need it. That involves their health center. It involves ground EMS, STARS, everything else, the support from regional and tertiary centers as well. But on that particular issue, that's what we're striving to get to. That's the goal we want to achieve in order to make sure that we're providing that health care for people. We have some absolutely outstanding healthcare workers right across Saskatchewan. A lot of them born and raised right in rural Saskatchewan, take their training and want to go back and work in their rural communities. And that's why some of the initiatives that we've already undertaken and other ones that have under active consideration right now are about how can we further expand those opportunities to allow more healthcare workers to be working in rural Saskatchewan, whether it's nurse practitioners, whether it's doctors or pharmacists or other healthcare workers in the system. And that'll be important for us, I think, in order to make sure that we're just not only stabilizing but enhancing the rural healthcare that we have across this province. So thanks for raising the point. Paul, I think, has a couple of other comments to make as well.
Yeah, Everett explained that extremely well. The one thing I wanted to touch on is what we're looking at bringing in Saskatchewan in the very near future is a physician assistant. So this is something that is under the nursing side of the equation. There's a nurse practitioner, there's an RN, and then there's an LPN. Under the physician side, if you're on the doctor side, trained like a doctor, there is the doctor, and then there's what's called a physician assistant. And the best way I can describe this, that it was described to me in layman's terms, is this is like an army medic. This is somebody that comes out of that type of training, like a paramedic, but more of an army medic that can do almost everything that a doctor can do, but has to have a doctor either sign off on what they have completed as far as their treatment of the patient. Now that could be a phone call, that could be a video call, so these physician assistants can operate very independently. This is something that's new to Saskatchewan. It's being done in Manitoba and it's being done in Ontario, and we're working very hard to get those physician assistants specifically to go out to rural Saskatchewan, but also work in our emergency rooms because that's exactly what they're trained for. So the expansion of scope, more people, more training seats from advanced education, but we're also bringing in new healthcare providers to be able to fill some of those voids. Thanks for the question. It's a great question.
Good points. Physicians, what we announced this morning is on recruitment retention, ultimately of physicians. Nurse practitioners, we're expanding those training seats. If you know a nurse practitioner or someone that wants to move back to the Saskatchewan, to this province, have them reach out to the minister's office and they will work through the SHA as to what opportunities might be available in the weeks and months ahead. just tune your ears to any news that you might hear about physician assistants, which is a new area of practice here in Saskatchewan, at least in the size and scope that we're going to step into this place as well. All of these are combined to provide access to services in our rural communities, but also to increase the access that we have in our urban communities. So just a couple of comments there.
Okay, thank you. So the last question will go to Mike 3. I believe I missed you the last time, so go ahead, ma'am. Make it fairly quick if you can.
Good morning, CAO Melissa Dino, with permission from Council. I work with the RM of Fish Creek and the town of Waka. The cell phone coverage in Waka is absolutely terrible, and even with SaskTel's latest release of the improved areas that they're working on, we are still getting missed. We are a central hub to a few different reservations, as well as just crossing into lake country. So we are dependent on our cell phones, and even for my greater operators to try to contact them through the day, they don't always have CB radios that we can be in contact with, or even their cell phones. So it's a huge issue, and we're fairly central, and it's a big problem. So that's one of the biggest things. I could go on, as you all know, but I'll just leave it with that today.
Molly's over there. She's going to get some contact information. Whereabouts is the RM office? Right in Waka?
The RM is on the west side of Highway 2.
Okay, so it's not part of the Hoodoo?
No.
Okay. No, we'll have a look at it. I mean, that's a busy area. It's the intersection of two major highways there. So we'll look at and find out whether it's something that needs to do and whether it's scheduled for an upgrade. Point well taken, and we'll look at it. So
thank you very much.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you for the question and the answer. Well, we're pretty much out of time, Mr. Premier, but I just wanted to mention, there's a lot of statistics that have been thrown around today, and some good ones from the Minister of Finance, even though you alluded to some of them first, which is always popular at our convention. But one of the things I heard about today, there was an Angus Reid poll done recently that reviews the popularity of premiers in every province, and you actually were second, 60% approval. Is that true?
Like each of your councils across the province, I'm so blessed. I'm fortunate to work with a caucus and a cabinet that you elect largely in this room, as well as our urban centers. And so for that, I'm grateful to you for electing these folks in the caucus that we have. We don't agree on everything when we go into our meetings, but we most certainly come to a conclusion that we believe is in the best interests of the people of the province. I said that in my speech. I don't wake up looking for a scrap with someone else at a different level of government. However, I'm more than happy to have one if it's necessary. But I do look up, and these folks that I serve with and have the honor to serve with wake up each and every day with the full intent of how best do we represent the interests of the people in this province. We live in a great place. Our time, as I said, to really provide that opportunity for us and our next generation is now, and these are the folks that I think are going to be able to deliver it alongside you in the work that you do in your communities as well. So my thanks is to you.
Well, on behalf of SARM, all the delegates that are here today, I just want to tell you that we really appreciate you and your cabinet coming here and answer these questions, even though sometimes they're a bit difficult, but we really appreciate you taking your time out of your schedule today, so thank you.
If I just could, we have to rush. We're going to find our way back to Regina, where we'll have some other questions to answer. But if there's questions that you have that weren't asked here today, or additional clarification that you'd want, reach out to your MLA. They'll reach out to the relevant minister, and they'll be able to provide you with that information. So I would ask for that engagement. And as we say, there's a lot of good ideas in the room. They aren't all on this stage. They're around the room, and we want to engage as fulsome as we can.
Thank you.
Hello? Can we have quiet, please? It's my pleasure to introduce the Leader of the Opposition, Carla Beck. Carla Beck was first elected in 2016 as the MLA for Regina Lakeview. She serves as the Opposition Caucus Chair and is a critic for education, early learning, and childcare, and is also the critic for Labour. Prior to entering politics, Carla was the Assistant Executive Director at a local women's shelter. A registered social worker, she has over 20 years' experience in that field. Excuse me. Carla grew up on a mixed farm near Lang, Saskatchewan, so she's in Division 2. Carla is married to Guy Marston. They have made their cathedral area of Regina their home, together with their 3 children, Hannah, Nolan, and Maya, for the last 20 years. Please welcome Carla. I shortened it.
Thanks. Thank you, Norm. He said he shortened my bio, which I appreciate. Good morning, everyone. It is a pleasure to be here with you today to join with Reeves and councillors, administrators, and guests here in Saskatoon on Treaty 6 territory, the homeland of the Métis. And it is my privilege, a real privilege, to join you for the first time as the Leader of the official opposition. I'm joined here today by a few of our MLAs. We have with us today Erica Ritchie, and I'm going to get them to stand and wave, Trent Witherspoon, and Mira Conway. And also joining you yesterday, we had Matt Love, Betty Nippy-Albright, Nicole Sarr, which, if you've seen the size of our caucus, it leaves us with a pretty short bench back in the House, but we thought it was important for them to be here with all of you, the voice of rural Saskatchewan. And I want to say thank you again to Norm, to President Orb, to Jay, and all of the directors for the invitation to be here with you at your convention. And if we could get a round of applause for all of the organizers and the staff here at Prairieland Park, I think they've put on a wonderful convention. And while this is my first time up here on this stage, and this is a big crowd, this isn't my first time at SARM. Some of you may know that my dad, Ray, served as a councillor for the RM of Scott for 30 years. And we always had a standing lunch date at convention. I think that he's here today with my mom, Judy, who also might not be a stranger to some of you in this room. But, you know, one of the questions I think they get asked, and I certainly get asked, is how does a farm girl from Lang become the leader of the Saskatchewan NDP? It's a question that I've been asked before. And I have to say that it has a lot to do with the values that they instilled in my brothers and I when we were growing up, and the example that my parents set for us. The values of hard work, pitching in, taking responsibility, and giving back. Well, I think my parents are pretty special. They're not unique. I see those values. I see those values in this room today, and I see those values exist in communities right across our province. And it's those values that led me into politics and led me to put my name forward to be leader of our party. Now, I like to think I listened to all of the advice that they gave me. They might disagree. But there's one piece of advice that I think really led me into politics. And it goes something like this. If you see something wrong in your community, by all means, you should speak up. But if you're going to speak up, and if you're going to complain, you better be ready to roll up your sleeves and put yourself forward to do something about it. And in a room of leaders like this today, I'm sure that many of you felt that same responsibility when you first put your name on a ballot. And let me tell you, I'm grateful that you did, because our province is stronger because of your service. Local voice matters. It's mattered for the past 118 years, and it matters today as much as it ever has. Those of you who serve at the local level, you're accountable every day to those who elected you. Now, I suspect that some of you in this room have given your cell phone, or it's easily received by many of your ratepayers. And if there are delays or issues in your RM, with a grader, with gravel, I'm sure there's a tendency for people to give you a call about it. And even if you don't hear on your cell phone, you probably hear about it at the rink or when you're filling up in town. That's the value and the accountability of local leadership. When I first put my name on a ballot, it was in 2009, and it was to be a school board trustee. And I did that because I wanted to see positive change in education. I wanted to see that change for my 3 kids, for sure, but for all kids in this province. And because I wanted my nieces and nephews who live in Cardiff and Meadow Lake to have the same quality of education and the same chances that kids in the city have. And I want to say, when I decided to go into provincial politics in 2016, I did so because I wanted positive change, to be sure. But I also did so because of a growing sense of frustration. Frustration that more and more decisions were being centralized in education, and more local voices were being ignored or discounted. And I see this top-down approach. It made our duty to actually deliver the quality of education for the students in this province harder, because local voices matter. And at higher levels of government, there's a danger, and I think this goes for governments of all political stripes, especially when they've been in power for a long time. There's a tendency to stop listening, to start thinking that it's government knows best or minister knows best. Now, you don't see this at the local level. After all, most people have your cell phone. You wouldn't get away with it. But we certainly see this with governments in Ottawa, and we see this with governments in the Marble Palace. And when that happens, when governments grow complacent or arrogant or just tired, the results and the unintended consequences, they tend to start stacking up. Now, the chance to meet with people across this province has honestly been one of the best things about being leader. And it's the thing that I missed most during the pandemic. On my car, I think we're up to about 50,000 clicks, meeting with people right across the province in the 8 months that I've been leader. Our team has put on thousands more. And you will see from us this continued focus on outreach, because it's central to the work that we do. And while we do see differences from community to community, there's some key issues that come up time and time again. Concerns about jobs and the economy. Concerns about inflation and the rising cost of living. And the state of healthcare in our province, especially rural healthcare, mental health, addictions, and seniors care. And I do see a lot of people who are frustrated, feeling unheard, and left behind. And I also see this, a growing frustration with divisive wedge issue politics and a growing call for leaders at all levels to get to the table and deliver more than spicy tweets and talking points. A call for leaders to be accountable for results. Now, I heard President Orb talk about this yesterday. And despite differences at council tables at times, I'm sure you have some heated debates. I've heard of some of them. There is that willingness to work together to get it done. And I think we need that from all leaders. Because there are significant challenges. We've heard about crime, club route, veterinary shortages, mental health and addictions, the need to work meaningfully towards reconciliation, and a collaborative approach with Indigenous communities. There certainly are challenges, but there's a whole lot of opportunity, and you see that everywhere you go. In rural Saskatchewan, in particular, we have both a strong economic foundation and incredible opportunities to grow and to diversify. In agriculture, this lies with our world-class producers and in value-added ag and the innovation that we see. In our resource sector, oil and gas, and yes, clearly, that includes pipelines that we need to get our product to market and to get the value that we deserve for our resources. And that important step of getting our exports to market also includes rail and highways and port access functioning well so that we can deliver what the world needs. We see opportunities in the mining sector and in our proud potash sector, something so critical right now with the invasion of Ukraine. We see it in critical minerals and the opportunity that must be seized by our province so that we can continue to supply what the world needs today and into the future. Opportunities in manufacturing, in processing, new industries, and opportunities in renewables. Benefits that we saw showcased here yesterday in this room with the Town of Lumsden's solar project and their award. The opportunity is real, and so are the challenges. And I think this is the call for all of us. It will take hard work, focus, and a willingness to get together and make it happen. And in this, local voices are crucial. When I think of healthcare and the work that Vicki Mowat and Matt Love have done, certainly pointing out the concerns and many of the concerns that we've heard here today, but also finding a real willingness, a want for local voices, those frontline voices, to be part of the decision-making, to be part of the solutions. We've called for a grow your own strategy to recruit and train local students, local community members to be able to stay in their own communities and deliver the healthcare that's needed. A willingness to look at healthcare teams and how we deliver healthcare in this province to ensure that no matter where you live in this province, no matter if you're a senior or a young person, that you can get the healthcare that you deserve. We're committed to continuing to build those solutions. When we look at the cost of living, the record inflation that we're experiencing, it certainly has made for a better bottom line in provincial coffers, but it's also caused so much hardship for those in the face of a generational cost of living challenge. There are many measures that we've called for. I'll be brief, but we've called for urgent relief in a cost of living payment, but also measures that address the costs that continue to rise month after month. And specific to the concerns that you face as RMs in getting the crucial infrastructure projects that we've seen the cost of go through the roof in recent years, we have repeatedly called for the elimination of the PST that the Sask Party stuck on construction labor since it was introduced in 2017. This tax has been a gut punch to growth in our province, and we've renewed calls for it to be scrapped. We've also, as you heard today, raised direct concerns with the potential of a federally imposed hard cap on fertilizer, something that defies both common sense and the best interests of producers and global food security. We've stated our concerns with the federal carbon tax and its impact on input costs and on our trade-exposed industries like agriculture. And we fought for carbon tax exemptions on things like grain drying. We've also advanced the discussion around carbon offsets. We respect the role that Saskatchewan producers and ranchers play as environmental stewards. I've always known this to be the case. And we support the recognition and credit for the benefit that innovation like zero-till and wetland and grassland stewardship, the role that they play in sequestering carbon and supporting biodiversity. We've also called for a meat pricing investigation to deliver fairness for livestock producers and for consumers. And we want to see fairness and address the anti-competitive concerns with the meat packing industry. This is clearly a matter of fairness for producers and for consumers. And as you know, in 2023, high-quality internet and cell service isn't a luxury, it's an essential service. Your voice and your efforts on this front have moved the dial. And we've been calling on the Sask Party to forego the dividend from SaskTel, which has amounted to hundreds of millions over the past few years, to invest that now to make connectivity happen. We've also called for business risk management program improvements, improvements to ag stability, and we're working to ensure equity and adequate support for insurance programs for the livestock sector. It's time that livestock price insurance receive both provincial and federal contributions to the premiums, just as grain insurance programs do. And we've called for other measures, for action and support of local meat processing, local abattoirs across the province. And we'll continue to advocate for livestock producers, especially those so hard hit in drought-impacted regions, to address the serious shortages in feed and water. And I think you heard those concerns very plainly and well said by Larry at the mic here earlier today. Most recently, sweeping amendments to Bill C-21, a really stunning overreach by the federal government, and obviously drafted without any understanding of how these guns are responsibly used, as they have been for generations, by ranchers, producers, Indigenous and non-Indigenous hunters and trappers. A move obviously made without even a passing understanding, let alone consultation with those responsible legal gun owners who will be most impacted. Again, local voices matter. Be it on guns, be it on taxation ratios, the phrase, "nothing about us without us," stands. And it stands because we get better decisions, we get better results when local voices are involved. Now, the federal government did walk back those amendments, which might have come as a bit of a surprise. But it shouldn't have come as a surprise, our support for the motion to scrap those overreaching amendments. because we have always supported common sense, an effective approach to gun ownership, and to crime reduction. And these measures did not meet either of those standards. Now, I don't want to overplay my hand. I'm not a hunter myself, but I do know a few. And I do like to get out to pit in the field at least once a year, usually when Dad has a window in the outfitting schedule. And we head out there often with my brother and my nephews, sometimes my cousins, and most often Trent Witherspoon comes along with us and some of the staff from our office. And after that, we get back to what can only be described as one of the biggest and best breakfasts, at least down the 39, served by my cousin Barb at the Lang Rink. Now, I can't resist. Lang Rink, by show of applause, who has seen the video or maybe had the pleasure of walking down that drawbridge staircase to the ice in the Lang Rink? For a town of 200, that's a pretty viral moment. And that barn has some stories to tell. But there's a lot that you don't see in that video. And I was thinking about this certainly with regard to that rink, but I think this applies to those buildings, those valued buildings and communities right across the province. What you don't see in that video are the countless hours and the people that it has taken to be sure that that barn, over 100 years old, still stands. The people who pitch in, who chase grants, who make donations, take their shift or more than their share of shifts in the canteen, people who serve on boards, people who understand the value and importance of community and are willing to do what it takes to work together to ensure what needs to get done gets done. People like my parents, people like Rusty Dean, who I think has been with you here for the last couple of days, and people like you in this room. And when I think about what it's going to take for us in this province to meet the challenges that we face, but also to realize the potential, the very real potential, and that bright future that we all want for our kids, for our grandkids, and those who come after us. It's going to take that willingness to step in, to work together, so that we can have the things, have the services, have the opportunity that we all want. And to that end, I want to say thank you to each of you for being here today, but moreover for the work that you do back home. Our team will be sticking around for a bit, so I hope you won't be shy to come up and tell us your thoughts, tell us your concerns, tell us your ideas. We do want to hear from you. And we want to work with you to ensure that future that we all want in this province that we all love. But before I go, speaking of the folks who step up, who show a willingness to serve, to take those late-night phone calls, I want to say a special thank you and warm congratulations on your retirement to you, Harvey. Thank you. And with that, I realize I'm standing between you, what I'm sure is a wonderful buffet that the Prairie Land folks have put on. Let me just express again my sincere thank you for the opportunity to speak, and my sincere thanks for you for being that local voice. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Carla, and we'll see you all back here at 1:15.
All right, lunch is about to be served here, as you've probably figured out now. We have extended the lunch hour today just to view the trade show, if you want to take some extra time to view the trade show. At the Member Services Demo Stage, ATS Traffic, a great big thank you to them, as well as EcoPest, Cal Tire, SaskTel. And the same plan as yesterday for the lunch hour, it is buffet, so plenty of food, just be patient. And a great big thank you to our sponsor, Punch On Fleming Financial Group as well. And we do have a busy afternoon, 1:15 this afternoon. If you can reconvene here, 1:15 this afternoon. We've got guest speakers throughout the day, including Member of Parliament Andrew Scheer as well. So we'll see you back here at 1:15.
Many Canadians look to earn higher returns from their portfolios by investing in securities like mutual funds, ETFs, and stocks. However, many of these investors feel like they're at the mercy of the market's highs and lows while attempting to reach their goals. These investors are unaware that there are investment solutions like CIBC Principal at Risk Notes that start with their goals in mind. CIBC Principal at Risk Notes can be tailored to an investor's specific time horizon, cash flow needs, and risk tolerance, with the sole aim of increasing the probability of meeting their unique goals. Let's take a look at Eddie. He's 66, recently retired, and needs approximately 7% per annum in cash flow to fund his lifestyle. With a traditional investment approach, Eddie would need the market to generate approximately 7% per year in cash flow without declining in value, or would need to buy a high-risk bond to maintain his lifestyle. But by using CIBC Principal at Risk Notes, Eddie can customize his investments with the potential to generate 7% in cash flow per year, even if the market is flat or slightly negative. CIBC Principal at Risk Notes may be suitable for investors like Eddie, who are already investing in mutual funds, ETFs, and stocks, and are comfortable with some downside risk, and are looking to maximize the probability of achieving their specific target return. CIBC Principal at Risk Notes, where your financial goals are the benchmark. Canadian investors who need capital protection but are not willing to lock up their hard-earned money in a GIC often accept a reduced rate of return from a savings account. These investors are unaware that there are other investment solutions, like CIBC Principal Protected Notes, that provide the same capital protection of traditional GICs, but with increased return potential. Meet Priya. Priya is in her mid-40s and has been investing for years in order to purchase a house in the near future. Although Priya is unhappy with the fixed rates being offered on traditional GICs, she's not willing to risk what she's already earned for her down payment or lock up her money for several years. By investing in a CIBC Principal Protected Note, Priya benefits from 100% principal protection at maturity with the higher return potential of the stock market. Now Priya may reach her goals sooner, with peace of mind along the way. Principal Protected Notes may be suitable for investors like Priya, who value 100% principal protection at maturity and are looking to potentially earn above market returns relative to fixed-rate GICs and savings accounts. CIBC Principal Protected Notes. Increase your return potential, not your risk.
Alrighty, folks, if you can find your tables here pretty soon, we're going to start up in 5 minutes. If you want to grab a cup of coffee or something like that, feel free to do so. We'll be starting up in 5 minutes. Thank you.
All right, if I can just hustle you to your seats, if you're just mingling around, if you can make your way to your seats. For those that are coming in the back, you can grab that cup of coffee and make your way back to your seat so we can begin our programming. Thank you. I don't know if I'll be able to be here like early finish today. Seems good.
I was a little bit worried that they were going to go over because they were giving some wrong answers. I had to remind them, it's like, I apologize because I don't want to sound like a jerk. No, it's okay, it's okay. Yeah. They were pretty happy once the panel was done. They were like, that was good.
Yeah.
So they're happy.
Yeah, no, yeah. All right, welcome back. What a great lunch. If we can have a round of applause for the staff and Chef Elliott for serving us some pretty good lunches here the last couple of days.
Just want to remind you here, just a couple of things here. First off, the trade show draws. Now, if you've entered into the draws there for a chance to win some great prizes, the names will be posted on the draw boards in the trade show area actually they should be up there by now, and prizes can be picked up by taking your trade show winner's card directly to the exhibitor. Also, 50-50 for stars still available. I was just asking about a total. They haven't calculated a total yet, but it's looking very, very good. They're going to be selling 50-50 tickets with all the proceeds going to stars. They're 3 for $5, and you can actually go and see them right at the back end of the room. Your ticket must be in the room when the draw happens, so you must be here in order to collect that money. The bitter end draw. Now this is going to be happening tomorrow morning at 11:30. Each delegate who had the QR code on their name badge scanned when they arrived will be entered to win. And that draw will be made for 2 Saskatoon-based staycation prizes coming up tomorrow morning at 11:30, each worth $750. And for the prize details, you can always see the convention APP.
I'd like to invite Sarah Shimko, Executive Director of Agriculture in the Classroom, to join us for a presentation. Sarah's roots are woven in her love of agriculture and is grateful that her job is really just an extension of her passion. She wants all of the kids to have these meaningful experiences with food so they can understand and appreciate as well as respect agriculture, its importance locally and globally. She is a passionate leader who gets energized by new ideas, and we can't wait to see her on stage. Please give a warm welcome for Sarah Shimko. Here's your clicker if you need this. Perfect.
All right. Well, thank you very much for inviting me here today. My name is Sarah, and I am proudly from the RM of Bon Accord originally. And I'm very honored to be here today to talk to you about agriculture in the classroom. So why agriculture education? Well, as many of you will know, agriculture is a major driver in our economy, and it's also the fabric that is woven through our rural communities. Perhaps most importantly, though, agriculture is really all about food. And in Canada and in Saskatchewan, we're very privileged to have an abundance of food choices, safe, healthy choices, and in comparison to many countries in the world, our food is pretty affordable. So most people today, they don't need to think about food or how it gets to our plate, and they don't really recognize some of the risks that are out there to our food system. But today, we are living in a world where global issues like climate change, war, food security intersect with local issues like tax hikes, labor shortages, and environmental regulations. And all of these issues, they both impact agriculture and they are impacted by decisions that are made in agriculture. And in order for the Saskatchewan agriculture industry to remain competitive, to be resilient, it is absolutely imperative that we are innovative and that we are sustainable. And in order to do this, we need the next generation of decision makers, leaders, and big thinkers. And at Agriculture in the Classroom, we know that those people are sitting in classrooms today. So how do we inspire this future generation to want to be a part of the agriculture future? Well, we do it in a number of ways. We collaborate with the education and the agriculture communities to deliver exciting and engaging programs for students and hands-on resources that we distribute all across the province. So I'm going to take a few minutes. I'm just going to tell you about some of the fun ones. Maybe. So food farms are a really fun program that we have for grade 3 and 4 students. We partner with local communities in a number of different communities around the province. And students come when they're in grade 3, they plant, and then they come back when they're in grade 4, and they harvest. And along the way, they see the impacts of using fertilizer or no fertilizer, crop protection products or not. They learn about the technology that's involved in the farms. One of my favorite stories was this little grade 4 student, when he hops on the bus, he's like, "Look at our farm!" So it was really cute. So food farms, they're awesome. If you have any in your area, I encourage you to get involved because we always need volunteers. Farm and agriculture tours are also a really important initiative that we run at Agriculture in the Classroom because it's so important to get kids and teachers and parent volunteers, I might add, out to farms to see what's actually happening on the farms. And consistently when we bring classrooms out to farms, we hear the same things. Wow, I never knew there was so much technology, and wow, from the teachers. I never knew that farmers cared so much. So last year we were able to supply 30 bursaries to students all across the province, and 831 students participated in visiting a farm. This is one initiative where we always have to have a cutoff because we just can't accept all the applications that come in. Canadian Agriculture Literacy Month. So if anyone in the room is volunteering for Canadian Agriculture Literacy Month and planning or have visited a classroom, can you raise your hands? Well, I hope that if I come back next year and I ask the same question, more people will put up their hands. Because guess what? Kids are curious. And kids have questions about their food. And the absolute best people to answer those questions are people who are actually involved in growing their food. So during Canadian Agriculture Literacy Month, which is celebrated all across Canada, it's happening right now in March, we coordinate classroom visits with farmers and volunteers from the agriculture industry. And this year, we will be reaching over 7,500 students with classroom presentations. And this is a really important program when we talk about building trust in agriculture, because people trust people. And in order to trust, you have to know people. Little Green Thumbs has been our flagship program for 15 years, and this is a school gardening program where students from seed to salad are involved in growing their own food. And this is such a remarkable program because it teaches so many things, patience for one, but they're also learning about science. They're learning about health. And these students who are so surprised that this tiny little seed can grow into something, it's really remarkable. And over 15 years, we have over 38,000 students in Saskatchewan who have been a part of this program. So happy to celebrate that. And just to show you a sample of why a program like Little Green Thumbs is so important, this is an example of the this is an example of the survey from last year that shows the dramatic improvement in students' attitudes towards agriculture and farming after participating in Little Green Thumbs. It went from around 50% before to 97% after, and in some years it goes right to 100%. So at the high school level, we have a lot of fun exploring careers with high school students. So during Agribition and Farm Progress Show, we run the Career Expo, and students rotate through 15-minute stations just getting a snapshot of some of the diversity of careers available in agriculture. And on the educational resource side of things, because as much as I love our programs and they're so important, we just can't reach every community in Saskatchewan. So our resources that we provide are really, really important to both supplement the programs that we are running and also be standalone resources. So we have learning kits because the hands-on aspect is really important. We have a soil kit, seed kits, lunchbox kits, so many different things. We also have a number of lesson plans, storybooks. Some of you in the room hopefully will recognize this storybook. It's a harvest story which was written and illustrated by two Saskatchewan artists, and we proudly launched it last year. Over 2,200 storybooks are in classrooms, and there are a number of rural municipalities in the room today, people from the RMs in the room today, who chose to support this initiative with a 3-year contribution to Ag in the Classroom, and we couldn't be more proud of the end result of this storybook. We're already looking at how we can pay for a reprint. During the COVID pandemic, we had to pivot really rapidly, as did many people, and we really shifted to some digital resource development. And so one of our flagship digital resources is a website called exploresaskag.ca, which really dives into the past, present, evolution, and future of agriculture. And I guarantee you all that if you go on this website, you will learn something. I certainly learned a ton of information when I created this website. So this is just a sample of what it looks like, diving into the history of the settlement, farming with the pioneers, some of the up-and-coming innovations in the future that we can see coming, like the self-autonomous or self-driving cars, not cars, sorry, tractors. But I talked about being innovative, and that's really important when we're talking to high school students today, to middle year students today. I don't know if any of you have 13 or 14-year-olds at home or know of any, but they aren't like the easiest kids in the world to engage. They kind of like to sit there with their hoodie up sometimes, not paying attention. However, we have discovered that a really great way to get students of this age engaged is to take a gamified learning approach. So this is our most recent resource, and it's called Mission Superhuman. And it really challenges students to learn about food and nutrition and label reading as they work in teams against their classmates to try and build the ultimate superhuman to defeat the villains who are taking over Saskatchewan and trying to affect the food supply. So this is a really fun game. If any of you have kids in grade 7 and 8 or know any grade 7 and 8 teachers, have them order this resource from us. It's pretty amazing. But agriculture has a serious side to it too, and there's lots of issues that are not well understood that are out there. Everything from hormones to antibiotics to genetic engineering. So together with Agriculture in the Classroom Canada, we've developed a series of 100 different SNAP Ag information sheets that provide bite-sized bits of information on some of these really complex topics in agriculture. Going back to our Think Ag initiative that I mentioned with the Expo, we have a number of teaching tools and resources so that we can work with guidance counselors across the province and teachers to help them inspire their students to consider careers in agriculture. Career Case is one of our another game that we have more at the high school level, and this takes a unique approach where we want students to explore the different types of careers that are available in agriculture through solving problems. So, teachers, we know that teachers are the gateway into the classroom, and so we offer a number of professional development opportunities for teachers. So collectively, these resources, these programs, these teacher expeditions that we have all result in reaching so many students across the province. Over 72,000 students last year from 618 schools and 247 communities in the province were a part of Agriculture in the Classroom. That's amazing, right? I am so proud of the work that we've done. However, it's not enough. We have more to do, and we need your help to do it. So I want you to reflect just for a second on these questions. How old will you be in 2030? How old will you be in 2040? Who's going to take over your business? Who will be running your farm? Who will be running your RM? Who will be running the government? Who will be making the policy decisions? And if you look on the screen, and you can see these students out there, there may be grade 2, 3, grade 10. The high schoolers today, in 2030, might very well be writing their very first briefing note for the PMRA, for Health Canada, for Environment and Climate Change Canada. In 17 years, in 2040, the kids in kindergarten today are going to be doing the same thing. These young people today that we see on the screen, and the kids you know, they're growing up, they're going to graduate, they're going to be making decisions about what to buy, where to live, what career to have. Will they choose to be a part of agriculture? Because these students, they are our future decision makers, leaders, policy makers. So yeah, Ag in the Classroom in Saskatchewan, we have a lot of fun. We play games with the kids. We grow plants. We do a lot of really fun and educational things. Of course we do. Because if they weren't fun and educational, teachers wouldn't do them. And we don't just do these things to help kids know about where their food comes from. We do that too. But what we are also doing is putting in front of kids accurate, balanced, current, and science-based information about agriculture before they're influenced or biased. We are giving students memorable and meaningful experiences so that they know agriculture, they can connect to agriculture. They've developed critical thinking skills to make informed decisions for the rest of their lives. So when you leave here today, I want you to think, wow, Agriculture in the Classroom, they do really great things. They have a lot of fun. But I also want you to think, wow, The work that agriculture in the classroom is doing is so important for the future of the agriculture industry, for the future of our province, for our local communities, that I want to find a way to support them even more. Because students today, they're our future. Whether or not they choose direct careers in agriculture, we need them to understand agriculture and we need them to support it. So we are so thankful for the many, many partners we have who support agriculture in the classroom. Today we have about 85 RMs who support ag in the classroom. We have a number of individuals. I want to give a special shout out to Sarah Legge, who is an RM counselor here, who's chosen ag in the classroom as a recipient from the proceeds from the calendar that she sold. We are so appreciative and so thankful. But when you go back to your communities and you're in your RM meetings, if you already support ag in the classroom, I wonder, will any of you stand up and say, can we do more? If you don't yet support ag in the classroom, will you be the one to bring a motion up to the board to say, I make a motion that we support agriculture in the classroom in Saskatchewan? Will you consider being an individual donor? Because we can't get to 2030, 2040, 2050 and beyond unless we have your help. So thank you very much today and enjoy the rest of your conference.
Sarah, thank you very much for that fantastic presentation. We're going to continue on here this afternoon, and right now I'd like to call up the Vice President of SARM from the RM of Lipton, number 217. This is Bill Huber with an introduction to our next guest.
Thank you very much. Well, it's certainly a pleasure for me this afternoon to introduce our next speaker. Andrew Scheer is a member of Parliament for Regina Coppell and the former leader of the Conservative Party of Canada and the official opposition. He has dedicated his public service career to helping hardworking Canadians and their families. He was elected as leader of the Conservative Party of Canada in 2017 and won the popular vote with the highest vote total of any party in the 2019 election, increasing his party's seats and ending the previous government's majority. Born and raised in Ontario, Andrew moved to Saskatchewan to raise a family and build his career. After working in the insurance industry, Andrew was first elected as the Conservative Member of Parliament for Regina Coppell in 2004, overcoming the odds and defeating the longest-serving MP at that time. In 2011, he was chosen by parliamentarians to become the 35th Speaker of the House of Commons, the youngest in Canadian history. As one of the younger MPs, his hard work and strong principles earned him the confidence of his constituents, and he since has been re-elected 5 times. Throughout his political career, Andrew has been a strong advocate for Canada on the world stage and has defended human rights and economic freedom around the world in his roles as Speaker of the House of Commons and leader of the official opposition. He has hosted many world leaders here in Canada and led official visits to many countries around the world. Andrew has always been true to his positive conservative vision, and his leadership is focused on helping hardworking families with lower taxes, controlled government spending, and an economic plan that creates prosperity and opportunity for all Canadians. He and his wife Jill live in Regina with their children, Thomas, who's going to be going into university this fall in September, Grace, Madeline, Henry, and Mary. At this time, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to introduce to you my MP in my home constituency, the Honourable Andrew Scheer.
Well,
thank you very much, Bill, for that wonderful introduction. And Bill is correct. I have been his member of parliament for the last number of election cycles. And I still remember the day we met in the Lipton Hall back in 2004. It was a pretty packed occasion. And we've done some great work together, you with your local RM and SARM and me in Ottawa, working as partners. And that's always the feeling I get when I attend a SARM event, is that we are real partners in providing better services, better governance to our people. And I can't tell you how much we appreciate in the opposition SARM as a resource, because you are so close to the people that you represent. I might have an office in Regina and Fort Capel, but you drive by your constituents every day. You see them in the grocery stores, you see them in the gas stations. You are so responsible, all you RM councillors, everyone who serves at that level. You're so close to the people that you represent. You hear it directly. And let me tell you, between the border of Saskatchewan and the policymakers in Ottawa, there are a lot of filters. And that prairie common sense often washes up against the rocks of unreasonableness in Ottawa. So we need people like SARM to help us cut through that and give some people a head a shake when they need it. Since I stepped down as leader of the party, our party's gone through a number of changes, and I'm so excited now that we have a new leader, a relatively new leader, Pierre Poilievre, who is leading our party into the next election. And thank you. He's done fantastic. He's done fantastic work already since assuming the reins, and I have kind of shifted back home a little bit to Saskatchewan, and I had to live in Ottawa when I was leader of the opposition, moved back in 2020 just before COVID hit and everything kind of shut down. But at the time, a lot of people were asking me, what's it like to go from living in Ottawa to moving back to Saskatchewan? And I said, well, have you ever seen a goldfish flopping around on the floor and then someone picks it up and puts it back in its bowl? That's me. Moving back to the prairies is just good for the soul. It's good to recharge. It says on the program I have a 5-minute window, and I don't know if I can articulate all the problems that the federal government is imposing on Saskatchewan in just 5 minutes. So Bill said I could go a little bit beyond, so I might be rated to, I might be brushing up against 7 or 8 minutes there, but I just wanted to touch on a few issues that I know are going to be important to you and kind of set them in a bit of a context. One of the things that really attracted me to Saskatchewan when my wife and I were dating and why I wanted to move here to raise our family was the community spirit. The neighbors helping neighbors, the fact that we are a province that's big with diverse communities within us, but there's a sentiment that binds us all together, and we are a cohesive province with a real identity, and service to one another is part of that. And you need that to be prosperous and to thrive in a place like Saskatchewan. We're not the easiest place in North America to start a business. We're not the easiest place to farm. We're always rushing up against the calendar in ways that producers in more southern climates don't have to worry about. Some of our natural resources are a little bit harder to get to than in other jurisdictions around the world. And yet, we work together cooperatively to overcome those obstacles as a province and as a people. And that's why it's so frustrating when we have enough of those challenges on our own that Mother Nature throws at us, that geography and geology has presented to us. That's why it's so incredibly frustrating when some of the most difficult challenges that we overcome come not from natural or external forces. They're not coming from a government far away that's hostile to us. They're coming from our own government here in Canada, a hostile government in Ottawa to the people of Saskatchewan and to our prosperity. And that's why I know there is a lot of frustration in this province and throughout Western Canada right now. When we look at things like Bill C-21, a massive new expansion to the government's ability to threaten and harass law-abiding firearms owners. How many people here in this room have ever gone hunting before? All right. Justin Trudeau thinks you're all criminals. That's what his C-21 does. If he were here, he might be threatened to call the RCMP in, because there's a whole bunch of people here who use firearms responsibly. I got into hunting a few years back. I'll tell you my story very briefly. I I've always enjoyed using firearms. There's a range just near Regina that I've been a member at for a number of years, but I'd never actually gone hunting myself. I'm a bit of a softie. I love animals. I've always had pets growing up. And anyway, one morning I went out, met up with some of my friends up near Meadow Lake. We got up early in the morning. They took me out. And as I was in the, sipping on the coffee, I said to the group that I was with, I said, you know what, I might just watch you guys today. I don't think I'm actually going to be able to pull the trigger. I think when it comes right down to it, I'll probably not be able to do it. So I'll just watch you guys. So they kind of pulled over and they looked at me and they said, Andrew, we've already all tagged out. We're all here for you. You're shooting something today. And I said, well, I don't know. I mean, I don't want to waste everybody's time. When it comes right down to it, when I see that deer, I don't know if I have it in me. And I'll never forget, a friend of mine said some words to me that have resonated ever since. He put his hand on my shoulder and he said, Andrew, I'm going to tell you something. No deer ever died in palliative care surrounded by his family, okay? It's all starvation, disease, or the merciful hunter's bullet. And I said, all right, that pep talk did it for me. And I got my first buck up near Meadow Lake, and I've tried to go out every year since. Didn't get out this year. We got one nice one in Strasbourg last year. But anyway, the reason why I tell this story is because that is so foreign to the policymakers in Ottawa. The people in Justin Trudeau's Justice Department that look at crime in Toronto and Vancouver and Montreal, and to be honest and frank, increasing rural crime, where producers who are landowners and families who live far away from local detachments are increasingly facing threats. They look at all of that and they think that the solution is to ask you to follow more laws. I'll follow every law that the government puts in my way. I've got my pal, and if they tell me I have to hang my firearms upside down in a pink case, I'll put them in a pink case and hang them upside down. If they tell me I have to put the bullets in the garage in a lockbox, whatever. I will follow whatever law they tell me. None of that bothers a guy bringing a kilo of cocaine from one part of a big city to the other part. He's already breaking every single other law. It is foolish and lazy government to harass law-abiding firearms owners. I'm sure you've all heard that parable that many of us have heard in church or around the table where, there's a flood happening and a man climbs up on the roof and he prays to God to save him. Have you heard this one? And, the neighbor comes by in a truck and while there's still time to get out and the man on the roof says, no, the Lord will take care of me. The Lord will save me. And so then a couple hours later, the water's risen. Some neighbors go by on a boat and he says, no, the Lord will save me. And he doesn't get in the boat. And then a few hours later, a helicopter comes and tries to save him. And he says, no, the Lord will save me. And of course, he dies and drowns and goes up to heaven. And he's a little bit angry. And he sees God. And he said, God, I was praying to you. I've been a faithful servant the whole time in my life. And you didn't help me out in my hour of need. And God looks at him and said, well, I sent your neighbor with the truck. I sent your neighbor with the boat. I sent the helicopter after you. And I was thinking about that on the drive up here this morning because, as we look around the world today and we see the challenges that are facing our fellow human beings in every corner, Saskatchewan has the truck, the boat, and the helicopter. We look at food security. There are places around the world where people literally don't know how they're going to put food on the table, where governments are seized every day at providing good quality food for their own people. We see what something like a COVID can do to supply chains that can really threaten that. We've seen protests and uprisings in parts of the world where there's been massive spikes in the cost of food because of that country's inability to provide it for their own people. Saskatchewan has that. We are that truck that can come along and help those people. We've got amazing producers who strive and innovate every single day. And yet we have a government that's putting spikes in front of that truck with a bizarre and completely foolish and unnecessary attempt to cut back on the fertilizer that our producers use to grow the food that can feed the world. We've got an energy crisis in many parts of the world, most pronounced in Europe, where not only do we have an energy crisis, but we have a geopolitical crisis with Russia invading Ukraine. And Canada could do the most helpful thing Canada could do to end the war in Ukraine would be to help Germany and France and Italy get off of Russian oil and gas and provide Europe with that clean, ethical Canadian natural gas. And yet we have a government that says no to LNG projects. We had representatives from the European Union and Germany come to Canada and ask, beg, demand, plead with us to provide them with more of that responsible energy. And Justin Trudeau said, and I quote, "There is no business case for that." That's just foolish. We have climate challenges around the world, and in Saskatchewan we've innovated. We've got we are the birthplace, we are the home of all the advancements that come from carbon capture. And you know, we can do more to reduce emissions by retrofitting some of our existing power plants with that carbon capture. Instead, we have a government that's saying, a federal government in Ottawa saying no to that. We see a carbon tax increasingly increase the cost of living. We have a cost of living crisis in this country. I see I'm getting the science, so I'll wrap up. We make it more difficult to produce things here in Canada thanks to a government policy that imposes that carbon tax, driving production overseas. It doesn't do the planet any good. This molecule of CO2 does not need a passport to travel around the world. We should not be imposing the government should not be imposing costs on Canadians just to displace production to other countries like China. And that's why I'm proud to reiterate, to say to you, under the leadership of Pierre Poilievre, the Conservative Party will scrap the carbon tax, no fine print, no caveats, just an absolute reduction. So I'll wrap up with this so I don't get the Oscar music playing for me, but I know that there's a lot of frustration here in Saskatchewan and Western Canada, and I am here to tell you that under the leadership of Pierre Poilievre, we are going to turn that hurt and that desperation into hope and opportunities for the future by having a government in Ottawa that takes more advantage of the wonderful prairie common sense that we have in this room and turns it into good public policy for the benefit of all Canadians. Thanks very much, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a pleasure.
Oh, I always hate spoiling a party. Sorry I had to rush you off the stage there, but we do have to keep going here with the program this afternoon. And right now, we do have just a slight change to the program. We're going to bring up Jeanette Krajewski. She is the Director of Intelligence Services with the Saskatchewan Public Safety Agency and manager of the Provincial Emergency Operations Center. Prior to those roles, she worked several years as an emergency services officer, working directly with the municipal elected officials and emergency management committees. She's been engaged in the management of various responses and events, assisting communities in impacts from localized flooding, significant weather event impacts, and large incidents that have required provincial support and activation of the Provincial Emergency Operations Center for cross-government coordination. Please welcome to the stage Jeanette Krajewski.
Good afternoon, delegates. As you can see on the slide, Mr. Ray Unruh was scheduled to speak today, and unfortunately he wasn't there. So the first thing I'll say is, being in the world of emergency management is that we have to plan for the unexpected, and my opportunity to spend this time here with you today was unexpected. And, you know, I definitely look forward to spending this time sharing a bit about the Saskatchewan Public Agency, but more importantly, your role as elected officials and the role that you have in times of an emergency. And we'll also look at the elements of declaration of local emergency when emergencies do hit your community. I have to thank the Honourable Andrew Scheer for the segue and the story about the gentleman standing on the roof in the time of a flood. We can hope for divine intervention, and we can really hope things turn out right. But with some planning and preparedness, we won't have to hope that the good Lord is on our side the day that an emergency hits your community. Just a little bit of Saskatchewan Public Agency. We are a Treasury board and crown that was created to streamline public safety services across the province. They were previously spread out within various ministry crowns and agencies, and we became operational as the agency in 2019. The agency works in partnership with municipalities and First Nation communities to build resilience and capacity to respond to emergencies. We strive to improve the safety of Saskatchewan residents and to enhance public safety across the province. Some elements of Saskatchewan Public Safety Agency, to break it down into sort of 4 areas, is that we support emergency communications. You're familiar with SAS 911. We manage and operate that program. The Sask Alert program, Civic Address Registry, which some of you may be familiar with, the Provincial Public Safety Telecommunication Network radio system, and the Provincial Emergency Communication Center. We also offer support to communities in the air and on the ground and behind the scene through our land operations, our air operations, emergency response teams, incident command teams. We provide logistics and transportation support when you need it. We have emergency services officers that work directly with your municipalities and communities and can help guide and help you prepare for emergency responses. And we also have the Provincial Emergency Operations Center that gives us the ability to coordinate across government when you need that cross-government and other provincial resources to help you manage the emergencies within your areas. We support first responders by providing fire investigation and code application and public education. And most importantly is training and development. Incident command for executives, a full suite of incident command training for your first responders, emergency plan development workshops, emergency exercise workshops, and Sask Alert training. And just by a show of hands, can those that are using the Sask Alert program or have an administrator that runs it on your behalf, could you just put up your hands, please? It's good to see a few waves in the crowd. The Sask Alert program is available to all communities and municipalities in Saskatchewan. We will come out and train, set you up, and this is one of the most effective ways in the province to be able to alert your community of local emergencies or larger provincial emergencies. And I'm sure many of you will get the weather warnings from Environment and Climate Change Canada and some of those other warnings that will just come and get pushed through Sask Alert program. So today we're going to focus in on 4 areas of the roles and responsibilities of elected officials during an emergency. There are many levels and it can get quite complex. So after this, at the last slide, I'll provide you with some information that if you're interested in working more closely with Saskatchewan Public Safety Agency or having one of the emergency services officers come out and have a discussion with you, they can certainly dive into this a little deeper. But we will look at, what are emergencies, what are disasters, the 4 pillars of emergency management. When is it time to declare a local emergency, and what are the things that you as elected officials should consider when you are faced with that decision, and the steps of how to declare a local emergency. Just briefly, looking at emergencies versus disasters, and also on this slide I could have thrown in there are large events. They're both unplanned for. They both happen relatively quickly, and they require that prompt coordination to promptly act and take action to protect the life and safety of your citizens and the responders and limit damage to property. Disasters are on a bigger scale where they may actually create significant damage to your infrastructure. There are larger sweeping events that tend to cover more damage and take a longer period of time to recover from. Emergencies are things like a structural fire, perhaps an apartment fire in your community, a hazmat situation and hydrous ammonia tank rollover, or localized flooding. The emergency exists, you need to respond to it, you need to stabilize it. Typically, it may last a couple of days to a week, whereas disasters are larger scale. The tornadoes, widespread flooding, lots of earthquakes that we see around the world. Fortunately, in Saskatchewan, we don't have to worry about that emergency. But we can't anticipate these, and so it's important to be prepared as best you can. So we look at disasters and say that's when your helpers need helpers. Simplest way is the phase. Your first responders go out to the scene of a train derailment, to a significant motor vehicle collision, and realize that they just don't have enough manpower or the right equipment to deal with that emergency, and they need some support from the community. Perhaps, it's widespread flooding or a significant power outage where they need to go to utility services to deliver generators, or to close roads or open storm drains, facilities, if you need to evacuate, to open up a reception center. Do you have that reception center, and do you have people that can open that up and start receiving evacuees? And also the additional powers that you may need as elected officials to handle that situation to help your first responders. So when those first responders realize that this event is significant, it is beyond their capacity or the resources that they have to manage that emergency within your jurisdiction, the questions that need to be asked is, how is your EMO coordinator and your EMO committee going to get activated? Do you know that? Is that in your local emergency plan of a way to notify from your first responders to your emergency management coordinator? How are you as elected officials notified? Who figures out what you may need from the province and the other supports that you need, and who communicates that through the ESO to Saskatchewan Public Safety Agency so that we can reach through the provincial resources to help you? And who is activating your community resources or your mutual aid partners? And I don't mean mutual aid partners as your local fire department. I'm talking about your neighboring communities that may have that community hall for evacuees to go to so they can be removed from the emergency heavy equipment, water tanks, those types of things, volunteers to help with sandbagging. Many of you may be familiar with the pillars of emergency management. I'm just going to briefly touch on this and the roles that come into play for elected officials through those 4 phases of emergency management. Preparedness being key. This ensures that you do have an emergency management committee, an EMO coordinator, an up-to-date emergency plan, and an emergency bylaw that effectively puts that plan into play. Consider developing a community business continuity plan. If you have a large flood in your community or in RM, you lose the village office or you lose some of your key infrastructure, a healthcare center. What are you going to do next? How will you as local government continue to operate without your physical location or the ability to communicate with each other? And participate in emergency exercises to help you find these answers and figure out how you're going to do it. In response, it's understanding the situation and using this information to know what's going on, why it's happening, how long will it last, who is it impacting, and do you as elected officials need to make a declaration of local emergency to give you extraordinary powers to deal with the situation. In recovery, you're coordinating and working very closely with your local emergency operations center. In recovery, typically you're communicating with your citizens, giving them all the appropriate information that they need to know to safely return back into their homes or come back into the area. Such as flooding, flood response, you need to ensure that you do have your critical infrastructure, such as your town hall, your healthcare centers, are your emergency services able to work back in the community and provide those essential services before you bring the people back, and have a mechanism to communicate that to people so they understand why, they've heard that the fire is over, the flood waters are gone, but they can't come home yet, is to explain to them that you're not quite ready to bring them back. And mitigation. After emergencies happen in your municipalities or your communities, is to conduct an after-action review and look at the emergency and your response and look for opportunities for improvement, or make decision on where maybe you can mitigate those risks. And what you can tolerate. So for example, flooding, do you need to dig some drainage ditches, create diversion dikes for the water to flow around a low-lying area within your community? And then work closely with your emergency management committee to constantly review and update your community plans so that they are current and up to date and they reflect these new changes that you put into the plan. I'm going to switch gears a little bit, and we are going to talk about declarations of local emergency. On the slide here, you'll see 7 of the 11 extraordinary powers. These are the most common needs where you need that extraordinary power described in the Saskatchewan Emergency Planning Act. And I won't read through all of them, but I'll touch on a few. Do you need to acquire real or personal property? That may be access to property in the RMs. Do you need the ability to be able to cross over private land or, unfortunately, through a planted crop, to get in front of a fire to be able to access and stop the emergency? Do you need people to assist you? Within your own community, if you have nurses, doctors, qualified engineers, those types of people that could help you manage and support the emergency, that under a declaration of emergency, you would be able to bring them in, or at least be able to ask them to support your response. Controlling and prohibiting travel, that's fairly common. If there's an emergency that's happening within an area of the RM that you do not want people traveling in and out, if roads are washed out, you can close those roads. If it's an evacuation area from a hazmat or a wildfire or another emergency where it is not safe for people to be in, that you're able to close down those roads and, more importantly, order those people to leave that area for their own safety. And evacuating people is one of the more common ones, that a declaration of local emergency gives you the power to order people to leave an area for their own protection and safety. And also under the declaration and in the Saskatchewan Public Safety Act is that you are making these decisions based on the best information you have about the emergency at the time, and that your primary concern and interest is the safety of your citizens and your responders. And so it also protects you from some liability if there is gross negligence, that you have done this under the declaration of local emergency with the best information that you had to make that decision at the time. There are 5 basic steps to making a declaration of local emergency. Your EOC will brief council on the situation. Your EOC, perhaps your local EMO coordinator, perhaps at that point in time an emergency services officer might be able to bring some of that information to you. Ensure that you have all the information and ask for it. Then consider those 11 powers. Do we need to do any of that? Do we need those extraordinary powers in order to manage the situation, to deal with the emergency, and to keep our citizens safe? When council makes that declaration of emergency, you're asking yourself sort of those questions. Where is this happening? Why is it happening? How long will it happen? Who is it impacting? And what do we need to do? In your bylaw, you can state whether a declaration of local emergency can be made by the local authority, by a mayor, a reeve, or whether you want a quorum of council. That is entirely your decision to do, and you have that discussion so that you know when time comes who can sign and make that declaration of local emergency. When you've made that declaration, the next step is to inform your public and tell them how. A public reporting system like the Sask Alert system, you can put a notification and say everybody living within 3 miles of this land location or this community must immediately evacuate due to a wildland fire or a grass fire. So consider that piece, which is really important. How will you let your citizens know that they're in danger or there's a potential public safety risk, and how will you communicate that to them? And finally, communicating back to the province that that avenue is through Saskatchewan Public Safety Agency, actually falls under my umbrella of responsibility. We register with the province and we notify our partners across government that your municipality or community has made a declaration of local emergency. One piece that I do want to clarify, and we see this happen often, is to tell you a little bit about the administration behind a declaration of local emergency. A declaration of local emergency will expire automatically after 7 days of the date of declaration. Those can be extended as many times as you need to, week by week, and they can also be canceled before the 7 days. So it's just important to know that elected officials are briefed weekly on the situation so you can make that decision of whether or not to extend that declaration, or whether you feel that you have managed the situation, it is stabilized, and you no longer need to exercise those extraordinary powers. But there are times when we see a declaration come in and it is dated for 3 weeks. It is only effective under the Emergency Planning Act for those 7 days. So it is important that an administrator or someone is keeping an eye on the renewal of that emergency declaration. So that is the end of my presentation. I know it was very, very quick and at a relatively high level. But again, I invite you to reach out to have discussions with Saskatchewan Public Agency. Contact information is here. If you call our line, they will put you in touch directly with a district ESO or with somebody in our policy area or anyone that you would like to speak to clarify the situation. But more importantly, that we're here to help and work with you. We're happy we have staff that will come out and help you work on your emergency management plans, help you prepare, do those risk assessments, and more importantly, that we're all in a better place when it comes to emergency management. When that emergency comes, and it will come, that you and your jurisdictions, your municipalities and communities have that plan and can react and are comfortable that you're ready and prepared to deal with any emergency that comes your way. Thank you very much.
All right, you might have noticed in the news over the last few weeks the conversation about attracting young people to be a part of rural municipal politics. And today we're happy to have a panel join us to discuss this. I'd like to welcome Executive Director of SARM, Jay Meyer, along with Sean Kramer from the RM of Maple Creek. He's been a councillor since 2014. He's been Deputy Reeve for the past 7 years. He's passionate about rural policy, future planning for rural communities. Also, Lisa Peters, RM of Edenwold, building a solid 30-year background in media, event planning, and corporate social responsibility. Lisa has transformed ideas, spaces, and platforms into projects of magnitude and exceptional polish with a personal mission to make a difference in her community. And lastly, I'd like to welcome Brady Berg. Brady is the Mayor of Frontier. He's been so since 2016 and sat on council since 2013. Brady owns an electrical contracting business and is passionate about an advocate for local business, community, and rural Saskatchewan. So thank you all for being here today. Your mics should be on. They're on.
Testing. Check.
They are on. Okay, well, I'll sort of introduce what we're going to get to here, and then I'll have you, Jay, sort of discuss. But there will be a time when integrated elected members of your RM council might leave, whether that be, retirement, any sort of unforeseen circumstance, health reasons, political reasons, and more. And the big question is your RM ready? Who in your community will step up to take their place? Particularly, how do you attract the next young generation, a diverse generation, to sit on and become Reeve or councilman? So, Jay, I'm going to get you sort of to talk a little bit about that first before we, let our panel have that dialogue as well.
Yeah, you bet, Rusty. Definitely great segue from the great presentation around the egg in the classroom. How do we get the next generation to, step up, so to speak, and be on council? As we all know, it's not necessarily the most attractive position at times. Quite often criticized before you're complimented, and with social media and so on, can be tough on not only yourself but your families. But that being said, we still have to look at different ways of filling these seats. Lack of interest from ratepayers from ratepayers joining council has been a bit concerning to SARM, as in the past probably couple of years it's been in the media around vacancies and acclamations, and even those who are interested in the conversation around consolidation are quite often advocating, saying that there's no interest on councils, which I don't think that's the case. I think you guys are doing a heck of a job. But it is vital people understand the importance of the rural councils and what you do and how you do it. Because I believe without what you guys do, there'd definitely be a disarray. Decisions wouldn't be made, and progression would definitely come to a halt. The local level of government, I think Andrew Scheer might have mentioned that as well, is probably one of the most important levels, if not the most important level. We are closest to the people. But is it true the generation coming up isn't interested in investing their time? That is a question, or new people in your community. And I don't know if that is the question or not, but it is discussed. And if that is a question that we want to discuss, it's why. Why aren't people interested in on council? And why is there a lack of interest and no spark to be in those situations? How do we make people want to be part of making a difference in our communities is very important. Or we want to be a part of a team, because you are a team when you're talking about your council, and getting new ideas, fresh ideas, new blood, so to speak, around the table. It's also important to have experience, corporate knowledge. There's a lot of corporate knowledge around the table or in this room right now of what we've done in the past as council, what we've looked at, how things operate. So those individuals are critical as well to stay on council. They're worth their weight in gold. So in municipalities that are struggling with vacancies and accommodations, we just have to find ways to make the positions more attractive. And this is why, as SARM, we decided to have this bit of panel, and we've invited the individuals that are sitting up here right now to lead the way, and they've had some experience as being young and up-and-comers and women, and stepping up and taking some roles on council. So, Rusty, I hope that covers some of it. So.
Yeah, it does. And we'll sort of head over now to the panelists and talk a little bit about when you were elected to RM Council, what drew you to being a part of it, and even if you can kind of think about some of the unknowns initially when you were running to be elected. And Lisa, I'm going to start with you. You've been in the RM of Edenwald for 20 years. You've raised your kids there, but just recently sort of jumped on board with council. Kind of talk about what drew you to it.
So I had years of women leaders, and they were here today. Minister Tell, Minister Carr, Minister Ross, Andrew Scheer. They have dripped on me for years. Just, you should get involved, you should get involved. And I just put it off. And then the RM offered the Women in Government program, and I decided to take it. Finishing that program, 2 weeks later, there was going to be an election. And I'm like, and as I stood there, Division 2 was up and Division 1 was empty. I'm from Division 2, even though most of my land divisions borders Division 1. And I stood there, and I stood at 3:59 when the nominations were going to go in, and I held Division 2 and Division 1. And I went, you know what? I want a seat at the table. And I took the acclamation, so, just so we all know. But I took it because I just wanted to be at the table. And we do have one female councillor, and I was going to be the second one.
Right. Okay, now, Brady, I'll get you to talk, even though, we're not talking necessarily about being in the RM, but you are a mayor, and you've been doing it since you were 12, in your bio. I didn't read that part, but he actually has been, in Frontier for many years, since you were quite young.
Right. I spent my whole life in Frontier. I grew up there, went to school in Frontier, and I think you just have your numbers turned around. It's 21, not 12. So
right?
anyways, you were close.
But that's still very young.
Yeah. I definitely... I remember attending my first SUMA convention after I got on council, and I think I was probably the youngest person at the whole convention at the time. But what really drove me to be on council was the money. I don't think you've ever heard anyone say that, so that's a joke. But I obviously spent my whole childhood life in Frontier, and I wanted to spend the majority, if not all, of my adult life in Frontier. So obviously I wanted to survive. I really care about the community, and I just wanted to be involved and have a seat at the table, like Lisa said. So, I mean, the writing was on the wall. I had a bit of an interest in politics. I had the counselor that was, I got on in a by-election, a counselor stepped on, and then I was acclaimed as the next counselor. But that counselor approached me and said, hey, I heard you're interested in running, and I think you should. I'm going to step down. So I got my signatures and put my nomination form in, and away you go. I was the youngest counselor in Frontier, and I'm still the youngest person on council as the mayor now, but at the time, 21 years old. But I'd say some of the challenges that I would have had, I know that's coming up, some of the challenges that I think I faced, or some of the concerns I had about going on council, were how to deal with really upset ratepayers, how to face somebody, how to handle somebody who's angry and coming up at somebody who is probably 1/3 their age. How do you handle people that are being unreasonable or extremely angry because of a decision council made? So that was probably my biggest concern joining council. But I had a good team. I've had a good council. The administrator, we worked very well together, and we alleviated anything like that. Also, just not having answers to questions when asked. How do you handle that? I didn't want to look stupid. I didn't want to say, I don't know. But I've learned now to obviously look at somebody in the face, say, hey, I'll find out for you and I'll get back.
Right, right. Hey, Sean, I'll let you touch on this too if you want to talk about when you became a member of council, what intrigued you, what encouraged you to do it.
Right, so my path was maybe a little different. In my division, there was always someone willing to run. We never had an empty space, and I never really thought about becoming a counselor because there was always someone in that role. I did have a young family at the time and wasn't really actually thinking much about the RM world. You always kind of wondered, where's the graders, where's my gravel? And you think about, that part of it, but not the roles, the responsibilities, the bylaws, the taxes, all that stuff. And I was actually having coffee with my counselor, and his term was coming up, and he said, have you ever thought about running? And I said, well, you're doing a good job. Why do you want to give it up? And he's like, I've been here 12 years, and I'm 60, and I want to be done. And I thought, 12 years? Holy man, that's a long time. And now I realize this is my 9th year in SARM. Just had my 3rd term here and got elected again. And I'm like, 12 years isn't really that long. There's a lot of projects, things take time. So you kind of learn as you go when we came in. And when I came in, there was 4 new guys that came in. We were all under the age of 40, which apparently is young, but I don't feel young. And the oldest was in their 70s. So we had quite a variety of a group, a young group and an older group, which was nice because the guys that had been there for a while, they have a lot of information. They have a lot of history. There's a lot of information there for us to take as counselors moving forward. And they were very acceptable to our new ideas and how we approached it. So there was the challenge of your peers sitting there and you trying to suggest ideas like Brady said. But it was also nice to ask them, why did you do this? Why did you put a culvert in there? Or why did you do the graveling here? And that kind of thing. So it was a good learning because of the group we came in with at that time.
Now, Jay, I'm going to transition to you and talk sort of about SARM. I mean, there are many RMs that are sitting out here that would have vacancies and are really having a hard time trying to fill them and really garner some of those young people, some diversity. What do you think SARM can do to sort of help out and find a solution to keep, Reeves and councilmen sitting at the table and contributing?
Yeah, good point. I think SARM is in the position of most employers right now. There's really a war on talent and a war on time. It's hard to find individuals that aren't crazy busy and good individuals to step up to the plate. I think when it comes down to council, you have to be unique in your ways of doing business, flexible. I know that we're all very sick of virtual meetings by all means, including myself, but I think moving forward, that's kind of the way of the world in certain situations that work, not necessarily every meeting virtual, but people are flexible. They may want to go on vacations and so on. If that's drawing people away from council because they like to go to Arizona for 3-4 months, maybe they can do their meetings virtually, so to speak, and adapt to the people you're working with. Have those conversations as council, after an election and say, are the timing of our meetings good? Are our committees set? Are you guys happy? Lots of times our committees are set every, second week or 3rd week of the month at a certain time. Maybe you have to adjust those times, so to speak, When it comes down to SARM, we're doing a few things, definitely. One piece is around orientation. We did a survey a couple years back, a needs assessment related to councils and their administrators. And one of the questions was around orientation. And the results from the survey was that less than 50% of our RMs or our members, counselors, have any type of orientation. And it wasn't really descriptive into what the definition of orientation is. So the other half could be, a very easy orientation or more an in-depth orientation. So we've been working with the company in getting funding through TSS to work on what's called a learning management system, and you'll see some more about this in the next 6 months or so. And the first module that we're doing is around orientation. So an opportunity for our members to be able to log on and at least get a little bit of orientation on what it's like to be a counselor, right? And quite often it's also nice to get individuals a little bit educated educated too before they step on council to understand the role as well, rather than when they get on council and they're like, oh my God, my stemming issue really isn't discussed. You know, that dog that's been barking isn't necessarily the biggest issue when you got a deficit or you got a bridge that's down. So, you know, there's a few things. There's MLDP, you know, we have those programming where our councillors can kind of work together on those and so on. So.
Now, Lisa, I'm going to start with you again. Do you love that? It's because I know you so well. But you did mention that you took the program, you're encouraging women to have a voice. We heard yesterday in your video that you said there is space and there is room for women to sit at the table. And it is sometimes a struggle. You know, women have to do all the things, scheduling and the kids and the chaos of home life. But there is room to make something like being in rural municipality politics, in politics like that, work.
There is room, and it's funny because I never really thought about the orientation because I just thought it would happen, and it didn't really. You knew I'd make bank, so you know there was that. There was things I never thought of. It was really about me. Would I even have a valid opinion if I was brought to the table? Would anybody even listen to me? You know, I think I'm the youngest on our council, and I realized that, you know what, there's great answers out there, but if everyone on the council has the same answer, we need to find the best answer. And so that really was it was an unknown for me, but it was really about me, and I didn't know who to talk to about that. It's not a tangible, you know, orientation, training, stuff like that.
How, Lisa, are you encouraging other women in your RM and around you to consider jumping on board something like this, to have their voice be heard?
How am I encouraging other women?
Encouraging.
I'm really taking it out there because you realize that at one point you have to be that person to talk to them. And I talk about the Women in Government program, and I'm really trying to talk to more people about getting involved, and you do have a voice, you do have a place here. A lot of women think they can't do it, it's timing. That was never an issue for me. I've always made my own schedule. But we have to make it intentional to get out there. You can throw all you want out there in your marketing programs and Women in Government, and that's really great. But if you don't actually go to the table and say, hey, you, get involved. And this is why, this is how great it is.
Sean, I'll go to you next. What do you think RM councils can do to intrigue and encourage more members to come and to have an actual voting process and have more candidates?
Yeah, and I think that's a struggle. Like I say, in my division, we're down to about 12 people for a population, and you know, half of them have actually run for council and been on a council already, so you know, they don't want to do it anymore, and the other half are they're young and they are unsure about doing it, and you know, I enjoy being a councillor, but I have never had anyone run against me, but I would like to see some young people involved and challenge me as well too, right, because I don't want to get complacent and not to be afraid of that. I think the young people part of it, your local 4-H clubs are your rural people. Those are your young rural people. They're interested in it. Maybe ask them to come to a meeting, their executive or their councillor, their membership, your SRCs in your high schools. I mean, these are all our young people that are coming up. Maybe it'll pique an interest in the RM world. And you know, to explain to them, it is a good thing to be part of, to like Brady said, your future of your town, your country, you need these people involved. So I think that's one step to get new young people involved.
Yeah, Brady, I'll let you comment on this as well too. Are you doing any initiatives to encourage people to consider municipal politics and to get on board, even if they are young?
Well, I know we talked a lot of it. A couple of us talked earlier, but training, it was mentioned by Jay. Training of the councillors, because I think is becoming more important as we go forward. And I mean, we could all use more training. I know I could go away and get more training, but how much is too much? How much time do you have really to give away? But we need to outline our roles, and we need to make sure we're protecting ourselves as well. And I think those are some of the unknowns that new people have that want to get on council. Is we all hear in the news about somebody that's on a council that gets in trouble or gets in some legal issues with council, and I think the proper training is a good way to prevent those serious issues happening to yourself or to your municipality. Orientation, like of a councillor, was mentioned as well. I think all councillors could go through an orientation after every election cycle. So once you're elected, after an election, the whole council sits down at the council table and discusses their goals for the year, how they want to work together, develop respect for one another, maybe put on a list of like a code of conduct right on the wall, and make sure that outside of that council table, no matter how the vote goes, that you have the backs of each other. So whether we disagree at the council table, no matter what the decision is of council, I will make sure that I will back up my councillors in public, regardless of what the decision was made, or regardless of how the discussion was made. And I also think too that we have to start trying to develop good news out of our council chambers, because 99% of what you hear out of a council chamber, no news is good news. So all the news that you do hear is negative. It's the gossip. It's the drama, and we have to prevent that. We have to get out there and talk about the good stuff that councils are doing, and that's what's going to encourage people, because no one wants to get on council and expect a fight, expect conflict, expect drama. They want to get on there and be part of a fine oiled machine, in my opinion.
Now, Jay, as we sort of wrap up, I do want to give you an opportunity, and I'll give the panelists as well an opportunity to have some closing comments. But on behalf of SARM, what are some closing comments to leave about inspiring and recruiting and promoting the next generation?
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, it's just have the discussion. You know, where do we see ourselves in 10 years from now? Back to that egg presentation, once again, that was great in the classroom. Where do you see yourself as a council in 5 years, in 10 years, in 15 years? It's tough to have that proactive discussion around succession when you say, are you going to run again in the elections in a year from now? Some people like to keep their cards to their chest. Some people, lives can change. People can win lotteries, hopefully me at some point. But at the end of the day, it's just the golden question is where do we see ourselves into the future?
Sean, I'll let you go next and wrap up. Have some closing comments, if you have any, about your time on council, about the message you'd like to leave here with our other delegates.
Yeah, I agree with Jay. Like, we got to look to the future, and like the speakers earlier today, it's the next 10, 20, 30 years, and we need those future leaders to step up, because, I mean, I want to see rural and urban keep growing. I want the rural life to keep going, and I mean, we need those people in positive. So don't be afraid when someone asks you questions. You know, what does an RM counselor do? You know, explain that. You always go to a branding or a weaning, or you're at a harvest supper, and you know the people that engage you and ask you know what's going on, or why'd you do this, and maybe have that conversation with them and ask them if they've ever thought about getting into the municipal world.
Mm-hmm. Lisa, I'll let you continue.
Well, I think of what RMs can do, because what can you do once we get on? And when I got on, I had like a 1-hour meeting, and they blasted me with websites I could go to, and you leave there and it's like, take your picture, sign your paper, and yes, you're a counselor, see you at the next meeting. I think of an onboarding document. I didn't get one, and I'm a binder girl. Like, just give me a binder. I need to know where I find things, but it went so quick, I couldn't process it. And I think of, we're trying to recruit, age, sex, culture, profession. We're trying to go after all these people, and then we just go forth and prosper. It's tough. So consider a mentor. If I came on and it's like, ask this person for the next 4 months, any question you have, ask this person. Yeah. And ultimately, I become that person. Mm-hmm. So then when we bring on someone new, you know what, that's my role for the next generation.
Brady, I'll let you.
Sure. Well, I guess what I would suggest is go back to your council tables and discuss as a council, what can we do? Because I mean, what works in my community and what works in everyone else's community might not necessarily work in yours. So talk to each other. How can your council make sure that the next generation is going to feel comfortable putting their name forward on council? And just remember that democracy is healthy. And I know that one thing that is different between urban and rural is the way our elections are managed. In a small village like Frontier, where we have 4 councillors and a mayor, there can be 8 people throw their name into the hat to become on council, but they're not running against each other. They're running just to get that council seat. Whereas in the RM, it can get a lot more personal, because you have the division system, and somebody might take offense. I have lots of friends that I've talked to, and I've asked, hey, you know what, like, would you ever go in on RM council, or would that be something that you want to do? Obviously, because I'm on town council, and they say, oh yeah, but our councilor's doing a good job, so why bother? But it is important to make sure that you realize that not everything is personal. If people want to get involved, they're going to throw their name in, and just be okay with that, and talk to those people, and just keep the conversation open. And if you have somebody that would make a good fit in your community, tap them on the shoulder and say, hey, would you ever consider jumping on council? We have a vacancy. This is what we do. Let them know. Show them the ropes a little bit of what it's like to be a RM councillor.
That was really well done. If I can have a round of applause for all of our panelists. Thank you. As they exit the stage, I'll remind you that all of them will be kicking around for most of the afternoon, and Jay as well, the Executive Director of SARM, and he's really spearheading, trying to encourage the next generation, a diverse group of people joining municipal politics. So feel free to quiz them and chat with them throughout the rest of the afternoon and tomorrow morning. I want to make a note here before we continue with our next speaker. If you haven't joined us on social media, hashtag SARM Annual 2023. We really encourage you to join us on social media, Twitter, on Facebook. We are absolutely there for you. Cody.
Thank you, Rusty. Rusty's doing a great job, isn't she, this afternoon? Thank you, Rusty. I'd like to welcome Wayne Black, Municipal Hail Insurance President, to join us. Wayne and his wife, Betty, farm near Tisdale with their son. Wayne currently serves as the Reeve of the Rural Municipality of Barrier Valley, number 397, and he was first elected to the Municipal Hail Board of Directors in 1997 and was elected president in 2004. Would you please welcome Wayne Black.
Well, thank you, and appreciate the opportunity. I was going to talk about the carbon tax, but my time is a little short, so I better stick to my report here. I want to thank SARM for the opportunity, obviously, to speak to you this afternoon. Before I get into my report, let me introduce the people that I surround myself with and am a part of on our board of direction. Several changes this year to the board, and we'll cover them for you. My name, Wayne Black, of course, I'm reelected as president. Foster Warner is our new vice president. Foster's from Alameda country down there. And Pauline Zeal-Grimsrud is our executive member of the board, so two new positions on our board elected today. Also have one brand new member, and that's Joselle Robertstad from the Chaplain area, and she's a councillor in that area down there, and we certainly welcome her to our organization and our board. The rest of our crew remain the same. Murray Purcell from Saskatoon. He's got a sore leg. He's probably not going to get up. Morris Berry from Caryvale. Blair Cummins from Saskatoon, Blucher actually. John Wagner from Maple Creek. Jason Friesen from Watson. And I think that's the group. I don't think I missed anybody. Right? Good. Okay. Municipal Hail is an association owned by the farmers of Saskatchewan for your benefit. Provides hail insurance and fire insurance, and our mandate is to do that at cost. We have three entities that our organization serves you with. The first and most predominant is SMHI, been around since 1917, and has about 65% of the business in our three organizations. Our second company is called Additional Municipal Hail. And under that, Prairie also operates under Additional. It's designed specifically as a top-up for those of you that need more hail insurance than the main company produces. And it also is the only option for you to insure your rented land. Prairie Municipal is strictly online. You can operate it right from your office computer, and it's paid for by credit card. If you stack all these together, we can give you 750 or a little better coverage for those of you that need a lot of coverage. 2022 was the first time, the first time I can ever remember, but I'm sure there maybe was times in the past, that the hail insurance industry actually sold out. By the end of June, most of the companies who operate in the province were no longer in the market to sell hail insurance. They'd reached their capacity. And fortunately for farmers in Saskatchewan, our organization is well heeled, I guess you could say. And we were able to keep open and offering hail insurance basically right through till the end of the hail season and by the end of July. Interesting that you know, even we were pressed a little bit for dollars for coverage. So what we did was we reduced the amount that any individual could buy per acre so that we could spread our volume over more farmers, at least give an opportunity for as many as we possibly could to have some hail insurance at least. Part of that, the reason for that is we had a lot of things were going on in the country. We had a war in Ukraine. Prices for everything had skyrocketed. Grain prices were pretty good, so farmers were prepared to buy some insurance to protect their investment. On a combined basis, our organization provided $3.77 billion, with a B, $3.77 billion of coverage last year. All-time record, 27% over the previous year, and just a huge amount of coverage that was provided by your company. Premium was up as well, $129 million, and it wasn't a bad hail year. We returned just about $100 million to farmers over the course of the year. We ended up with a net loss between the operations and the investment side, just a very small loss of $6.7 million. That's not a significant number in itself, but we also had a loss last year of $32 million, so it's eroded our equity a little bit, our reserve, and we'll be working at that to kind of get that back up to where it should be. We expect that 2023 is going to be another huge year for municipal hail. Our reinsurance negotiations are ongoing, even as late as today. Rodney's been on the phone with our reinsurance people. The market is tight, to say the very least. It's going to be difficult for a lot of companies to acquire the reinsurance that they need, and we're going to have to pay more for it. So I think just as long as you're aware of that, it's good that you know that it's a tight market that we're dealing with. Very pleased to suggest to you that this year we've been able to increase the top end of our coverage under municipal up from $375 last year up to $425. So you can buy an extra $50 if need be under the main company, and you've been asking for that, so we're happy that we can provide it. We got the capacity and the people in place to start the program for 23. I think renewal has been a bit of a challenge simply because of the tightening of the market. But as president of the organization and a farmer, I encourage you to shop early for your insurance. We don't know what'll happen, but if it's like last year, there's a good chance that there could be some limitations on how much hail insurance can be made available. So I would encourage you to get in on the market early. You might as well buy your hail insurance early and get coverage for the full year as leaving it till later in the year. Municipal Hail is a self-supporting standalone insurance company, and it's run by farmers, and it's there for your benefit. And I neglected to mention we've got some staff people with us. Rodney Shetler is our CEO, well known to all of you people, been here for a long time, and has been just a terrific job for you and your organization. Mark Hofield is our Chief Operating Officer. He's now got some years behind him as well and doing a terrific job. And Pat Clavel he's part of our marketing team. He travels around the province in Alberta, Manitoba, and Saskatchewan to make sure that the farmers of this province and our sister provinces have some access to the organization and to hail insurance. That's all I have for you today. Thank you for the time. Thank you to SARM for allowing Municipal Hail to be a part of your program. Wish you all the best for 23. Thank you.
Wayne Black, thank you so very much for that. We are going to take a bit of a break here, so if you want to grab a donut and a coffee, you're more than welcome to. But make sure you're ready to be here by 3 o'clock, because that's when we're going to get going with the resolutions at 3 o'clock this afternoon. Make sure you're back. So you do have a moment here. If you want to grab a coffee and a donut, you're more than welcome to, but we'll be starting promptly at 3 o'clock.
we could move. Yeah, I'll sit here because we're going to have 4 people here. And then, yeah, the resolutions can be on all these kind of things. You can kind of just
All right, folks, if you can find your table, we're going to get started in 5 minutes, actually probably less than 5 minutes. So please get to your table. We'll be starting in less than 5 minutes.
All right. Hello and welcome back. Cody finished his long john just in time.
Well, it was a little awkward because I haven't had long johns in a long time, and I thought those were the kind that you had to wear. So it was a little awkward at the table.
That guy and his lame jokes, Cody.
Very lame.
Anyways, we're going to get to your resolutions in just a moment. So while there's still some hustle and bustle, if you can get out your voting devices now, you know you'll need them here shortly. In the meantime, I'd like to introduce you to our RMAA Board of Directors. They're here in the front. They can give a little stand and wave. President Guy Legrandier, Sheila Kiesig, Vice President, Cheryl Barrett, Division 1 Director, Kathy Ripplinger, Division 2 Director, Raylene Packett, Division 3 Director, Barry Hvidson, Division 4 Director, Duran Scott, Division 5 Director, Michelle Buchler, Division 6 Director, Ray Orb, Ex Officio Director, and Rose Zimmer, Executive Director. If we can just give them a round of applause, thank you so much for being here with us.
And speaking of the RMAA, every year they like to host a fun and competitive curling bonspiel. Congratulations to this year's winners, the Rural Municipality of Chester, number 125. Where's the RM at Chester? Back in the corner over there. And the runner-up was Battle River, number 438. Where's Battle River?
Oh my God, there.
Somewhere over there.
Again, thanks so much to the RMAA for being with us today. And of course, those curling bonspiels are always a riot. So thanks for sharing the winners with us. Okay, let's get out our resolution voting devices, like I mentioned, and continue. We tested it this morning. So if there's any issue, I hope you have it resolved because you do need them here. I'd like to introduce and invite Jay Meyer, Executive Director of SARM, to join me on stage, as well as DOTS, President Ray Orb, to begin our resolution process. So everyone get ready. We're in for it this afternoon here.
Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you enjoyed the presentations this afternoon. We're right on time and ready to get into the resolution session, one of the most fun sessions of the convention. I'm going to run you through some instructions for our resolution session today before I hand it over to our resolution chair, President Orb. A quick thank you to Peerlinger Group Benefits Limited for sponsoring our resolution timer. Each resolution will be read and shown on the screens. We've got many screens in the session today. The mover will then be provided 3 minutes to speak to the resolutions. There will be a timer on the screens, so please be aware of how much time you have remaining. President Orb will also give you a 30-second warning. Once the mover has spoken, the floor is open for debate. You must be a member of council or administrator with permission of council to speak for or against a resolution. You will have 2 minutes to speak. There will be a timer on the screen, so please be aware how much time you have remaining. And once again, President Orb will provide a 30-second warning. Once all debate has concluded, the resolution chair will then call for the vote. Brandon from Data on the Spot will now provide instructions on voting for resolutions. The resolution chair will walk us through the process for each resolution, and I'll hand it over to Brandon.
Okay, so just in case you guys forgot from this morning, the clicker is very simple. I think we can put the slide up on the screen just for these instructions. So when the voting is announced open, you'll hear some music. You'll have 30 seconds to vote. Once that music ends, then the vote is closed. But during that voting window, you can change your answer as many times as you'd like. It records the last button pressed. Make sure that you get a green light to make sure your vote is submitted. If not, please go see the registration desk and switch out your clicker. Maybe there's something wrong with it. Yeah, good luck, everyone.
Thanks, Brandon. It sounded like pretty much everyone's clickers were set to jet, so I'd like to turn it over to our resolution chair, President Orb.
Okay, thank you, Jay. So I'm happy again to serve as the chair for this year's resolution session. Before I start, I'm going to mention that we do have a resolutions committee with representation from each of the 6 SARM divisions. I'm going to introduce them and ask them just to give a wave. The chair is Bill Huber, Arm of Lipton, number 217, SARM Vice President. Bill has left the building. He's right there. Stand up. Okay, Division 1, Aaron Kiesik, Arm of Tullymit, number 216. Division 2, Cody Jordison, Arm of Lumsden, number 189, Cody. Division 3, Darren Steinley, Arm of Excelsior, number 166. Division 4, Norm Hall, Arm of Elfrost, number 307. Division 5, Wendy Trask, Arm of Corman Park, number 344. And Division 6, Leslie Clark, Arm of Parkdale, number 498. Okay, thank you. Our first order of business will be a motion to appoint parliamentarians for this resolution session. So there's going to be a graphic that comes up on the screens. And I'm pleased to introduce Courtney Riviere and Mike Morris to my right from the SARM Legal Department. I'd ask now that someone move that we appoint Courtney and Mike as parliamentarians. Who moves? 307. Do you wish to speak to the resolution? Okay. I will open up debate. I'm not assuming there will be any debate for this, as it is a formality. So, seeing no further discussion, I will call the question. I should say, please vote now. You have your clickers to vote.
In the middle of our street, our house. In the middle of our house, it has a crown. There's always something happening, and it's usually quite loud. Our mum, she's so house proud. Nothing ever slows her down, and a mess is not allowed. Our house, in the middle of our street, our house.
We need, we'll just ask to have the response put up on our screen. I think it's carried. I can't see.
Yeah, I'll ask there we go. Thank you.
But it is carried, so we'll go on to the first. The first resolution is a bylaw resolution. And just to remind everyone, bylaw resolutions must have 2/3 of the votes cast in favor by voting delegates to be approved, where regular resolutions must have more than half of the votes cast in favor by voting delegates to be approved. Please, You're bringing me a chair, which is a good thing. Please read the next resolution. I'll ask the readers to read the first resolution.
Resolution 1-23A, Rural Municipality of Lost River, number 313. Be it resolved that SARM consolidates the two conventions into just one annual convention. Be it further resolved that if a predetermined threshold number of resolutions, as determined by the Resolutions Committee, are received prior to September 30th, a virtual resolution session will be held to deal with the resolutions.
Okay, thank you. A mover for that resolution, Mike 5.
I make the motion that we.
Okay, would you mind speaking to that?
Yeah, I would just take a second. I know most of the people in this room are a part of a larger committee that make a lot of your decisions in your communities, and most of you sit on some kind of board or committee or some kind of group, and you all find yourselves very busy. And this is probably a chance to address something about that. I would suggest that we have an opportunity here to take a look at this and probably give ourselves some time to do some of the things that we need to do. So what I would say is that this is a chance to take a day and a half back in your lives that probably you can do some other things, and at the same time you can take care of the concerns that you have at your home. As well, the main thought here in this resolution is that we are supposed to be good stewards of our taxpayers and their money. And so I would suggest that we have a chance to be good stewards of doing that. So with that, I would say, and at the same time, we still have time to give our SARM board direction in the fall via a virtual resolutions time. And so I would say that let's consider this resolution. I encourage you to accept this. Thank you.
Anyone else like to speak to this? Somebody had 4? Okay, go ahead.
Paul Heglin, RM of Reno. In times past, I would have voted against this type of resolution, but I've noticed in the last few years that the midterm, it seems like it's a struggle to find enough content to really make a convention that's necessary. I think it's outlived its usefulness, and I would encourage voters to vote in favor of this resolution.
Anyone else? Mike 1. Go ahead, Mike 1.
Welter 350, Mariposa. I'm speaking against this motion. You know, I think the original mover did make a fair point that, you know, a lot of us do lead busy lives. I'm a councillor in my municipality. I'm on the board of directors for APAS. I'm on the board of directors for the Canadian Human Resources Council. I serve on my local rec board. I serve on my local airport board. I'm also a father, and in my spare time, I farm. The value of the midterm and the value of convention, I think, is far more than just dealing with resolutions. I would agree that our last midterm definitely, and possibly the one before that, if memory serves, were, you know, they were fairly light, and it did seem like we were struggling to fill content. I would say that is more something that we need to charge our SARM board. I think it's reasonable to say we don't struggle to find issues that need to be resolved, and the SARM board needs to do a little better when it comes to, you know, building out the agenda of the midterm. But I do not believe that the midterm has outlived its usefulness. I think there's still a lot of value in getting together every 6 months, and so I will speak against this motion.
Mike 5, go ahead.
Don Gable, RM 401, or Amahudu. I'm speaking in favor of this resolution for a couple of reasons. Number one, I do agree with the intent of it, of the expenses. And if it so happens that we have a tumultuous amount of resolutions, you can simply add a half day to the current one-year AGM. And that would mean RMs would only have one set of travel costs. Maybe it might mean an extra hotel room, but the bottom line, you're saving the extra travel costs. As far as going virtual, I don't agree with virtual. Studies have shown that since COVID and any committees that met with Zoom, the effectiveness of the leadership team has not been great. And I can cite that because I have a couple of older children that work in management roles in large corporations. And what I would suggest, instead of going virtual, if the SARM board decided that they needed to have a gathering in the fall, you could simply go by regional meetings. You have 6 regions already established. You could have 6 regional meetings. You could make it just a small gathering point, and you can split your board up and they can be in attendance at all. But I really, really think just the purpose of having a midterm convention for having it, I think it's really, honestly, onerous and expensive. And so I would speak in favor of this resolution and consolidate it into one AGM, and then the rest of my comments don't need to be repeated. Thank you.
Anyone else? Number 6? Is someone there at number 6? Okay, maybe not. I don't see anyone else, so okay, number 4. Okay, number 4, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Joni Maserchuk. I'm a new counselor in RM of Wolverine 340. I speak against this. I am a new counselor. I'm here for the networking connections, the learning opportunities. I've been to, this is my first big one, and I found it very informative, very informational. I have enjoyed every bit of this, and I don't want to see the midterm convention to go. And it's also, we're farmers, and there's probably people like me in this room that cannot make it to one, so we come to the other. And so I speak against this resolution. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? No? Okay, I'll call for the question. You can vote now if you're in favor or against. Okay, that's because they needed 2/3, that one is lost. 49% in favor, 51% opposed. On to the next resolution, number 2.
Resolution 223A, responsibility and monitoring of noxious weeds on Crown land and right-of-ways. Rural Municipality of Dundurn, 314, Britannia, 502. Be it resolved that SARM lobby the provincial government to create publicly accessible mapping and information regarding the location and control of noxious weeds on Crown land. Be it further resolved that SARM lobby the provincial government to establish a permanent position to oversee the contact and collaboration with municipalities on local noxious weed control within provincial rights-of-way and Crown land. Be it further resolved that SARM lobby the provincial government to destroy the noxious weeds in provincial highway right-of-way and on Crown land in due season and in a diligent manner to prevent its spread to other lands, thereby supporting rural landowner and occupant efforts to satisfy their duty to do the same.
Okay, mover, you have mic number 1.
Short, RM 314, I move the motion.
Okay, would you like to speak to it?
Sure, why not?
Okay.
Because Britannia didn't stand up, so I think they've been hiding from me. So noxious weeds, leafy spurge, a lot of this is on rangeland, absinthe. And if you look at it, that gets out of control, you can lose up to 90% of your grazing resource. When we look at crown lands, administered by Lands Branch with agriculture, they're controlling up about 6 million acres. They really don't inventory anything. They're not looking at anything. It's their land as a landowner. They hide behind a policy saying, well, the lessee is supposed to do it. And I don't think that's working very well since they don't know where it's at. Highways, right-of-ways, we're seeing leafy spurge drop off of bales, absinthe drop off of bales, gravel, absinthe drops off of gravel trucks. Once it gets a toehold, again, it's hard to control. I think it's owned by highways or the Crown. They should be monitoring. They should know where their stuff is instead of offloading the responsibility. To me, mapping is the first step to a control program. Under the Noxious Weeds Act, Weed Control Act, we can deal with landowners, right? The Crown hides behind the fact that the lessee and highways doesn't do anything. They will if they're nice sometimes, but it's not a long-term solution. So that's what I'm trying to get to, is just saying, look, we need some better coordination on Crown lands.
Anyone else? Didn't see anybody. Anyone else? Last call. Nope. Okay, we're good to go. I'll call for the question. You can vote now. 1 if you're in favor, or 2 opposed. That resolution carried, 95% in favor, 5% opposed. Resolution number 3.
Resolution 323A, Saskatchewan Crop Insurance, Rural Municipality of Baildon, number 131. Be it resolved that SARM lobbied the provincial government to amend the Saskatchewan Crop Insurance Corporation policy to allow for increased coverage up to 95%.
Okay, a mover. Mike 5.
Anthony, RM 131.
Okay, if you'd like to speak to it, go ahead.
Yes, I would.
Okay.
Because this resolution was put forward before changes to crop insurance, I'd like to add a friendly amendment.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, be it resolved, the SARM lobby the provincial government to amend the Saskatchewan Crop Insurance Corporation policy to allow for increased coverage up to 90% without the restriction of bundling your crops.
Okay.
It's already at 90%, but to get the 90%, you have to bundle your crops. So if you have a good crop of durum and a poor crop of canola, the durum wipes out the canola. So that's why we were looking for the change. Thank you.
Just give us a sec here at the mic. Did you get that amendment? We're just going to draw it up here. We're good to go, and we'll put it on the screen.
Okay.
Just so then you can give us a okay if it's on the screen.
Okay.
So amendment we need to vote on first. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, what I'm seeing on the screen is be it resolved that SARM lobby the provincial government to amend the Saskatchewan Crop Insurance Corporation policy to allow for increased coverage up to 95% without the restriction of bundling crops.
Okay,
Is that
well,
accurate?
90%. They're already at 90%.
Oh, okay, sorry, 90%, yes. Nearsighted. Okay, if we're good, Ray, I'll turn it over to you.
Okay, we can vote on that amendment. Do you want to speak to the amendment or not?
It's fine the way it is up on the screen there.
Okay, so we're voting on that amendment as it's put up on the board. Anybody else like to discuss this? No? Okay. I'll call for question. Now you're voting on the amendment. I'll ask you to vote now if you're in favor or not. Okay, that's the amendment that's passed, 85% in favor, 15% opposed. So now we'll go back to the resolution as amended. And we have a mover. You're going to move that as amended.
Yes, I will move it a resolution as amended.
And do you wish to speak to it?
No, I think we've...
Okay. Okay, I'll open it up for debate. Anyone else like to speak to it? We'll put the resolution back up. Okay, so that's the original resolution with the amendment included. No one else wants to speak? Oh, do you want to speak to it? Mike 1?
Yep.
Okay, go ahead.
So I'm speaking against this amendment not because I particularly disagree with it, but because of the way the crop insurance program fits into the rest of the BRM program. It's a part of the federal, provincial, territorial agreement, and the way you are able to purchase 90% coverage is by bundling your crops and only paying an 80% coverage level. The amount of time that goes into the negotiations between all 10 provinces and the federal government on crop insurance and cost sharing is far more complex than I clearly have time to explain, and I certainly wouldn't claim that I understand it perfectly anyways. This is not something that would result in anything other than a bunch of wasted time. I think a far better use of our time would be on something that we can actually achieve results on. This is a program that is, it takes years for the province and the feds to negotiate this program. This is going nowhere, so I'm speaking against this.
Okay, just to be clear, you're speaking against the amended resolution, so anyone else like to speak to it? No one? Okay, I'll call for the question. You're voting on the resolution now. You can vote now. 1 if you're in favor, or 2 if you're opposed. Okay, that resolution carried. 54% in favor, 46% opposed. Resolution number 4.
Resolution 4-23A, Rural Veterinary Service Disruptions. Rural Municipalities of Mount Pleasant, number 2, Moose Creek, number 33, N Scale, number 3. Be it resolved that SARM lobbied the provincial government to provide incentive programs to help recruit veterinarians and veterinary technicians to rural communities, including but not limited to funding for relocation, capital building projects, education, and operating expenses. Be it further resolved that SARM lobbied the Saskatchewan Veterinary Medical Association, SVMA, to review the scope of practice for registered veterinary technologists for expansion to their scope of practice to alleviate pressure on veterinarians.
Okay, a mover. Mike 3, will you move it?
Pamela Bartlett with RM of Enniskillen. I'm the CAO, and I have permission of council to move this resolution.
Okay, would you like to speak to it?
I would.
Okay,
so,
go ahead.
Our local RMs have established the Southeast Vet Recruitment Board because in our area we have went from 10 full-time veterinarians to 4 full-time and 2 part-time, which all of them do not take call. These vets service at least 6,100 square kilometers. This includes both small and many species of large animals. For those few vets to service such a large area during the day and after hours is causing burnout. This is leaving our large animal owners no other option but to go backwards and take matters into their own hands, and this is causing animal welfare issues. There are so many procedures that with the right training, our producers and veterinary technicians could do, but the SVMA and Veterinary Act does not allow this and is forcing even more hardships to the agriculture industry and burnout of our wonderful vets who have serviced our area so well. We know this problem is not only in Southeast Sask, which is why we would ask for your support in this resolution.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, mic number 3. Go ahead when you get there.
Yes, Eric Schmaltz for the Reeve for the Arm of Prince Albert. Our community in particular has been impacted by this recent development that there's the attrition rate for veterinarians and the inability to access veterinarian care after hours. A lot of our producers from our RM are having to go to Melfort, as far as Melfort, and call in veterinary services from there. So it's a great expense, costing, you're starting to have to make decisions on whether or not, you try to save the animal or you just, I hate to say it, but use a $2 bullet. So it needs to be broadened. Our access to veterinary services need to be broadened, and if that means allowing the scope of practice to be broadened by veterinary technicians who can offer some of these services after hours, I think it's a good thing. I think we need to support this. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? No? Don't see anybody. Okay, I don't see anyone either, so I'll call for the question. You can vote now. That resolution is carried by 91% and 9% opposed. So resolution number 5, please.
Resolution 5-23A, environmental regulations, moved by the rural municipality of Hillsdale number 440. Be it resolved that SARM lobbied the provincial government to eliminate over-regulation around small water bodies and ensure that environmental requirements are consistent across the province.
Okay, do I have a mover for that one? Mike 4?
We
Mike
move
4?
it. Yeah, we move it.
Okay, do you want to mention who you are and your position?
CIO Janet has the background.
And do you have permission from your council?
Yes.
Oh, of course. Okay, go ahead.
The Arm of Hillsdale has been working diligently to decrease our infrastructure deficit by constructing 2 to 4 miles of road each year. However, the costs to construct have increased exponentially, and a lot of that is due to the environmental regulations. In 2022, we constructed 4 miles of road to help with winter maintenance and school bus routes. This road doesn't have any coulees, water runs, or named lakes. However, it had 15 small water bodies. Almost half of those water bodies were actually dry by the time the contractor started construction, and we, the municipality and our ratepayers, paid almost $30,000 for environmental monitoring and associated paperwork. The RM was required to complete bird surveys on 4 different days, amphibian frog surveys on 3 different days, plus other miscellaneous surveys for a total of 12 different days, and the only thing of concern was a barn swallow. Previously, we had constructed around a named lake in one project and through a coulee in another, and only incurred costs of $4,000 associated with the environmental regulations and permits for each of those projects. There does not seem to be any common sense in the requirements from the Ministry of Environment and Water Security Agency. The RM of Hillsdale asks the delegates to please support our resolution.
Okay, anyone else? No, that's not seeing anyone. Oh, maybe I do see someone coming to mic number 1.
I just want to, I'll speak in support of this as well. Having worked in the industry, what in my mind anyways, a road allowance was surveyed for roads. You got to realize that there's going to be some sacrifice areas when it comes to, say, wildlife, and that's roads, because we need the roads for access. And I think that's where the Ministry of Environment doesn't understand the attitude that a road allowance was surveyed for roads, but putting all the barriers in place because we need the road. Unless there's a burrowing owl living on that thing, which is a species at risk, that's federal legislation. But provincially, I think I speak in favor, like with 440, they should be lightening up their rules.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, no one? Okay, I'll call for the question. You can vote now.
Yep, he was, he was. I guess it must be working for him.
Okay, that's carried, 97%, 3% opposed. We'll go on to resolution number 6.
Resolution 6-23A, moved by the Rural Municipalities of Lumsden, number 189, and the Rural Municipality of Insinger, number 275. Be it resolved that SARM lobbied the provincial government to reintroduce the depredation tag program to Saskatchewan farmers and ranchers who are being impacted by wildlife damage and depleting winter feed supplies. Be it further resolved that SARM lobbied the provincial government to work with the crop insurance on obtaining the information for high claim areas.
Okay, we need a mover. Mike 1.
RM of Insinger, number 275, will move it.
Okay, if you'd like to speak to it, go ahead.
Yes. I'd really like the delegates to really consider about the large numbers we're having in most of the northern fringe of the province with elk, but there's also some heavy populations of mule deer. This is a cost to all taxpayers. It doesn't matter if you're urban or rural. We can't wait for an environment department. We've been passing this resolution several times and nothing has really been solved. Even our premier had mentioned that we have to look at this program, even if it's a pilot program, immediate program. And remember, this is a risk to our beef industry because if there was any kind of a disease transferred to the beef herd, remember 2003 with BSE. Thank you.
Anyone else? No one else? Oh, number 3, go ahead.
Calvin Parsons, Arm of Inver Gordon. I'd like to speak in support of this resolution. We've got producers in our area that are feeding a very large number of big game animals. Hay is expensive. The farmers have been paying this bill for a long time. We need to have some solutions, and we need to have those solutions probably for this year.
Okay, there's someone else said Mike 1.
Yep, Sheldon McLean, RM319. I'm actually up here to more make a comment, but also speak against this motion for a few reasons. My main reason is to come tell a story because my council loves stories at the mic. And due to the elk and mule deer population, I am an avid hunter. And my story is when we were issued 3 tags for elk in some of the central southern zones, I approached 14 different ranchers and none of them let me on their land. So I think more of this resolution, because of the repeating, passing, and talking about it, is my question is to the RMs with the problems. What have you guys done to advocate for hunters in your area and assist your ratepayers in allowing, with the new trespassing laws, people onto those lands to hunt those animals for you? Because me as an avid hunter has not been able to access much for land for elk or mule deer south of our area. Thank you.
Anyone else? Not seeing anyone? No? Okay. I'll call for the question. You can vote now. 1 in favor or 2 if you're opposed. That resolution carried, 91% in favor and 9% opposed. Resolution number 7.
Resolution number 723A, stagger railway crossing signs, rural municipality of Bain, number 371. Be it resolved that rail companies stagger their crossing signs to allow for farm machinery to navigate through the crossing without moving their headers.
Okay, mover for that resolution, number 4.
Diana Koning, with permission of council, I'm the administrator to speak to the resolution.
Okay, if
we
you'd
move
like
it.
to, go ahead.
More specifically, we have a short line rail and a CN rail going through our municipality. What we find is that lots of them go in the middle of a field. There's no traffic. There's just a farmer trying to get to the other side, and they cannot maneuver their headers, so we wish them to be staggered.
Okay, okay, thank you. Anyone else? No one? Okay, I'll call for the question then. You can vote now. 1 in favor or 2 opposed. Resolution carries, 81%, 19% opposed. Resolution number 8.
Resolution number 823A, extended drought transfer divisions. Rural Municipality of Chesterfield, number 261. Be it resolved that SARM lobby their federal and provincial governments to extend drought tax deferral to any minimum of 2 years. Be it further resolved that in cases where the municipality is designated as a drought zone consecutive years, that deferral be extended to 1 year following the removal of the municipality from designated drought zone status.
Okay, mover, Mike 5. Sorry, your microphone is on.
Bill Thompson.
Okay.
Reeve with the RM at Chesterfield. I move that motion.
Okay, thank you. Would you like to speak to it?
Yes, I would.
Okay, go ahead.
This is a resolution that's kind of near and dear to my heart. After 4 consecutive years of drought in my area, we had to disperse 80% of our 325 cow herd. And my neighbors are in much the same position as I, to varying degrees. They've all done the same thing. We've all utilized the 1-year tax deferral, which is very beneficial to us, but grass doesn't care much for that. Some of the pastures are so damaged in our area that above normal rainfall for the next couple of years is not hardly going to change things. Especially with native grass, it seems to take 1 year of above normal rainfall just to wake it up, and it might grow the next year. And so as good as the 1-year tax deferral is, it means that I will be forced to buy cattle and bring back into a zone that's not ready to have them, simply to avoid the tax. And I think that in this era when we are talking about sustainability, this is one very simple thing that the government can do to help make ranching more sustainable, so that we can work with Mother Nature instead of against her all the time, and let that land rest, and then we can get back into the cattle business, which all of us plan to do, and the grass will be ready to receive us. So I hope you will support this resolution.
Okay, Mike 4, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hall 307. I'm totally in favor of this resolution, although I'm going to have some other things I want to say about it. over the years, the ag ministers have come out with this program just to say, okay, here's a candy, be quiet. What I'd like to see is this deferral program be just like the grain ticket deferral, permanent. I lobbied our Honorable Jerry Ritz on this one, Lawrence McCauley. I talked to Lyle Stewart about it, but at that time when I was talking to these guys, stock growers said, we don't want anything to do with government support. We don't want that help. But yet every cattleman I talked to was in favor of it. So we talked about this at the Resolutions Committee, and if we went this route, it would have changed the intent. So I would encourage the movers of this to bring a resolution forward for our next meeting, whether it's a midterm or annual, whatever the board decides on the resolution that we just passed. But I guess we didn't pass it, did we? Anyway, so bring it forward to the midterm meeting so we can have that discussion and then SARM can take it forward. But changing CRA's mind on some of these things can be very difficult. It's going to be a huge uphill climb. It's going to take all of the farm groups in Canada, livestock, grain, and general farm organizations to get this through, because CRA is not a very easy animal to move. So please vote for this resolution.
Anyone else? No, not seeing anyone. Okay, I'll call for the question. You can vote. One if you're in favor or two opposed. Resolution is carried, 93% in favor, 7% opposed. Resolution number 9.
Resolution 923A, tax ratio rate. Rural Municipality of Mervyn, number 499. Be it resolved that SARM lobby the government to rescind the ratio changes. Be it further resolved that if the ratio changes are appropriately implemented, SARM lobby the government to offset the tax losses by 50% for 3 years to give the affected municipalities time to develop initiatives.
A mover, Mike 5.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Jerry Ritz, Reeve, RM of Mervyn, 499. We had a good discussion around this at the Bear Pit with the Premier and his ministers this morning. I won't replow that ground. Simply to say we need to pass this resolution to give SARM and those of us affected a bit of a hammer to start to negotiate with the government. They alluded to some of these changes might be offered. It's sort of like voluntary fertilizer at this point, heavy on the fertilizer. But at the end of the day, I'd like to see this resolution passed with your help so that we have the strength in the background to sit down with the minister and actually get them moving on this. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Over to Mike 5.
Brian Graham with RM of Manitou Lake, 442. I'd like to clear the air a little. Our minister said this morning that we were at an 18 or 20 ETR ratio. We're actually, our RM is at 9.7 to 1 currently. With the 9 to 1 ratio on the mill rate, we're at 9.7 on the ETR. The RM of Manitou Lake 442 is in favor of this resolution. Many believe that an RM that has oil or gas activity is a rich RM. Yes, this industry does increase our taxable assessment, but it also increases our operations and maintenance costs. In the Northwest, where the oil is heavy, the road system is the main method to move that oil. and the water and the sand and everything else that goes with it. Oil industry operates 24/7, 365 days a year, come hell or high water. And I know that from experience. I spent 35 years on the seat of a truck behind the steering wheel for an oil, hauling for the oil field. And the RM's interest is not the oil company's interest. And they put the truck drivers in the middle. And you either do it or you lose your job. You will rarely see a farmer hauling product in the pouring rain. But in every rain event that I've been in my life, I was out
30
hauling.
seconds. 30 seconds, sir.
This tax rate change will change our ratepayers, what we have, our levy by 21%. And we've already lost 13% when the base changed from 100% to 80%. So we're definitely in favor of this resolution.
Okay, I'll go to Mike 1.
Larry Lundquist, Reeve Arm of Eldon, 471. I'm going to take a little different tact on this. I agree with this resolution. I believe there's a lot of municipalities, 95% of you, that don't feel this affects you. It does affect us right off the get-go in the heavy oil country, but every single municipality in here, going down the road, any facility that goes in, commercial facility that is hard on your roads, be it a grain terminal, be it a mine, be a timber mill, be anything like that, this affects you. This is going to take dollars out of your pockets, and this is going to allow the ratepayers are the ones that are going to have to pay this, because those companies are not going to have to pay. When Mr. McMorris alluded to the meeting he met yesterday with some of the municipalities, he made a statement in that municipality, or in that meeting, about the fact that he figured we'll just wait till the resolutions go through and we'll see, because he honestly believes that the other 95% of the province isn't going to care about this, and we're going to let the province get away with this, and they're going to get their foot in the door, and everybody's going to be affected by this down the road. So please wake up and pay attention and pass this resolution.
Mike 4.
Sherry Jimmy, Reeve of the RM of Meota, number 468, and chairperson of Northwest Municipalities Association, 23 municipalities in Northwest and West Central Saskatchewan, many of which are oil producing. As the previous speaker said, we recognize that this resolution affects only a small percentage of people in the room. But just imagine losing 50% of your revenue base through a change of imposed tax tools, and being told to shift the tax burden to agriculture and residential, or having to reduce your budget, cut services, and cut staffing. So please keep that in mind when we ask for your support for this resolution.
Go to Mike 5.
Laurel Darnowski, RM of Turtle River, 469. We are in support of this resolution. In 2020, the economic downturn resulting from the COVID pandemic presented communications between oil companies and RMs with an agreed-upon write-off was given to oil-producing properties recently shut in, totaling 12% of the annual levy. In 2021, the RM of Turtle River received a court order to write off all tax arrears on an oil company that had sold with 3 previous sales that included tax arrears, transfers with the sale, with no payment made. In the end, the RM of Turtle River wrote off accounts where municipal tax, 17% of our annual levy, and over $200,000 in school taxes. This court order came in the year that, with no consultation or discussion, that all municipalities were to reduce the taxable amount of commercial properties from 100% to 85%. Total loss for 2021 was 32% of the levy. In 2022, the RM of Turtle River received documentation stating another oil company within the municipality was in receivership. There was a sale pending based upon repayment of outstanding taxes and fees, an option of a one-time immediate payment of 50 cents on the dollar or full payment quarterly over 4 years was given, but all interest was ordered to be written off on both options.
30
Not-
seconds, ma'am.
Okay.
30 seconds. Yep.
Level of service expectations continue to rise. The skill set and hours of office staff continue to increase based upon commercial and legislative demands in the Northwest. With continued decline of RM revenue, we may not have an option but to discontinue our generous support of provincial institutions such as STARS, Jim Pattison Hospital, Balfour's Unit Hospital, and Ronald McDonald and other organizations as well. Ministry, industry, and RMs need to be in discussion together.
Sorry, out of time. Thank you. I'll go back to Mike 1, and then I think 4.
Thanks, Ray. Tom Huffam, RM of Brenchman's Butte, 501. Yeah, our RM stands to lose 45% of our tax revenue. So I want you to consider that. Oil companies, and I'm going to say what everybody else has said, I guess, but oil companies need roads 24/7. I thought I'd give you an example on a quarter section. If you grew a wheat crop of 60 bushels on a quarter, that'd create about 10 trips to that quarter for the year, seeding, harvesting. If you have one oil well on there, and I'm probably light on this number, it's at 10 meters a day, that produces or makes 110 loads a year on that. So imagine the worst spot in your RM, and it's been drizzling for 3 days, and you want to get a heavy truck in and out of there. Like that's what we deal with. I'd ask you to support us on that. Thank you.
Okay, Mike 4.
Janet Hollingshead Leslie, CAO for the RM of Hillsdale, number 440, and I speak with permission of council. The new legislation for the effective tax rate has been implemented without regard as to the effect it will have not only on rural municipalities, but some urbans as well. Previously, the reduction of the mill rate factor limit of 9-to-1 affected only those municipalities with oil and gas. The new effective tax rate policy change may affect municipalities with helium, lithium, and other emerging sectors. The effective tax rate will further reduce the ability to generate revenue from that industry that creates the highest amount of damage to infrastructure and contributes to increased maintenance costs. The oil and gas industry has been lobbying the provincial government for a more fair and transparent municipal tax system to strike a better balance between tax classes. The effective tax rate legislation allows the oil and gas industry to win this fight, leaving our municipalities and ratepayers as the ones that are losing the most. We've been told that the effective tax rate makes for more fair taxation, but it is not fair to lay the burden of the additional expenses of this industry onto ag and residential. The RM of Hillsdale asks the delegates to please support this resolution.
Okay, I'm going to 5 and then 1.
My name is Robin Busby, Administrator for the RM of Milton and Antelope Park. I have permission from council to speak on this matter. The charge to an effective tax rate of 7-to-1 instead of a mill rate factor max of 9-to-1 would result in over $17 million in lost tax revenue in the Northwest region alone. Such a drastic change to the taxation limits would result in massive tax shifts to other classes, a reduction in service levels to its ratepayers, especially to those ratepayers who require the highest level of service, the commercial oil and gas industry. Our two RMs are not significantly impacted at this time by the new effective tax rate legislation. However, the issue of the reduction in available tax tools affects all Saskatchewan municipalities. All of us may already have industries or have potential of new industries that could require industry to have an increased level of service or access to infrastructure. This change significantly impacts a municipality's ability to use the tax tools that would allow RMs to provide the required services to industry and to ensure that it is industry who is paying for those services. The petroleum sector has been lobbying the province for years to have fair taxation. Fair does not mean equal. Fair is the industries who require the service pay for the service. We urge all RMs to vote in favor of this resolution.
Mike 1.
Thanks, President Orb. Bryson Laganchuk, CEO for the RM Britannia, number 502. I have permission to speak on behalf of Council. The RM Britannia has 635 kilometers of developed roads. We service 2,000 oil wells, which are all heavy oil. Because of these wells, we do have a population of 2,100 people. So when the province reduced the percentage tax to commercial from 100 to 85, we lost 10% of our tax revenue. With this 7-to-1 ratio that's being introduced or being lobbied to be introduced, basically what that's going to do is further reduce us another 30%. So a total of 40% of our taxation will be lost to this change. Our cost to maintain the infrastructure damaged by commercial traffic will only increase going forward. And our agriculture and residential will have to cover these costs. The council does not agree with this logic. I request or ask the delegates of this convention to consider this resolution. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, is anyone else? Anyone else? No? Okay, I think I'll call for the question. And vote now. 1 in favor or 2 opposed. The resolution is carried. 73%, 27 opposed. Okay, resolution number 10.
Resolution 1023A, Lake District, Rural Municipality of Meota, 468. Be it resolved that SARM lobby the Ministry of Government Relations to amend the Municipalities Act to allow for the establishment of a Lake District.
Mike 4.
Sherry Jimmy, Reeve of the RM of Meota, number 468. Our background information is pretty self-explanatory. The Municipalities Act restricts the creation of a municipal district to an entire rural municipality merging with an urban. We're asking for your support in this resolution to change the legislation to enable creativity and innovation in governance by allowing similar interest governing bodies to align to form a level of government together representing their similar interests, whether that be organized hamlets and resort villages or similar interests of that nature. So we ask for your support on this resolution.
Anyone else? No, not seeing anybody, so I will call for the question. You can vote now. 1 if you're in favor, or 2 if you're opposed. Resolution carried, 74% in favor, 26% opposed. Resolution number 11, please.
Resolution 1123A, Reassignment of Development Costs, Rural Municipality of Mervyn, 499. Be it resolved that SARM lobby the provincial government that all costs to the municipality for the review, processing, and evaluation of a proposed subdivision should be charged back to the developer.
Okay, Mike 5.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jerry Ritz, Reeve of the RM of Mervyn, 499. My council feels that these developers are coming in, they're going to make money off of the work that they're going to be doing, and they should then encourage all of the costs that are encountered. There are a number of costs as we move forward to community planning. Most of them are not covered by anybody but the RM as we do the double check on a lot of these situations. So at the end of the day, there's significant dollars that are racked up getting towards these developments that are potentially going to be developed. At the end of the day, we don't feel that our ratepayers should carry that cost. It should go to the developer itself. We ask for your support.
Anyone else? Nope, doesn't appear that there is. So I will call for the question. You can vote now. 1 in favor or 2 opposed. Resolution is carried. 88% in favor and 12% opposed. Resolution 12.
Resolution 1223A, fees for drilling oil wells and gas wells. Rural Municipality of Browning 34. Be it resolved that SARM lobby the Ministry of Government Relations to engage in consultations with all applicable stakeholders to review the fees for drilling oil wells and gas wells, and that the Ministry of Government Relations set the well fees in the municipality's regulations at a fair rate for both industry and municipalities.
Mike 2, are you moving?
Jaden Cardiff, R. Browning, number 34, Administrator, speaking with permission of Council. I'll move the motion.
Okay. If you'd like to speak to it, go ahead.
Yep. Currently, the rate of drilling for oil and gas wells is $450 and $225. It was set at the current price in 1991. This drilling fee is to help the RM accommodate the well drilling process for the municipality. And while $450 might have accommodated back in 1991, $450 does not do the job anymore. Between the administrative work to prepare for the site, gravel and additional costs to prepare leases and access approaches, it can cost thousands of dollars to prepare for just one individual well. We don't know what the fee should be, but it probably should be an open discussion between all industry and municipalities. Therefore, we ask that you support this resolution.
Anyone else? Okay, not seeing anyone. Okay, I'll call for the question. You can vote now. 1 in favor or 2 opposed. That's carried. 96% in favor, 4% opposed. Number 13, please.
Resolution 13-23A, Municipal Code of Ethics Bylaws, provisions to disqualify from office Rural Municipality of Balin, number 131. Be it resolved that SARM lobbied the provincial government to amend the Municipalities Act to contemplate members of council being disqualified from council as a remedial measure to the worst severe violations of the Code of Ethics bylaw.
Mike 5, are you moving?
Yes, Anthony, RM 131, Balin.
Okay, go ahead if you'd like to speak.
Okay, some background information on the Act, just in case people aren't refreshed with it. It is a requirement of the Municipalities Act that RMs implement a code of ethics bylaw. Neither the municipalities Act, nor the regulations clearly stipulate what remedial actions are permitted when a member of council violates the municipal code of ethics. The ministry's template does show some example remedies, but advise that these are examples only and represent possible options. It is important that council discuss appropriate courses of action before passing a bylaw and consult their legal counsel. Any actions chosen for their bylaw must be allowed by the applicable legislation and regulations, while members of council must abide by the code of ethics and RMs are given the power to alter the bylaw. It almost seems to us that conflict of interest section of the Act, this can leave a municipality vulnerable to bad actors. If ethics violations are brought forward and can be independently substantiated and remedial actions are taken against an offending council member, but that member chooses to not abide by those remedies set out in the bylaw, what recourse does an RM have? Around our council table, it seems to us that a failure to comply with the public disclosure statements or failure to disclose a conflict of interest can be grounds for disqualification from office. Why wouldn't there be similar provisions for the most serious of code of ethics violations? We are asking for the delegates' support to support our motion to have the provincial government provide us with more tools for enforcement of the code of ethics violation and for disqualifications of office to be made an option for the most serious of violations. That was kind of long-winded, but...
Okay, anyone else? Mike 4.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I might ask Terry to maybe give us an example of a most severe violation, just so that we have an idea. And Mr. Chairman, if you accept the clarification, then he's not closing.
Yep, go ahead.
Okay, well, that was going to be coming in the next resolution, but the councillor that is the offending councillor has had a confrontation with the RM since 2015. Now, he leveled a code of ethics violation against every member of council and the administrative staff. So in regards to this, you can, usually when there's a conflict of interest, it's against one member of council to another member, and the rest of the council decides, what punishment should go forward or what sanctions. Anyway, because everybody was named in the office and the council, we had to go to an outside source, and we've got 5 RMs in our building, as well as 4 urban or resort offices. And nobody wanted to touch this with a 10-foot pole because they were scared they'd end up in court as well. Now, we hired an outside third party to do the investigation, which was a lawyer's firm out of Regina. And that report and the lawyer's fees that went along with that were $90,000. And since 2015, it's cost us roughly $410,000 in legal fees for this individual alone, and we're expecting it to exceed that going forward into this year. Now, he was suspended from council. He was given the opportunity to apologize, but he refused to do that. That's why we ended up having to go to court. But that's about the long and the short of it. More in the next resolution.
Okay, thanks for the clarification. Anyone else? Okay, no one else? Okay, I'll call for the question. You can vote now.
You know this?
Raising a daughter, gather around the table, singing.
Resolution carried by 90%, 10% opposed. So resolution number 14.
Resolution 14-23A, Municipal Code of Ethics Bylaws, Immunity Provisions for Municipalities from Litigation. Our Rural Municipality of Balin, number 131. Be it resolved that SARM lobbied the provincial government to amend the Municipalities Act to add provisions for immunity for municipalities against litigation over their Code of Ethics bylaws unless the aggravated party can prove that such action was taken as a result of bad faith on part of the municipality.
Okay, Mike 5, are you ready to move it?
Yes, Anthony, RM 131 Baildon.
Okay.
Okay, a little bit of background on this as well. Further to our other resolution, the RM of Baildon has had a challenging first-hand experience with the Code of Ethics bylaws as a result of formal complaints made, and that was him leveling a Code of Ethics violation by everybody in our office. When the third-party investigation report was released, it validated numerous ethic violations in favor of the council, resulting our council followed its prescribed emails, remedial action, and requested an apology from the member in question to the impacted individuals, as well as set up educational training on ethic and respectful conduct by an outside source. When the member in question would not abide by these requests, they were then suspended from council committees and eventually suspended from council altogether until there was compliance. While our municipality has followed the outlined procedures and prescribed steps within our ethics bylaw, not only has the member in question not complied with the remedial action requested, but we have also found ourselves in a costly ongoing court battle with this member over the validity, I had trouble with that one too, our provincial mandate code of the validity of our provincial mandate code of ethical bylaws. We're seeking the delegates' support of this resolution so at this time in future, all municipalities can have legal protection in the form of immunity from liability from similar actions, so long as the municipality has acted in good faith through the development and utilization of its Code of Ethics bylaws. This would help municipalities eliminate some risk and give a clear off-ramp for any future similar litigations. I would just ask that we're going to be probably approaching $500,000 going into this fall. Just think what you can do with $500,000 in your RM. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, not seeing anyone? No? Okay. I'll call for the question. You can vote now.
Touching hands, reaching out, touching me, touching you.
Okay, that's carried, 93% in favor, 7% opposed. Next resolution, please.
Resolution 15-23A, Taxable Enforcement of Bylaw Penalties, Rural Municipality of Estevan, number 5. Be it resolved that SARM lobbied the provincial government to amend the Summary Offences Procedures Act 1990 and to the extent required, the Municipalities Act to allow enforcement of certain bylaw offences to which a voluntary payment option exists by adding such fine to the ratepayer's annual municipal taxes if not paid within the time stipulated in the bylaw.
Mike 4.
James Trobert, Councillor for the RM of Estevan, number 5, and I move this resolution.
Okay.
I'd also like to speak to it. So the intent of this resolution is to allow for an expedited enforcement of minor bylaw infractions with a process akin to a default conviction on similar provincial offenses such as traffic violations. Too often when a ratepayer is given notice of a bylaw infraction, if that ratepayer chooses to ignore it, there's little enforcement recourse for the RM to take other than instituting court proceedings which are costly, time-consuming, and to be frank, ineffective. No RM is willing to pay thousands of dollars to a lawyer, even though they're good people, to prosecute an offense for which the fine is often a few $100s, if that. So therefore, we propose instituting a procedure whereby if a ratepayer fails to respond to the bylaw violation within a specified period of time, enforcement of that penalty set out in the notice would simply be added to their municipal taxes. In this way, the RM can pursue enforcement with little to no cost of either time or monetary resources, and may serve as a better deterrent to ratepayers who continue to ignore the important notices of bylaw infractions served on them by the RM. So we would encourage you to support this resolution.
Anyone else? Not seeing anyone, so, oh, just a minute. We got one gentleman coming. Looks like Mike 2.
Yes, it's Brand Valkenberg, RM 520. As a landlord in the city, I have had issues like this, and it's if on the rural area, if the farmer or whoever owns a property rents it out to somebody, and if you want to lay the fine back to the ratepayer, which is the person that owns the property, and yet it was the tenant that caused the problem, I don't think anybody would want to pay the tenant's fine. So that's something you have to think about.
Anyone else? Okay, I've got someone. Mike 4?
So just to respond to that particular situation, again, I realize that there's situations where you can't have this process in place for someone that A, isn't a ratepayer in that particular RM, or particularly there may be some legal issues with respect to a tenant, causing the infraction and then trying to impose the penalty on the landlord or the property owner. Again, what this is meant to do is if the ratepayer is the offender and owns the property within the RM, again, rather than going through that process of having to go through court and all of that, this is to short circuit that process, realizing that there are going to be specific exemptions that this won't apply to, but some of your more mundane regulatory offenses. The genesis of this in the arm of Estevan was the fact that we had a number of dog bylaw complaints. So the dog's running at large, it does, bothering other neighbors and other animals, and again, you can send them a notice, they don't pay it, and there's really no recourse. You're not going to spend thousands of dollars to try and go after that. So I know that was a real weighty matter that we had to deal with as dogs in the arm of Estevan, but again, in the situation, as pointed out, this may not apply. But again, we think it's important to have some sort of process to expedite it and get some enforcement there. So.
Okay, anyone else? No one? Okay, I will call for the question. You can vote now. Okay, resolution 15 has passed. 84% favor, 16% opposed. Right, number 16.
Resolution 1623A, Single Window Development System, Rural Municipality of Browning, number 34. Be resolved that SARM lobby the Minister of Government Relations and the Ministry of Energy and Resources to abandon any further development of the single window development system for applications in the oil and gas sector to the municipalities. Be it further resolved that SARM encourage the Minister of Government Relations and the Ministry of Energy and Resources to work with existing private companies to create the optional development system for applications in the oil and gas sector to municipalities with any municipality that choose to do so.
Okay, Mike 2.
Jaden Carnduff, Administrator for the Arm of Browning number 34, speaking with permission of council, and I'll move that motion or resolution.
Okay, if you'd like to speak to it.
Sure.
Sure.
One of the goals that was proposed in the Ministry of Energy and Resources that was put in the provincial plan of growth for 2020 to 2030 was creating a single window development system for the oil and gas sector to apply for drilling licenses and access approaches. This is quite a concern for RM and probably along with many other RMs, as we utilize private industry to provide us what would be considered already a development system. The R. Browning, along with over 40 other RMs, utilize well tracks as a development system and have invested significant time and resources into well tracks. Creating a single window development system threatens all these investment and hurts the entrepreneurs trying to fill the need. There is need for an optional system for RMs to utilize, and encouraging the ministry to investigate this route further would be more useful. Therefore, we ask for your support on this resolution.
Anyone else? No one else? Okay. Right, a call for the question. You can vote now.
When you're too damn tired to even dream, but you come alive when the doghouse screams. Oh, the old field's dark as the money's green. Rain ahead ain't like the ones that come. It's green and two-week hitch.
Oh, we don't have the results there, but did everybody vote? I have to back it up a little bit. (16A), okay, that's passed by 77%, 23% opposed. Resolution number 17.
Resolution 1723A, Interactive Road Mapping, Rural Municipality of Lumsden, number 189. Be it resolved that SARM investigate an interactive mapping option that is affordable and reaches out province-wide, such as the highway hotline, which can be used a year-round for all road conditions, snow, construction, closure, etc.
Okay, mover, Mike 4.
Thank you. Crystal Strong, RM of Lumsden. I have permission of council to speak.
Okay, go ahead if you'd like to.
Thank you. As we know, our road networks are our lifeline, whether it's moving new homes, materials, parts, livestock, grain, or getting to work and school. We are impacted by road conditions due to weather, construction projects, etc. And we have a great resource, the highway hotline, but this doesn't help us at the local or regional level. RRM uses many social media tools, such as our website, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter, and these are used by our ratepayers as well, but we're not reaching the travelers that are coming through our RM. When we started looking for a way to communicate local updates effectively and efficiently, an interactive map seemed to be the best tool, but it's not affordable as an individual municipality. With your support, we would like SARM to investigate an interactive mapping option for use province-wide that any interested RMs could opt into and be managed at a local or regional level. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, not seeing anyone. All right, I'll call for the question. You can vote now on Resolution 17. Okay, it's carried. 65% in favor, 35% opposed. Resolution 18, please.
Resolution 1823A, municipalities provide first right of refusal for land. Rural Municipality Blucher number 343. Be it resolved that SARM lobby the Minister of Highways and Infrastructure to ban their policies to giving municipalities the first right of refusal when reasonable, and negotiate with the municipalities in good faith with strong reason.
Mike 6.
Good afternoon. Dole Ran Scott, CAO of the RM Blucher number 343. I'm directed by council to move this resolution and speak to it.
Go right ahead, sir.
We have, over the past few years, have had Highway number 16 east of Saskatoon being twinned, as well as a whole bunch of work on Highway number 5. And while that's great, what has happened is the new highway goes north of Clavette, the old highway goes through Clavette, and we are left with some properties that are, we've got essentially little pieces of service road, plus a 150-foot wide ditch on the north side of the old highway that is approximately 12 feet deep in spots. This is because there are tunnels underneath the highway, so the kids can come from Clavette, go to school without having to run across the highway, obviously. The problem comes is when we're trying to negotiate with our landowners, because the property's useless to highways, it's useless to us, and it's really kind of useless to the adjacent landowners, but they would like to have control to make sure that nothing goes in there. So in negotiating with highways over the process of 3 years, their policy is that they will sell the land for the price of the adjacent land. So a 150-foot wide ditch that's 12 feet deep somehow would have been worth $1.1 million. Of course, we're not going to do that. So highways, as per their policy, had to go and hire an appraiser. The appraiser came back with the really, really high price of $89,000. This makes no sense whatsoever. This does not include the old weigh scale that is northeast of Clavette, that is an absolutely useless piece of property. The RM offered to take it off highways' hands, keep it for our own ratepayers so they could weigh their grains or what have you. Now, nothing can be done with it. And we're actually in litigation because somebody is in contravention of the zoning bylaw. So we'd ask for this body's support on this resolution because, common sense just has to win out at some point in time. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? No, not seeing anyone. Okay, I'll call for the question. You can vote now on Resolution 18. That resolution is carried 95%, 5% opposed. Resolution number 19, please.
Resolution 1923A, improvement of internet access in Saskatchewan rural schools. Rural municipalities of Prince Albert 461, Garden River 490. Be it resolved that SARM lobby the provincial government, including the Ministry of Education, and all internet service providers in Saskatchewan to jointly review and make recommendations on expanding broadband service to rural schools.
Okay, Mike 3, are you going to move it?
Yeah, Eric Schmaltz, ARM of Prince Albert, Reeve, going to move,
Okay.
and I'd like to speak to it, please.
Would you like to speak to it? Go ahead.
Please. So recently we've had I know this is breaking news to everybody, but we have an internet connectivity issue in this province, in rural Saskatchewan. And within that frame, we also have an issue with our rural schools. Now, as vast and onerous as to take on the task of building infrastructure to allow us to have high-speed internet in every corner of the province is a large undertaking and would take years. Right now, we have schools in this province, in rural Saskatchewan, that are hooked up to hardline fiber optic internet, and for some reason, they still have throttled or reduced data. So the only thing that we can come up with is that this was implemented during a time when only the teachers had a laptop in the school, but now everyone is well aware that our students are now using electronic devices as learning tools in school. So the ARM of Prince Albert, along with the RM of Garden River, and several other RMs in our school district met with our school board, and they conveyed some of these concerns, and this is one area we felt we could collaborate on and bring some extra attention to bear on this issue and make sure that our students have the best capability to learn in classes, and we can maintain our rural communities by having, viable options for parents to have their children educated outside of big cities. So, thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, I'm not seeing anyone else, so I'll call for the question then we can vote on resolution number 19. Okay, resolution number 19 carried, 97%, 3% opposed. Resolution number 20, please.
Resolution 2023A, increased fines for littering, rural municipality of Bain 371. Be it resolved that SARM lobby the provincial government to increase the fines to those that are littering.
Okay, Mike 4, are you going to move it?
Yes, Diana Koning for the RM of Bain. I have permission of council. We move this motion, and we'd like to speak to it.
Okay, sure.
So as we know, littering has been increasing. RRM had 40 bags of garbage dumped about this time last year. By the time that our CO was able to get to it, it had spread all over farmers' fields. Wildlife had been in it. It made quite a mess, and it was in the ditch. It actually, when they did the investigation, they found out that it was people from Saskatoon somehow, and that the landfill was closed by Vonda, so they just kept driving. This resulted in a fine of $598 for 40 bags of garbage, and another gentleman who was fined in RRM for one it was a paper bag, he got the same fine. So we don't feel that that's exactly fair, and we'd like to see them to be stiffer depending on what the offense is, how drastic. I mean, 40 bags of garbage, this isn't the first time. We have a lot of garbage that gets just dumped. Whether it's people working along CN, they also dumped a whole pile of garbage, and it just blew when they were doing work. So we ask for your support of our resolution. Thank you.
Anyone else? No one else wanting to speak, so I'll call for the question. You can vote now on number 20.
Should you throw trash at your scoop? Can it? I'm good about litter all across the planet.
Resolution carried, 94%, 6% opposed. Resolution number 21.
Designated dumping area for truckers. Rural Municipality of Silverwood, 123. Be it resolved that SARM lobby the provincial government to require all grain handling facilities to have a specific area designated where trucks can be cleaned out after unloading.
Okay, mover, Mike 4.
Blaine Chesney, 153, Councillor. This is with permission of Silverwood. I'd like to move the motion.
Okay, go ahead. Would you like to speak to it?
No, it's pretty self-explanatory.
Okay. Anyone else? Anyone else like to speak to that resolution? Doesn't appear so. All right, I'll call for the question. You can vote now on resolution number 21.
Getting close to the end. My last kick at it, guys.
Okay, 21 carried. 89% in favor and 11% opposed. And we'll go to resolution number 22.
Resolution 22-23A, Rat Control Program Compensation, Rural Municipality of Parkdale, number 498. Be it resolved that SARM lobbied the Ministry of Agriculture to increase the funding for the rat control program to ensure that the program can continue without the need to pass on any associated costs to our ratepayers. Be it further resolved that SARM approach the Ministry of Environment and request that compensation for the rat control program see an increase in funding in the coming years.
Okay, do we have a mover? Six. Okay, go ahead now, madam.
Ashla McCullough, Administrator for the RMM Parkdale number 498.
Sorry, you'll have to stand a bit closer and maybe a bit louder so we can hear you.
Sorry. Ashla McCullough, Administrator for the RMM Parkdale number 498, with permission from Council.
Okay, would you like to speak to it?
No, thank you. It's self-explanatory.
Okay, anyone else? Anyone else interested in the debate? No? Okay. In that case, I'll call for the question. You can vote now on number 22. That resolution carried by 96%, 4% opposed. We'll go to number 23.
Resolution 23-23A, Packing of Pest Control Products, Rural Municipality of Sturt Oaks, number 31. Be it resolved that SARM lobby to have pest control products packaged in smaller quantities for distribution.
Mike 5, are you prepared to move it?
Yes.
Okay.
Del Real, RM 31.
Okay, if you'd like to speak to it, go ahead.
Last year we had gopher problems, and it comes in a big bucket, and the administrators were having to put that into coffee containers to hand it out. And also the rat tack comes in 5-gallon pails now, and they have to handle that instead of the small packets. So we'd like to get smaller containers of that.
Anyone else? Not seeing anyone else. Okay, I will call for the question. You can vote now on number 23. That resolution carried, 73% in favor and 27 opposed. Resolution number 24, please.
Resolution 24-23A, water drainage practices in rural municipalities. Rural Municipality of Pleasantdale, number 398. Be it resolved that SARM lobbied the Water Security Agency to hold those initially the drainage activities responsible and to enforce actions to remediate all unapproved drainage activities on those that are responsible for facilitating the work.
Mover, Mike 1.
Oh, good Lord. Yeah, Helen Meekins with the ARM of Pleasantdale 398, and I move this resolution.
Would you like to speak to it?
Sure. So I just want to make it known that our RM understands the importance of drainage. That's not what we're debating here. What we are saying, though, is that we don't want to have the remedial action when the compliance is put back on the municipality because the unapproved, unpermitted works are now requiring the municipality to fix that and remediate that to become compliant. That cost is then being put on all of the other taxpayers and not on the person, the perpetrator, so to speak, who completed the unapproved, unpermitted works. So we would just like to see some better action to help remediate the unapproved drainage so that it's back on the person who's conducting that unapproved drainage.
Anyone else? Number 2, go ahead.
Oh, that is bright. Cam Weeb, RM of Churchbridge 211. I do appreciate the explanation that came along with that a little bit, that the moving RM isn't entirely opposed. I guess I am here to speak against the motion in the way that I believe that we need to have a network approach where we can't necessarily single out individual actions, because all of these projects, drainage projects that do need to be brought into compliance, we need to work collaboratively with an entire watershed with a network approach. We know that land values are increasing. That isn't always, it is a positive thing. We've heard about that when you're the one making those payments or paying those increased rent values. You do need to find efficiencies where you can. We know that water management is important, whether we're irrigating our land or whether we're managing excess water. So I would speak against it with just the sense that we need to ask Water Security Agency for tools to work within a network to solve these things, not necessarily to look to just single out one individual.
Anyone else? Not seeing anyone. Okay. I will call for the question. You can vote on Resolution 24. That resolution carried. 76% in favor and 24% opposed. Resolution 25.
Resolution 2523A, increased conservation officers for the province. Rural Municipality of Bain, number 371. Be it resolved that SARM lobby the provincial government to recruit more conservation officers to better serve our municipalities and protect the wildlife and environment.
Okay, a mover. Number 4.
Diana Koning, RM of Bain. I have permission from my council to speak to this resolution, and we move it.
Go ahead if you'd like to speak to it. Thank you.
Okay, so further back, to our garbage situation, it takes our conservation officers a while to do the investigation. In speaking with our conservation officers, they said most of their main issues that they are bogged down with are garbage related. They do have many other duties on their list. Unfortunately, everything seems to get kind of bogged down with paperwork, so we felt that if there's more of them to cover the area, then that would be good. I'm sure this affects everybody in the province, and they do have a fairly large area which they take care of.
Anyone else? Okay, I'm not seeing anyone. Okay, I'll call for the question. You can vote now on Resolution 25. That one's carried, 66% in favor and 34% opposed. We'll go to Resolution 26.
Resolution 2623A, rural crime increasing, rural municipality of Pittville, number 169. Be it resolved that SARM lobby the provincial and federal governments to increase the number of officers.
Okay, a mover for that one, for number 6.
Yes, Larry Sletton, Reeve, RM 169. We move it.
If you like
It's
to
pretty
speak to-
well self-explanatory.
Okay, anyone else? Number 4.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hull 307. The F Troop commander talked with the Premier and asked for $19 million more to hire more civilian workers within the RCMP in their offices to do paperwork so the officers could be out on the roads doing what they're supposed to be doing. That was denied. A few weeks later, there's $20 million going to the Marshal Service. She's also asked for 305 more RCMP officers over the next 5 years. I guess we'll see if that happens or not, but I really hope you'll support this resolution.
Anyone else? Okay, I don't think there's anyone else, so I'll call for the question. You can vote now on number 26. The resolution carried, 84% in favor, 16% opposed. Number 27.
Resolution 2723A, Ducks Unlimited Canada Lands, rural municipality of Churchbridge 211, Lakeview number 337, Calder number 241. Be it resolved that SARM lobby the provincial government to change the classification of land owned by Ducks Unlimited Canada and similar organizations to a commercial land classification.
Okay, a mover. Where's our mover? Number 2.
David Zaire, Reeve, RM 211, Churchbridge.
Okay, if you'd like to speak to it, go ahead.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Ducks Unlimited Lands regularly increase the maintenance costs for RMs by having to clean out culverts, sometimes daily, due to beaver activity. Adjoining lands are often backflooded by water coming out of DU lands, thereby affecting the assessment of the adjoining lands and resulting in a lowering of their assessment. There is supposed to be a management plan for these lands, but that would only seem to be to block water runs and back flood as much land as possible, drowning trees and growing as much grass and weeds as possible. Their finished product would appear to be finished in more than one way. In drier seasons, Ducks Unlimited land have not been grazed or are covered with 4-foot high grass, weeds, and dead trees that can become a fire hazard in the event of a lightning strike. This event has happened and required multiple fire departments and days to control it, creating a cost well into 6 figures. Although DU does not apply to have their land assessed lower, in time, as land assessments increase and the value of productive land increases, there may become an increasing gap in land assessments. DU is not allowed to own more than 3% of the land in the RM, which it currently does in our municipality. A way around this rule is to put a conservation easement on this land and then resell it to a cattle producer and then be able to purchase more land. Besides the 3% ownership, there are dozens of other conservation easements in place in our RM, and we feel that conservation easements should be a part of that 3% total. We would ask that you support this resolution. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Is there a gentleman by mic 3? No? Okay. Do you see anybody else? Okay, we don't see anyone else. Not sure. Is there a gentleman by number 2? Do you want to speak? Okay.
I'll close it if that's all right. Although this situation may not concern your municipality, it certainly is a concern to the RMs on the east side of the province. With the varying conditions and challenges in different parts of the province, this issue is undoubtedly a regional concern, but in the same way that we support your concerns in regards to oil leases and other issues that don't really affect us, we would humbly ask your support in this resolution.
Okay, I will now call for the question. You can vote now on number 27.
This land is your land, this land is my land. California,
That's a good one.
New York Island, the redwood
That's a good one.
forest,
Thump and Tom.
Gulf Stream waters. This land was made for you and me.
Show me to that.
Walking that ribbon of highway, and I saw above me that.
Okay, that's carried 78%, 22% opposed. Go to number 28.
Resolution 2823A, Mental Health Support for Youth, Rural Municipality of Lake of the Rivers, number 72. Be it resolved that SARM lobby all levels of government to work together to develop a red flag legislation to combat mental illness in youth by allowing people, such as concerned citizens and relatives, to apply to the court for immediate intervention for youth in danger of themselves and place them in a safer environment for treatment.
Mover, number 5.
Yeah, RM 72, Lake of the Rivers. We currently have red flag laws for guns where I can raise a concern for anyone and have them arrested, but there's no such thing for mental health, which is especially needed for the 16 to 18-year gap. At 16, you can't go to a bar, you can't buy cigarettes, but you can decide to live or die. We would like to propose a red flag law, especially for this age group, whereby if several people or family members request it, these young adults can be sent for help to break the drug cycle and change their environment for the better. At least give them a chance. We're letting them go just solidifies their bleak outlook and puts them back into a very dangerous situation. In our case, for the worst ending possible, and I'm dead certain we aren't the only ones affected by this.
Anyone else? Number 4.
Cody Jordison, RM 189. At a quick glance, I was supportive of this resolution. Unfortunately, while researching red flag laws in Canada, I discovered that the federal Liberal Party has already drafted red flag legislation and has already inserted it into Bill C-21. After much consideration and consultation with everybody I could reach out to, we do believe a friendly amendment could rectify this problem. In the Be It Resolved, where it says, SARM lobby all levels of government to work together to develop red flag legislation. If we could insert outside of Bill C-21 to combat mental illness in youth.
Okay, I'll ask the mover that they accept that as an amendment.
Yeah, I would think that would be just fine.
You're okay? Yeah, I think he agreed to it. Can we, Cody, maybe just help us with the wording? Outside of Bill C-21, is that what you want to add?
Yeah, just outside of Bill C-21, that's all.
Yeah. Okay, we've got it up on the screen, so we're going to have to vote on the amendment first, so that's, the amendment would be outside of Bill C-21 to be added in there. Anyone else like to speak to that amendment? No? Okay, I'll call for the question. We're voting on the amendment now. Go ahead and vote. Okay, that amendment has been carried, 92% in favor and 8% opposed. So now we'll go back to the amended resolution. We'll vote on that. So it has been moved, so we can open it up for debate again. If anyone else would like to speak to it? If not, then I will call for the question and we can vote on the amended resolution. Go ahead and vote now. That resolution's been carried by 85%, 15% opposed. So we'll go to the last resolution, number 29.
Gravel resources on Crown land, rural municipality of Dundurn, 314. Be it resolved that SARM lobby the Ministry of Ag to increase the gravel royalty on existing private leaseholders to fair market value. Be it further resolved that SARM lobby the Ministry of Ag to place a moratorium on gravel resource expansion and development to private interests.
Mover, mic number 1.
Is it on or off? Oh. David Short, RM 314, I so move.
Okay, if you'd like to speak to it.
Sure, why not? First, I'd like to thank the committee for saving the best resolution to the end. And I've sat here the whole time. So when it comes to gravel, gravel is truly a non-renewable resource. And when I'm thinking about when we're looking at Crown land, there's a lot of private pits on Crown land. They don't charge a heck of a lot. I think that gravel should be reserved for RM use. I think there's a lot of RMs missing or struggling to find gravel. If it's on Crown land, I think it should go back on the roads. I don't think it should be sold to a private interest to go into a basement, basically.
Anyone else? No one? Okay. I don't see anyone else, so I will call for the question. You can vote now on 29. That resolution carried, 77% in favor, 23% opposed. I'd like to thank the readers today and the parliamentarians for helping us and for you participating today. And I will declare the resolution session closed. I would like to thank Prillinger Group Benefits for sponsoring the timer clock and turn things back to Rusty and Cody.
For the sake of time, we won't keep you long. I just want to remind you to keep your voting devices for tomorrow. So please have your voting devices for tomorrow. And one more note, we have our networking breakfast as well coming up tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. It is free, lots of prizes, so make sure you join us tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. And Cody, that 50-50 is open still.
That's right. You can still get your 50-50. It's all in support of STARS, three for $5. And you can learn more just at the very back if you wish. Thank you very much. Rusty will be here by herself tomorrow. I appreciate the hospitality here with SARM. Thank you.